that makes sense.
Yeah. Well, again, it's all this Back to the Future type time stuff that's involved in here with a lot more, obviously. All right, so let me think. So you're here now, living life. We'll say, for the lack of a better term, from when you dropped off, but you've still experienced throughout your youth until now other missions, other times where you were picked up again and went off world or whatever. Oh, roaming through time on other
Yeah,
missions, right?
yeah. I,
What?
I just want to talk about when I started remembering that. When I got out of the Marines.
Okay, so that was the catalyst. Once you got out of the service, that was
Yeah,
the catalyst when you memories. Okay, well that's something good to know.
yeah, that was big time the catalyst because I had gotten honorably discharged from the Marines, and I got out, and then obviously that's when I went on my spiritual journey, with connecting with God and knowing God, and went through all sorts of different spiritual teachings. And during that time, I was obviously having extrasensory perception experiences, and that is actually when I went into the Veterans Affairs Administration to talk to somebody about what was
Now, when
experienced.
you say that, what do you mean?
I went into to see a psychiatrist at the Veterans Affairs,
About the no.
about the extra, yeah, about the extrasensory perception experiences and
Yeah,
the memories that were returning to me.
yeah.
Yeah,
About
so I did go in to see, and this was the first time I was being vocal about it. And when I went to go see that psychologist, basically, he just gave me some exercises, and then he told me to return again next week. But then when I returned again next week, there was a man there. This man was from the government. He was a man in black, and he was there to obviously to see what I knew, to see what I was remembering, because I was remembering stuff. And he brought me to the side, and he introduced himself, and he said he's like, oh hey, I was a commander in the Navy, and I've been on subs and just all this really high level stuff. And he brought me to the side, and he sat me down, and he's like, hey, he's like, how easy it'd be to get a nuclear bomb into the United States? He's like, all you'd have to do is just row it to shore, put it in a bag and row it to shore. And
that's
he
fucked
was,
up, but it's so true.
well, yeah, it is, but he was a high level government agent, and he was actually kind of cueing me in on what I was involved in, and I wasn't aware yet. So what he said after that was, he was like, and how, if it was up to me, I would want to assassinate the president of Iran. And these were just, he was mentioning very sensitive uh, topics to me. You know what I'm
Right,
saying? Which is very unnatural.
feeling
Um,
you out.
yeah, yeah, he was. He was trying to see what I remembered, and he said, and that's just the tip of the iceberg. All that's just the tip of the iceberg. And then he basically gave me his card to call him, but I never did. But then that same guy actually showed up at my church. A week later, he showed up at my church, and he was basically talking to somebody that I knew from high school. So he had information that I knew this guy. You know what I'm saying? He
Mm.
obviously had information about me. And so he showed up at my church, and he ended up sitting there at the service, and then he ended up asking me if I wanted a ride home. And I was just like, yeah, sure. And so he gave me a ride home, and I asked him what he did, and then he said he was a berry farmer. But this guy was not a berry farmer. And so he was talking about military stuff to me on the way back to my house. And before I got out of my car, that's when he stopped beating around the bush, and he pretty much dropped the bomb. and that's when he was like really was testing me to see what I remembered. But at the time, I hadn't remembered yet because I wasn't really sure what I was involved in. But he basically asked me, he's like, and what I've always been really interested in is aliens. And but at that time, I didn't know yet that I had been involved in it with aliens, and so I had nothing to really talk to him about. But that was a government visit that I had received based on what I was remembering.
Uh-huh. Now, how does that describe? That's interesting in itself. But what type of extrasensory perceptions of like what? And that is very interesting. And as you remember more, definitely, and as you appear again on the show, maybe more can be revealed. But yeah, but what type of ESP? Like, obviously that must have been a concern also.
Yeah, well, obviously that's a good question. The extrasensory perception experiences come obviously with me in dreams and astral experiences and me remembering my memories. And so that is where and having abductions and experiencing extrasensory perception experiences in dreams, where I'm on a mission, and say I'm on a mission, and I'm actually I'm like against a Nordic, and the Nordic will just lift me up with his telekinesis, and then he'll just throw me against the wall. And so when I'm having experiences like that, I'm kind of wondering what's going on, So that's what I mean by extrasensory perception experiences.
Well, that to me is details of what I call experiences. Now, again, I went through some things too, and I'm very intently trying to follow you here and listening. All right, because there's some things that you touch base on, and you're not the only one who has touched base on these certain things, and it freaks me out at times because I'm crazy, right? But that's you see, it doesn't matter. I know one thing that I can only look at. Me and Green will attest to this. The eye is on me no matter what I choose. Whose eye? Take that as however you wish. That views down through time. All right? Obviously could reach down through time and do things to you down through time. All right? And no matter what I choose to do, whether I had quit, got scared and quit, the eye would still be on me, and therefore they would be in a more of a position to secure the potential outcome of myself, especially if I didn't try to use my intelligence that God gave me to try to accept what was given to me onto my lap. And again, I don't want to turn this into me, but there's certain things here, and only me and Green, I believe, the only one listening, who can attest to why I'm saying this here, who can understand where I'm coming from. So there's parts of this experiences of yours. I don't think it's extrasensory perception. It's memory. It's memory of things. Like for my things I can remember. I don't think that's extrasensory. I should have been dead through a lot of those things, but I had to realize I was not in my body, but I was me, and that I had to overcome. There's a lot of strange things about this in connection.
Well, it is extrasensory. It's definitely sensing on a depth on it.
Yeah. Well, I'm not really meaning to rant off here, but what I mean by ESP, I mean like, I don't recall any psychokinesis type things. Communications, yes. At least what I could attribute as such, because I'm crazy. But not like bending spoons or anything like that that those type of things could do. So you didn't experience those things. Basically, you're retaining memories of some things that occurred in your life. How's that extrasensory? Your senses, you're coming to your senses.
Well, yes, I am, and that is what is happening. Like I like to say, through my spiritual work, through accessing my akashic records, which is the memory of your soul, because the soul is the memory, the retainer of the memory,
It's
and
you.
since my soul has been used in these all these different missions, ever since I started my spiritual practice in the mystery schools, I have been able to retain my memories, past life memories, as well as things that have been erased from my mind, like
Past
being
life,
involved in missions.
past life, even you said.
Oh yes, yes. I remember past life memories. I remember my life in Egypt. I was initiated in the temples of Egypt. I actually had those memories returning to me when I was 6. That's what I'm saying is when you open up your Akashic records and you get your soul's memory back, you will have past life memories return
I
to
wonder
you.
if that's connected to that genetic thing you were mentioned at about the beginning of the show, uh, of what they
Oh
look for and pick you up as a child. Does it have
yeah,
to do with that?
yeah, it's the lineage. You know, you carry on through the lineage, and that's why an old soul has many lifetimes on the earth, and I have memories of my different lifetimes, and that does have to do with being a MyLab, and being picked up. Is
Well,
who
I've
you were
been
in
around a
other
long. I don't
lives?
remember nothing like that. But I've been through some whoopty doos, but nothing like that that would suggest that. Or does that mean everyone is in general and all our memories are blocked, or only these certain peoples? Is that how that works? And then if it is how it works, what makes the bloodlines different to other humans? There's something wrong there. That's got to be meaningful.
Um, the thing is like, yes, everybody's memories are blocked through the mind control, you know, and all the 5G and all the different facets that they have through controlling all the food and all this stuff that through calcifying the pineal gland and all of this stuff. That's how they're blocking people's memories. That's how they're blocking people from actually remembering that they've lived lives before, and that would lead to a spiritual awakening, and that's why most of this mind control is going on, is so the planet and the consciousness doesn't know the truth that obviously as a collective soul we've been incarnating on this planet over and over again, and that's part of the truth that's been kept.
Wow. And not via clones at that point, but though the clones are going through time, there's something there. Can you tell us more about them and others and how we're on the paths that we've been on and how we I'm going to say we because I'm sure these things reminiscent to me. There's got to be many more out there. Kids especially, from my experiences, and even others. Okay, that older, younger, we'll say. So what we're saying here is not crazy. You know what I mean? It's it's a reality. So therefore, what would you advise from your standpoint, at least where you're at now, coming to accept and adapt to all these different lives, we'll say, right? And experiences, and then living your life as who you are now throughout all this. At least be thankful they fucking put us back, put you back. I mean, right? I mean, so they can't. Hopefully, it's not that nefarious. But then again, there may be a reason for that too. But what do you advise? Well, me, I guess I'm asking for, and many others, to learn how to see this better, especially hopefully because I know you gave us a lot of information and it was definitely helpful. Some to me got my mind more racing for us for future communication. But what would you advise us so we could check ourselves, if that makes sense? And or how to know anything that might be out of ordinary or extraordinary or may not be, just maybe to put some people's senses to calm. What myself included.
Yeah, my whole mission has been to provide justice and understanding for military people that have been involved in MK Ultra and military abductions. Obviously, with bringing forward the information that's been held back and kept secret about it because it is so dark
Yeah.
uh, and nefarious, and unfortunately, the people that are been involved in my labs, and they are going to be the catalysts to full disclosure, because that's pretty much the weight that lies on people's on my lab's backs, is they are the key to full disclosure, because if people found out about them, they would be the link to UFO abductions phenomenon. The whole other world. They are the link. So the people that have been involved in this, and healing, the healing process through spiritual, obviously advancement and understanding, is like the most important thing in this whole uh, uh, thing that we're involved in. And it would be my advice,
Yeah.
uh, if anybody thinks they've been involved in it, which is most people, like millions of people have been involved in this. Um,
Something's been involved with me.
what's that?
Something's been involved with me. More
Well, yeah,
so than
it's obvious.
anything.
It is obvious, but like you said, the best thing we can do is to know what's been going on, and then speak out about it and
Yeah.
expose it. And that is, like, as a people, as a civilization, that is our duty to do, is speak out about the truth, about what we know. And so that's my advice to anybody that's been that thinks that they've been involved in my labs, is to
Or
just
any abductions.
to
You said the public was being abducted too
yeah,
by
well,
these.
well, yeah, oh yeah, and it's just
Imagine the impression. But hmm.
yeah, to
Well,
not be
I
afraid,
got
just to
some
not be.
impressions. I'm not really impressed with it all. I'll admit, at least by the things I'm allowed. I believe I have come to that term, what I'm allowed to remember. If that makes sense, uh, in that type of regard. Okay, so now, when was your last mission that you know that you can remember at the moment that comes back to you?
Well, they happen all the time with me frequently, but I just will explain the last one that I remember off the top of my head. I believe I was probably on Mars, because I was in a high rise building, very nice, like glass skyscraper, and on most of these missions, I'm there either for infiltration, espionage, sabotage, or I'm stealing something. And in this, what's that?
I laughed.
Yeah, that is
Like,
part. That's the
that's
nature.
like some
That's
interesting stories there.
Yeah, no,
But
that's the nature. That's the nature of the missions, though, is because we have to sabotage, steal, and find out stuff about all these evil corporations, and what they're doing. So that's what I'm doing. And in this mission, I was in a skyscraper. I was obviously there sabotaging or finding out information. They found that my cover was blown, because in a lot of these missions, my cover is blown and I'm running away in a lot of them. And in this one, my cover was blown, and these agents, I was obviously in the top floor of this building, and these agents were starting to shoot at me. I was running away. I won't go into what a Kruger runner is yet,
all
because, well, obviously I will, because I'm about to explain it. But
right.
I am a Kruger runner, and in these for these super soldiers, they can run so fast that they can basically teleport and stop time. They can run all over walls. They can manifest weapons from nanotechnology that's in their
Wait,
body.
Oh, you mean really?
Yes, yes, you can
And
manifest.
it turns in. It makes you. That's the device. What devices? I mean, I've seen like what was that X-Men. We could get the acclamation to like that type of scene. What it would be like, I guess, of what you're trying to describe, wouldn't it?
Well, it is the nanotechnology is in the body of the clone, and it replicates any weapon that you want. And so that is what happened to me in this mission. Is these agents were shooting at me, and I actually ran into an elevator. And when the elevator door shut, bullets were just riddling through the door, like I was getting riddled with bullets. And then they ended up cutting the cable of the elevator that I was in, and then I fell like I probably like 100 stories to the bottom, slammed at the bottom, but I was still alive because obviously I was in a nano enhanced super soldier body. And when I got out of the elevator, there were some more agents waiting for me at the bottom. And then then what I did was I started running all over the walls. And then I actually manifested what is called a 3-in-1. It's basically like a 45 ACP, but it has three different types of ammunition, like laser, plasma, and I forgot what the other one is. Laser, plasma, and I forgot what the other one is, but it's
Well, damn,
basically.
I gotta say one thing here, Anthony. By what you described, and since I can relate to some of that, I don't think I was chosen.
Well,
you know, other
I
things happened I want to know about.
yeah, I know I have some skills, you know what I'm saying. And what happened was I ran over the walls, and basically I manifested these weapons from the nanotech, and I just targeted all the agencies simultaneously, and I took them all out simultaneously. And that is what a super soldier, a Kruger runner, is capable of doing
And
when
that,
when they have to. But that's the key, is not to get caught in your missions. So, but that
right.
happens a lot. That happens a lot. So,
So what would happen? Would you have to do yourself in?
no, either they did me in,
Right.
they did me in, or I made it out. But that's part of the kind of the understanding of what a clone is like either you're gonna die, or you do make it out, and they extract your consciousness, and then they kill the clone that made it.
Huh. Hmm.
Yeah, it gets pretty complicated.
Wow. So, when did you start coming out? I know, I think I gotta mention, but speaking of this, and what about your family? When these things first started occurring for you, what was their impressions, and could they relate to anything or confirm anything that they might have been suspicious of, or you know what I mean? What I'm saying? And do you still deal with your family today in regards to all this?
Yes, of course.
Yeah.
Obviously,
Well,
my
sorry, but
family are all super soldiers. Like my mom is. All of her aunts and uncles are a generation before me, and my siblings are all super soldiers too. So
generations, huh?
yes, yes, we're all involved in it. And so when I started waking up to this, I wasn't even the first one. It was my aunt. My aunt was the first one to start waking up to it, because she started realizing that she was getting gang stalked, being part of the targeted individual program, where people were following her around, cars were around her, and she noticed that. And obviously that turned into why she was being watched. And obviously I found out about that through finding out about my experience, that she was also a super soldier, as well as my whole family. So when I found out about that, I started speaking out about it. I started writing books. I have a published book, and that was probably around 2014 is when I started speaking out about it, because I started realizing that there were black helicopters flying around me. that the black helicopter phenomenon was happening around me, everywhere I went, and so that is when I researched more, and became very interested in the UFO phenomenon, which is linked to the black helicopter phenomenon, which I found out later is Dark Fleet. That they're in cloaked craft, TR series craft, and they have the ability to project a holographic image of any um, uh, uh, vehicle that they want. And
Really?
they actually did. This
Our
is
model?
Yes, the TR models. This is Project Bluebeam technology, and they actually did use this technology to pull off 9/11. The elite used this technology to holographically produce the planes to look at like they flew into the buildings at 9/11. So that's very important to realize, because when people see planes, most likely they're holographic and they are TR series craft, Dark Fleet craft.
Huh. How many are in this fleet, or other fleets we should be aware of?
uh,
Because obviously, if, like I said, the threats coming from deep space, President Trump said the creation of the Space Force was not to deal with the obvious threats on this planet and in low Earth orbit and yada, 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 but from deep space, which brings up implications that also these breakaways, these elites, these ones who are in control here that he's at war with, which would mean now we need a public space program with many more boots to make it public to fight them, because we're going to have to really take control and take this nation back to the power of the people.
oh yeah, no, the fight is definitely going on, and we are in the middle of it, and we're seeing it on many different levels. But the most visible level for the surface population is what is going on right now with the presidency, and what is going on with the presidency right now is a direct correlation to what is going on higher levels, with all the changeovers and people being arrested and clones being put in their place, like Nancy Pelosi. And because I personally actually have a memory of making Nancy Pelosi sign a document, which I'm pretty sure it was for her being put away. And so that's
You're being put away. We love to see that.
I'm absolutely sure that that's what I was in memory of, and I'm not I'm sure that it's a clone right now, and there are many clones that are in place of the real people that are in office right now, just so the show can play
A lot
the show
about
can
that.
play on.
Yes, I've been hearing a lot about that, and it's a frightening prospect, isn't it, for us Nazis? Yeah, they call us Nazi. Yeah, because we are. We're Nazi. What the hell's going on? But now we're waking up, right?
Oh,
So
you
they
know,
just think we're wrong. Everyone just thinks we were Germanesque, Nazi racist motherfuckers. But no, they're calling us Nazis because many not see. And that's the key here, and what you're helping us to see, and the truth is much more bizarre than what we have been used to, everybody. That's how come everything's unfolding. And they're exposing these commie craps and these traitors.
I
These
mean,
traitors.
what it's going to come down to, and the fact that I'm talking to you is tremendous, because obviously it is a great awakening because we're talking to each other. But what is going to be the main thing this comes down to is people being able to accept a whole entire another reality, and being okay with that, which is what disclosure is all about, is informing the whole world about this whole entire other reality in a way that it doesn't cause mass panic to where this whole world is going to be destroyed, which if that was the case, we would already be destroyed, because that's what 2012 was all about. But we did make it past the marker, because we did raise ourselves up in consciousness high enough to save the planet.
We're at war now. That much I know.
No, we are, but it is a It is a war that we can win
And
with.
not these forces here on Earth. That's the point here, and that's what I was wanting to bring questions to you about. What you could tell us on who these intelligent threats are that we really need to deal with now, who helped this be underway over so much time. Who is it that we should be adapting to the reality of this extraterrestrial presence, this force already amongst us, as Ronald Reagan tried to tell us so openly at the UN, already is among us?
Well, I mean, it is really it's a lot. It's the intelligence agencies mixed with the military industrial complex, mixed with different private military contractors that are just because a lot of people think that you know governments are ran by the governments, but they're not. They're ran by these uh, uh, intelligence agencies and private military contractors that have the technology. Because the technology is the main factor that's controlling things, and pretty much the AI, artificial intelligence, is what we are at war with, if that makes sense.
So
Because
the artificial intelligence, then, it's not stemming to a biological race per se that we should mainly be focusing on. You mentioned a couple, or that there's several uh, beings, or people, for the lack of a better term, right? We're going to be humane, though they're not human. Obviously, some of them are not humane, or all of them not humane. But who's the intelligence that's behind this? It's clearly for me, I was learned to see.
it's not
Uh,
it's
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 AI.
definitely, yeah, it's definitely not human. And that's the thing is when technology is given, it's misused. And these people that have been misusing the technology are now losing control of it, like with the AI. And now, like, it's because they're losing control of it, they're losing control. And that's just what is in the process of happening right now. But there are other um, agencies as well that have not been misusing the technology.
Is
Like,
this AI uh, not of this earth?
yes, it is not.
Thank you.
It is definitely not of this earth, and it's been assimilated into our our civilization through many different ways, like 5G. 5G is one way that they're doing it. And it's just it's made to completely, like, hive mind, slave mass everybody, um, through mind control. And that was just the alien plan for this planet. But obviously that's not what's happening, because more people are awake now than being enslaved.
That's true. And the more I have to become awake, we're in a war that we must win. We must make our fate. It's not going to go down as it did the first time. Till kingdom come, we have, well, it should be ours to decide what we were given with our free will, more so than by a diabolical intelligence or force down through time from some God, pun intended, knows where the hell from. So, but we're we're facing that, and that's why
Oh
it's
yeah,
very
and we have help. We have help from friends in higher places, if I could say that.
well, I'm alive after what I experienced, and that's part of the problem. And maybe one of the intelligent factors, like you, I asked you earlier. Yet, they send you back, like they did the Kramer too. They send them back, put you back in the body. So I mean, That's not a total dickwad move. I mean, if somebody, I mean, if they put you back, I mean, I don't know. What do you make of that, though? You, obviously, well, there's two sides.
It's kind of complicated. Like what I actually do remember, and I'm gonna go through this real quick. I do remember shaking hands with Gabriel Kruger, who is basically the head of Kruger, which is they're a mercenary corporation from a parallel reality, and I do remember shaking hands with him and being talking with him, and basically he said what I was doing was winning the war, and what he was referring to was being sent back in time. And I remember just before they sent me back, and I remember shaking hands with him and him saying that, and then I was sent back. So that's one memory, but I know that my being here in this timeline is positively affecting it.
Hmm. That I agree with. As I know, I have positively made effects for my mission here on this timeline, and to assure myself that I'm not crazy, because if that was so, there would be no effects. And also the fact that I would keep checking myself. Uh, Not that I'm as grander as astute as what you're involved in, but I'm just like I said. I have a lot of my own personal reasons of why I like to have you and others like yourself on. Like I said, I'm a man on a mission myself, and out to learn, for the benefit of everyone else. Though we know that many are entertained. Well, how entertained are you all gonna be? You're starting to see a new reality come upon us, huh? And look where this show's right smack in the middle of. Phase back down through time, at a time where it was most relevant than at any point of the show's existence. That's not coincidence. It's fate. But I'm crazy. And regards to the memories, I have ideas and questions there. Maybe I should save that for the next time you're on, because that could turn into a rant and trying to help you understand it. But it's a serious part of the discussion. I believe that would be important. So that's something to tease the audience about for a later time. Where else were you wanting to go? I know we're coming down. I said 3 hours. You definitely were here. Thank you for that. What's going on? What do you got going on down there in Florida? How do people receive you? You got any conferences coming? I would certainly hope a couple books.
Yeah, I'm actually in California now. I just did a conference
You grew up in Florida.
yeah, I did a conference in Las Vegas just recently. The Biomed conference. I spoke there. I do have a book out. It's called Son of the Morning. You can get that on Amazon. And I'm actually
know that, sir. You should have told me. I would have put that on the page. I will have it on the archive page for everyone. If you could please provide me a link after the show, and anything else you want added. So, all right. So you have a book called Son of the Morning.
Yeah.
Interesting name.
I'm obviously working on. I'm actually working on 3 others right now, because this whole experience is just an ongoing experience that I'm just remembering nonstop. So I'm just every day I'm remembering something more and writing it down and compiling it in a book. So I have all those books going, and yeah, I'm just I'm uh yeah I'm just doing shows right now, and just looking forward to the future.
Has anyone come across you over these shows or conferences where it has helped you or helped your memory, or be as added exhibit, as you will, of evidentiary to your testimony?
Well, actually, I did meet actually 3 significant people in the last biomed conference that I was at. I did meet Dylan Lewis Monroe, who is the creator of the Deep State Mapping Project, and this is the most important information that anyone could ever come upon, because I was actually involved in a meeting with Donald Trump and some high level executives. And the maps that he has made, the intelligence maps that he's made for the deep state mapping project, have actually been being talked about in these meetings where they're with the Defense Intelligence Agency, where they're using his maps to for the Great Awakening. So it's that was a very key connection that I had because his maps are key to the Great Awakening. So it would be uh, very
What
important for
we know?
anyone. Yeah, it'd
What?
be very important for anyone to know to go to the Deep State Mapping Project and check that out.
Okay. They have it. What is deepstatemappingproject.com? I mean, I can put that link too on the page. I just
Yeah, pretty much. I'll send you the link. But it's prominent. It's the this guy is just getting censored all over the place right now because his information is so important. So
that's
it's
what
yeah,
happens if people open their mouths.
it is what happens. And he has an actual YouTube site called the New Templars where they talk about his maps and they talk
Huh.
about what's going on. So that's very prominent.
All right. Well, we'll definitely be checking that out, sir. Huh. Anything else you would like to say? I know we could keep going and going. But you said you'd be back for another show. You still stand by that?
Oh yeah, yeah. I'm down for that. It'd be an honor to be on because I'm getting out things that I've never got out before. So yes, definitely.
Awesome. Well, if there's before I ever contact you again, message me time to time. Let me know if you have some explosive. You want to come out with it. Boom, we'll set it right up, brother.
All right, that sounds good. I know where to go. So
Yeah, man. And I know that you have many places to go, but we appreciate you coming here to this show. It's so crazy here.
yeah,
Like,
I like crazy. You know that's truth is stranger than fiction. I mean that is the truth.
yes. Again, like I said at the opening of this show, welcome to the bazaar. We strive to fight for the truth, to bring the truth out one show at a time, hopefully every week, as it goes. So, but other than that, we'd definitely like to thank you for being on. Could you want to give out a way for people to contact you, or whatnot?
Yeah. Thank you for having me on. If anybody wants to get in contact with me, they can just go to my Facebook, Anthony Zender, and that would be the best way.
All right. Oh, well, shit. While we're on the subject, uh, that website that I linked, is that your website or just because it's for the group, for the Alien Contact Intelligence Organization where you're on? You want to tell us a little bit about that as you go, just so people know what they're looking at when they click it?
Yes, that site is the Alien Contact Intelligence Organization site, and they are an independent intelligence organization. And so in my process of awakening, I found out that I was basically involved with the ACIO, and so now I'm basically speaking on their behalf because I'm connected with the director of actually like the 12th Division. So I have a lot of information that's coming out ahead of time in the disclosure community that's coming from the ACIO.
Awesome. So I hope to get to know them sometime too, in the future. We must make our fate, and I definitely see that you have already helped pave that way. But now the rest of us,
Thank
we have
you.
to join in on that fight. It's not just you guys alone. There's some hurdles we're overcoming, but we all have to live through this and make our fate, not go down where these people, for the lack of a better term again, scumbags and other terms, want to bring us. So definitely, this show rocked, man. I like you. Got a lot of very interesting points you and I should talk off air sometime about. But then I gotta, when you have time and patience. Uh, because I know I could sound like one, but you know what? I'm not, man. I don't know. I'm just me, and I'm here on a man with a mission, and there are things that I need to know and even remember. Uh, but so any help there is definitely needed and appreciated. You're not the first person. One other
Oh,
person.
definitely. Whatever I can do to help out, I will do.
All right, and that'll help others too, because obviously I'll make myself the guinea pig as well. Certain people, listeners to the show, can appreciate that, but it is what it is, and I appreciate your help there, and you're definitely on the path and on the plan, on the timeline to usher in the Martian revelation. That I'm convinced with, though I got to admit, kind of taken back about the knowledge or lack of Cydonia. But again, everyone is sent to other worlds. But if you can, who knows? Maybe there's some memories yet to phase in this timeline of yours for that memory to fall in the fingerprint of your biological to
Oh, that's I know. It's just something I haven't unlocked yet about Cydonia, but I'm about to unlock that.
yeah, please do so. I'm not the only one. There's other places too, but we'll talk then. Let's tackle that one first. All right, my friend, you have a good night, sir, and hopefully the show did you some justice tonight. And thank you very much for being on, and welcome to the Bazaar.
Thank you for having me. Have a good night.
You too, Mr. Zunda. Good night. Oh, everyone, to be honest, I wanted to keep going. But, it's 3 hours. I know we could go on more, but that leaves open for the next time. There was a lot to chew on this night. I definitely would like to have a round table, though. Maybe with Mr. Bashago himself. Dare I say, Mr. McIntosh. What a night. Or even Sword. That would be the shit, wouldn't it? But,
well, set it up.
Yeah, awesome. So I guess people, hopefully until next week, God allowing, or that eye down through time upon me, I just got to say one thing. This is our nation, and this is our future, no matter what timeline we're all living in now and experiencing. We must make our fate. And I declare, off with their heads.
There's some people needs a slapping on the cheek. You got some nerve telling me how to shine. I put my foot up your ass 'cause you're way out of line. We
establishes high-level goals, principles, and a supporting roadmap that demonstrate the United States commitment to using space nuclear power and propulsion, or SNPP, systems safely, effectively, and responsibly. NASA strongly supports the White House's continued leadership on the agency's Artemis program, which includes landing the first woman and next man on the moon in 2024. At the moon, we will prepare for new science and human missions deeper into the solar system, said NASA Administrator Jim Bridenstine. Again, I'm not such a big fan of Artemis, only a couple few people. And what needs to be being sent there is Elon Musk, big effing rockets that could carry 100 tons, really 150 tons, and as well as 100 astronaut crew. In support of the SPD-6, NASA's near-term priority is to mature and then demonstrate a fission surface power system on the moon. NASA, the Department of Energy and Industry, will design, fabricate, and test a 10-kilowatt class fission surface power system. NASA plans to demonstrate the system on the moon in the late 2020s, providing power for sustainable lunar surface operations and testing its potential for use on Mars. The space agency is also advancing nuclear thermal and nuclear electric propulsion capabilities. Nuclear propulsion can enable robust human exploration beyond the moon. For crewed missions to the Red Planet, a traditional chemical propulsion system would require a prohibitively high propellant mass. In addition to reducing risk and maturing reactor designs, NASA is part of an effort with the Department of Energy and Department of Defense to develop technologies and nuclear fuel production capabilities for propulsion systems. SPD-6 establishes the following principles. The United States will pursue goals for SNPP development and utilization that are both enabling and ambitious. Develop capabilities that enable production of fuel suitable to a range of planetary surface and in-space SNPP applications. Demonstrate a fission power system on the moon. Establish technical foundations and capabilities that will enable options for in-space nuclear propulsion, and to develop advanced radioisotope power systems to enable survivable surface systems and extend robotic exploration of the solar system. The United States will adhere to principles of safety, security, and sustainability in its development and utilization of SNPP systems. The United States will pursue a coordinated roadmap for federally supported SNPP activities and a framework to encourage commercial activities to achieve goals and uphold the principles established in the directive. Again, that's all good and nice, and these various technologies are needed and need to be applied immediately, because this is not a joke and it is not a game. The race is on, and we are at war. Albeit a Cold War that seems to be growing much hotter, and the race for space to control it, in order to control the Earth, is well underway. And in the meantime, we're in competition for that high ground to secure by the commie Chinese. And from December 21st, as there's an article that states the mission accomplished, now on to the next. The Chang'e 5 lunar mission has been declared a complete success after the re-entry capsule carrying rocket soil samples from the moon landed safely in the designated area early on Thursday. Congratulations to all those who have participated in and contributed to this groundbreaking accomplishment. Again, pointing a finger at us and spitting at us. This is no doubt a solid step forward for the indigenous space industry and potentially of great significance internationally. Yeah, no shit. There's the finger pointing at us. And need I mention what finger that is? But during the mission, Chang'e 5 accomplished a series of firsts for the country's space program. First, collecting of samples from the moon, takeoff from surface of the moon, docking in lunar orbit, and returning with samples. And the spacecraft's return marked the first time scientists have obtained fresh samples of lunar rocks since 1976. It has put the perfect finishing touch to the Chinese lunar exploration trilogy of orbiting, landing, and returning. This race is heating up, and these technological abilities that are being proven should cause awe and also fear in the we the people. Meanwhile, as the most complicated systems engineering ever attempted by the domestic space industry, it has reportedly achieved a series of key technological innovations and breakthroughs that will greatly facilitate future lunar and interstellar missions. It was therefore a mission of milestone significance, one that represented a great step forward for China's space industry, as President Xi Jinping, our commie enemy, said in a statement read out at the Beijing Aerospace Control Center. Industry insiders say it is comparable to that of the country's 1970 success in sending its first ever man-made satellite into space, which announced the dawn of the space age in China. The Chang'e 5 mission means China has laid a solid foundation for the country's future plans for a permanent space station, manned missions to the moon, and even Mars. Multiple interstellar missions have already been planned for the next decade. More interestingly, industry sources have disclosed that the planned Chinese Lunar Research Station, which is a major goal of future Chinese lunar exploration, will be built in an open and cooperative manner. Bullshit. The proposal has reportedly received positive responses from a number of countries and international organizations. Of course, that's who they all lie to. And many of them still keep flocking to them, thinking that they're going to be open and honest and fair with them. But this shows the Chinese space industry's development is turning from independent indigenous endeavors to all-around opening up and cooperation. Bullshit. No, it don't. They're trying to show all these nations that they're to now lead in space and that they're the ones to be behind and follow. But speaking of lessons to be learned, while once again showing that decentralized mobilization mechanisms can harness the necessary resources, at the end of the day, it's about perseverance, paying dividends. Right. Everything would have been just castles in the air had it not been down to earth, no nonsense, step-by-step approach generations of space industry workers have demonstrated for decades. Yeah, but it took decades to keep stealing our tech and shit and secrets and also buying them out from commie American traders. But it didn't matter to them that this had been done more than 4 decades back by others. They knew the country had to blaze its own trail in order to catch up. Yes, after they stole all our shit and to gain the advantage to put us out of the race so that they can win it and then dominate over the earth. And I'll add to destroy this nation and others. But more than anything else, it is that perseverance that has won the space industry the solid standing it can now take pride in. Bullshit! We cannot support and take pride of their accomplished endeavors. Which brings me to this from December 21st. China plans to launch 4 manned spacecraft in the next 2 years. Yes, 4. Let's get into this. China plans to launch 4 manned spacecraft as part of its space station construction program in the next 2 years, said an official with the China National Space Administration Thursday. China's manned space program will be very busy in 2021 and 2022, said Wu Yanhua, vice administrator of the CNSA, at a press conference on China's Chang'e 5 lunar mission. Wu said that a total of 11 missions to build China's space station are planned for the next 2 years, including the construction of the core module that is scheduled to be launched in the first half of next year, 2 lab capsules, as well as 4 manned craft and 4 cargo craft. A large number of in-orbit scientific experiments will then be carried out on China's space station, he added. In October, the China Manned Space Agency announced that the country's manned space program had entered the mission preparation stage with the selection of a new group of 18 reserve astronauts. So see how they're ramping up, everyone. Which brings us to this one from December 18th. China ponders moon base within 5 years. According to a report, China's National Space Agency said that it would invite other agencies and foreign partners to work jointly on the project if possible, with the next lunar mission likely to take place in the next 5 years. Again, I don't believe them. I don't put trust in them. They're an existential threat to every nation on this earth. But the China National Space Administration announced that it will analyze whether it could build a permanent base on the moon, media reports revealed on Thursday. China's space agency will explore the potential lunar base in a future Chang'e 8 mission, a Global Times report found, adding the new expedition would also test emerging 3D printing capabilities to construct the base. Beijing hopes to place Chinese astronauts on the moon by 2030 to build a permanent research base near the satellite South Pole, the South China Morning Post reported on Thursday, adding that it was set to launch a space station next year. The news comes after China announced it would invite international scientists to join lunar research projects to boost scientific results. Wu Yanhua, vice administrator of the CNSA, said at a press conference in Beijing. The recent Chang'e 5 mission was carried out with partners from the European Space Agency, Namibia, Pakistan, and Argentina, among others. Wu said that in a statement as quoted by China Daily. The unmanned Chang'e 5 successfully returned from his trip after gathering dust samples for study after its launch on November 23rd and its 23-day journey. Chinese President Xi Jinping congratulated the team on Thursday, stating that the complicated space program marked a great step forward in China's space industry. He means China's space supremacy, and would contribute to deepening the understanding of the origin of the moon and the evolution history of the solar system. Your remarkable feats will always be remembered by our country and people, the Chinese president added. The news comes just days after Beijing announced that it would open its Aperture Spherical Telescope, or FAST, to foreign astronomers to attract global talent. See, they're trying to get all the global brains and minds to center and circle around them, while destroying our network of connections. But the 500-meter device is the world's largest radio telescope, placing China ahead of the United States following a disaster which destroyed the Arecibo Observatory in Puerto Rico in mid-December, which was allowed to become destroyed and not kept up and to be taken down from our prestige to switch it over to theirs. Again, part of the Great Reset. Remember, we're not even supposed to have a space program, let alone a space force. They're going on their global reset plans of the New World Order. And we ain't playing that commie shit. We're at war. So the picture is becoming clear about what's going on in the world in regards to the space race. But we still have the other mind-bending reality to deal with the threats of space and the threats of what's coming from deep space, as well as the potential threats of which are already here regards to UFOs. And the real reasons why the U.S. government is so secretive about UFOs from December 17th. 2 years ago Sunday, the New York Times broke the stunning story of a secret Pentagon program to study unidentified flying objects. That story led me to delve into this strange world. I've learned some interesting stuff about UFOs, unidentified aerial phenomenon, now being called UAPs, as the Pentagon refers to them since then. But there's one problem. The United States government makes it very hard to figure out what and where UFO-related stuff is going on. Is that because the government is behind some great conspiracy to cover up the proof of alien visitation to Earth? Is it because the government is in cahoots with alien species to create human-alien hybrids? Perhaps, but I suspect not, states the author. I think it is going on, whether they're in cahoots or not. Most likely been going on for some time. But what I believe is really going on here is that the few individuals in the U.S. government who know about this issue believe the phenomenon might be a threat, and they don't know how to deal with it. So what informs the government's fear? Well, first off, the nuclear issue. If you ask a Pentagon representative about a specific UFO incident, as I did recently last week, you'll get a boring response like, our aviators train as they fight. Any intrusions that may compromise the security of our operations, tactics, or procedures is of great concern. As the investigation of unidentified aerial phenomena sightings is ongoing, we will not discuss individual sighting reports or observations. By aviators, the Pentagon is referencing the particular frequency with which UFOs tend to interact with U.S. naval aviators operating off aircraft carriers. But what the Pentagon is leaving out is why the UFOs tend to run into those naval aviators, and that cuts to the heart of why the Pentagon is concerned about UFOs. Because the government's assessment, though they won't admit it, is that the UFOs are popping up near the aircraft carriers due to these carriers being nuclear powered. Note also that UFOs also like to pop up near nuclear submarines and Air Force nuclear weapons bases. Now recognize that this paradigm has been occurring since the Manhattan Project operations at Los Alamos, New Mexico, and also at nuclear sites in the Soviet Union and Russia. Oh, and as Robert Hastings documents, these UFOs has sometimes even temporarily shut down U.S. nuclear weapon systems. Interesting, right? Now, recall what I just said, that modern UFO phenomena really gets going at exactly the same time as the Manhattan Project. Has humanity's perfection of nuclear energy piqued someone or something's curiosity in us? This isn't to say that these UFOs are hostile, although it must be noted that the diverging shapes, behaviors, and capability patterns of UFOs suggest more than one originating source. On the contrary, UFOs appear to be quite friendly, except when rather ill-advised Russian air crews attempt to engage them. But pretend you're a senior military or intelligence officer. You see the nuclear connection point and you're struck by something odd going on. Now add to the nuclear issue that some UFOs are intelligently operated machines capable of instantaneously reaching hypersonic speeds. Oh, and that they're also anti-gravity and invisibility capable, and they have been tracked moving in and out of Earth's orbit, the atmosphere, and underwater. Suddenly you have something that is making the U.S. military's most advanced capabilities and those of every other military on Earth look like an absurd joke in comparison. You're left with an unpleasant conclusion. If whatever is controlling these things intends harm, we don't have a chance. Again, put yourself in the military officer's shoes. Something has repeatedly shown it can easily find carrier strike groups, which are designed and operated to be hidden in the far oceans, and to find nuclear ballistic missile submarines running near totally silent deep under the water. Something can penetrate this most securely guarded areas of the most important areas in the U.S. military and render our most critical deterrent platforms inoperable. For Pentagon planners, this is Armageddon level stuff. But the truth is clear. If it wanted to, something strange could defeat America without raising a sweat. The extension is that even if the U.S. government believes, as it does, that these UFOs aren't Chinese or Russian, publicizing the issue itself risks another danger, namely that if the U.S. shares what it knows about UFOs, China or Russia, the Russian government has long been very interested in UFOs, might learn enough to replicate the associated technologies behind UFOs for themselves. And seeing as those technologies are almost certainly built around space-time manipulation, if Beijing or Moscow figures it out before the U.S. does, we have a rather large problem. See, notice that they're admitting there that these technologies are almost certainly built around space-time manipulation. As you all can recall, Dr. Jack Sarfati, who we've had on this show, also alludes to this and states that's in fact what it does use. This isn't to say, though, that the U.S. government is sitting idle. Whatever one thinks about the claims of those such as Bob Lazar, who says he worked on crashed UFOs at Area 51, and I'm not convinced of his story, the author states, but civilian and military government agencies retain active programs to ascertain the source, capabilities, and intent of UFOs. Indeed, at least some material from the crashed UFOs is in U.S. government possession. Just don't count on the military to share most of what it knows anytime soon. Their understanding of the phenomena and professional instincts weigh heavily toward more secrecy. But what of the politicians? President Trump has admitted that he has been briefed on UFOs, and Presidents George W. Bush and Barack Obama likely were too. Interestingly, when asked about it, both former presidents jumped to joking non-denials. But seeing as they have few good answers, they likely believe there's no point in scaring folks and scarring social norms absent a solution. Well, where does this leave us? We'll need to keep pushing the issue, but also with confidence that it will take time, but we'll get to the truth eventually. After all, the UFOs keep popping up, and considering their ability to cloak, there's only one obvious answer as to why they let themselves be seen. At least sometimes they want to be seen. Think about that one, people. We have the greater threats to overcome of what and who is behind these UAPs and from when, down through time. Wink, wink, listeners to this show can appreciate. The obvious threats that we have to overcome first, like President Trump said, is not just to protect us from obvious threats coming from this planet or to protect low Earth orbit, but the threats coming from deep space. of why the Space Force was really also being created for. So that's something to ponder and chew on, ain't it? Because that's the reality, and that's the reality of the future and of the fate that we must make. It's a part of our lives, and it's a part of our future. So with that being said, maybe we should go to a break now and come back and introduce our guest, Doc Skinner. Because Doc Skinner has also done some work and has some knowledge in regards to the UAPs, UFOs, and what's going on and what may be going on. So everyone, I would like you all to please
go to www.thefacesofmars.com.
That's right. And scroll on down the show page. Check out the information for tonight's guest. And click on his YouTube link there for a preview for Countdown to Disclosure, a video which he has helped to put together, I believe. So you can get a small preview of that. And also under that, check out his picture there with no link to anything, but an upcoming film that he's going to produce, which is part of a trilogy series, I believe, titled Fly, The Rise of Jet Parker. And under that, check out my buddy Larry Bowen's recipe for mango fish and chicken salsa. For those who love packing and smoking them on this show, it's great to be prepared. And it's good that Larry provides us with some tasty treats for those who love packing and smoking for this show to tide them over throughout the munchies while they ponder. And you can scroll down under that and see a couple new faces of Mars that I have found and highlighting. Be sure to check out Dr. Mark Carlotta's still latest Before Atlantis article, Revising History Again, Evidence of an Even Older Civilization in India. And under that, click on the link for his book, Before Atlantis, because everything that you're reading at that blog of his is basically continuing on from the research he put forth in Before Atlantis. New evidence suggesting the existence of a previous technological civilization on Earth. Again, that's by Dr. Mark Carlotta. And of course, scroll down more, check out UFO Diaries. And check out those images that I'm on the hunt for us all. And also check out my buddy Rami Bar-Ilan's cool exclusive Mars images. They're always pretty unique. Some very interesting things that are being found there by people. Click on those images for exclusive Mars images. And that'll take you to the Facebook group where you can see his and many others interesting finds of Mars. See, these are things that are not being talked about or shown to you in the mainstream news. But that isn't far-fetched conspiracy theory anymore that they lie to us and don't tell us everything, let alone tell us the truth. So with that being said, I guess listeners to this show, again, could appreciate we have a motto here. Pack 'em and smoke 'em, because you're definitely going to need 'em when we come back on the Martian Revelation.
I'll be back.
Don't run. We are your friends.
Imagine that everything the U.S. government has told you about UFOs since Roswell has been a lie. Imagine that in a decade after Roswell, the government attempted communication with the aliens and succeeded. And after that, in absolute secrecy, things had gone far, far beyond this. Now imagine that tomorrow, the whole secret program is going to fall apart, and every terrible thing is going to come out. All we have left now is a prayer. Morning Star Pass. The collapse of the UFO cover-up. A fictional but unflinching and terrifying look inside the UFO cover-up. The secret government that supports it, and the world of the aliens themselves. And then, how the whole secret kingdom ends. Morning Star Pass. A book that pulls no punches and does not sheath the sword unblooded. Morning Star Pass. Plunging boldly where no other book has ventured. Captures the whole wondrous nightmare that the UFO experience has become. From bizarre experiments performed on helpless abductees, to horrifying mutilations, to beyond, to the world of secret government supported by its own secret police, to the aliens in their secret bases, and finally to the beckoning stars themselves. The book does this by placing the cover-up, humanity, and the Earth in the real cosmos, where humanity and its passions are a part of the universe, not an aberration on it. Then comes the fall of the cover-up. A climax of violence and desperation to leave the human race facing the multi-hued stars with eyes open and seeking its place in them. The sands of time have run out for the cover-up, or against it, leading an army of investigators and warriors, comes Cassandra Chen, beautiful, driven, and doomed. Who can save her and us? Haha, you'll have to read it to find out. Morning Star Pass, The Collapse of the UFO Cover-Up by Victor Norgard. Get yours today. You can find this at www.firstbooks.com.
Gotta get away.
Oh, indeed. Holy Diver. How fitting for tonight's guest. Now that you all packed them and smoked them, welcome back, everyone, to the Martian Revelation. I am Gary Leggiere, your host, the Mars Revealer, known also as the Mad Martian. So let us introduce our guest, Doc Skinner. And Doc Skinner is a creator of visions and the builder of dreams. And Doc has been in the entertainment industry for over 35 years. He has worked for Disney, Universal Studios, Spielberg, SeaWorld, Six Flags over Texas, all before he was 22. From then, he got serious with acting and stunt work in 1992. He was a singer in bands, and he did many independent films. Then he got into managing talent and Dallas booking gigs for his clients. And Doc is also a panelist researcher Phase of Moon, the number one channel on the internet. He's a mad genius, founder of Disclosure Con. He is the owner and founder at White Mountains Film and Media Resource Office. And he's also the Film Resource Coordinator at Arizona Film Office, providing film resources for film companies shared with the public. Doc's also the co-owner at Legion M Studios, the most outside-the-box film studio on the planet. Doc is also a talk show host at 1028 Live. He's the president, film producer, director at 1028 Productions, and he is working on his new action family movie, Fly, The Rise of Jet Parker, scheduled to release in 2022. Yes, those holy divers. So with that being said, it's real cool to have you on, Doc, and thank you very much for joining us the day after Christmas. And how are you doing tonight, sir? And thank you very much for being with us. Can you hear me? Yeah, you. Hey, sir, thank you very much for being with us.
Thank you very much. How are you today? Yeah, can you hear me? Are we good?
I believe I'm hearing you. You sound a little far from the computer. You don't have a headset mic or a mic in front
All right, so how are you today? Oh, I see what's going on. Hold on.
Yeah, you have to hear me.
On YouTube.
Go on.
That's what it was.
The delay.
Are you there?
Yes.
Can I hear him?
I
For
don't
some
know.
reason, I can't hear you.
Did he have me going through the Did you have me going through your speakers or something on the live stream? You have to communicate through me through the Skype connection. On the live stream, you have to communicate through me through the Skype connection.
Okay, hold on. Let me turn that off.
All right.
Go over here to Skype. All I see is a cigarette box, but I can't hear anything.
Cigarette box. Oh, maybe that's Odin. That don't make sense.
See where I'm supposed to go. It just shows your video. Go to my settings, audio, and change it to my snowball microphone. Snowball. Check one. I can't hear you.
I'm still here.
Well, hold on. We might have
I think he's hearing me delayed. What do you listeners think?
See if I can call you. And this isn't working.
Well, once in a while we go through some whoop-de-doos on this show, but not that much though. You know, say whatever you want, people. We haven't been going through that.
I can't hear you unless I got you on the YouTube.
Hold on a sec.
I don't think.
Someone's calling me. Hello?
Hi. So I see a camera on the desk upside down, but I can't hear you through Skype.
I don't have my camera on. I don't know whose camera you're seeing. Mean Green pulled you in. You should be hearing me through that Skype, not through the stream. The stream volume you got to shut off. I could hear myself.
Correct. I closed it, but because I couldn't hear anything through Skype.
Huh.
Turn off incoming video. No.
Tell Daryl to turn off something Mean Green just said. Tell Daryl to turn off your video. Odin, turn off that video. I don't know if that has something to do with it.
It's somebody's video. So, but my microphone is on. I've got a signal in the settings window. But yeah, for some reason I can't hear you through at all. I got my speakers up. Unmute for incoming calls.
Boy, this is awkward.
Yeah, it is. Can we do it through the phone?
No, man. I'm through Skype. I'm not hooked up to be able to connect to the phone. I gotta advance up more, but I need more donations. Speaking of which, please hit that big red, white, and blue American donate button. But it is what it is. I do one show at a time, despite the lack of. But I know I'm going to help make our faith, so I know our future's true and secure. So I apologize for any inconveniences, everybody. Really, this never happens. I think Mean Green just messaged. Let me check.
Yeah, well, maybe.
Darryl, how are you? Can you hear? Shut that video up, bro. I don't know if that has something to do with it, but we can start with that. See, I don't know. I mean, my co-producers out there, I'm just trying to do the thing.
There's a white pack of cigarettes upside down.
Yeah, I see that.
So there's 4 people on this call, I guess. So, hold on now. Hold on. Wait. No, Mars Revealer, you're unmuted.
Right.
Yeah, the network is muted and Mean is muted, but we're good. I don't know why I can't hear you though.
I don't know. Let me see if I can get anyone in the. Sounds like he's got a slight delay after you say things. That's right. How's it sound now, though, out there, listeners? Again, this is awkward. Sounds like he's got a slight delay after you say things. Jacob Waters said. Yeah, exactly. So it'll be hard to communicate, especially if he's not hearing me. He's on the phone with me right now. I could hear him through the Skype, though. I'm seeing his video, the little cool alien in the background and everything. And when he talks, I hear it, but he's not hearing me. He hears my delay. He hears the delay because he's hearing the show stream, I guess, on YouTube.
Yeah, I had it on YouTube, but I shut it off when I heard the first delay. So,
yeah, this is good.
They just don't want me to tell you anything.
Mike, he says he hears both of us. Does it sound straight now? No delay, and you can hear both of us like in the conversation. I'm waiting for him to reply.
If not, I could just restart it, and you can recall me.
That's possible. Mean Green. Let's see how this answer comes. He hears both of us, he says, but is it consistent? No gaps in between him and I talking? Reconnect, he says. Okay. All right, me, if you can, he's going to hang up. Please reconnect. We'll try to get this ship rolling.
Okay.
I think I don't think so. I don't know.
Hello?
Can you hear him now? He should be on with us now, I hope.
I'm guessing.
Can you hear me, Doc?
I can hear you.
On Skype. Are we still on phone, too? Is that why you hear me?
Hear you. Hold on. I'm connecting to my Bluetooth on my speakers just in case. All right, now talk.
Can you hear me straight? Can you hear me straight?
Yeah, but you can't hear yourself now, can you?
I hear myself through my headphones all the time here.
No, I mean, but you're not getting my end.
I don't hear no delay on your end like I did earlier.
But so now if they can hear me on Skype, and I heard it on the YouTube. So as long as I can hear you and I'm talking in the mic, they hear it. They'll hear both of us.
All right. Should we hang up the phone and then try to make sure we'll continue talking on here and make sure it's right?
Yep. No. We got to leave the phone on.
Oh, no shit.
That's how I'm hearing you. I'll use the phone to hear you, and you'll use Skype to hear me.
All right, gotcha. That
makes sense. All right, cool. All right. Okay. What a way to start.
So how was your Christmas?
Dude, it was cool. I got to have dinner with two amazing families, Christmas Eve and then Christmas Day. And, you know, I didn't really have anything under the tree this year, and I'm not complaining because this year I woke up in my new home with 3 new puppies. So, I mean, I am so happy and I'm where I want to be finally. Well, I'm on the road to being where I want to be. I still got a lot of things to do, but yeah, I'm very, very thankful this Christmas and grateful. So it was good. It was good. Yours?
Oh, it wasn't much at all. Everything kind of got ruined. My puppy got torn up really bad. You know, I got my wife a new TV. You know, she deserves that and everything. And I was going to do the surprise little spree the day before. Well, a couple days before then, my puppy got all hurt and torn up. And, well, then I had to have a mobile vet come, and she's still not fully healed. There's still some open wounds. But, hey, her life's more important. I got 13 dogs I got to care for. And
oh, my gosh.
Yeah, they're all our babies, man. And
yeah.
That happens, you know, help screw Christmas. She's alive. Thinks she's never been wounded, but she's got open wounds, so I'm just trying to keep her in and watch her. But other than that, it's been peaceful, you know, except it's not really feeling festive. I'm feeling the war coming against us and what we're in, especially with the space race and where we're all being led to, I believe, like a slaughter. We've been sold out, in my opinion. The commie Chinese are trying to take all the positions of what we had to turn it around and then destroy us. Wake up, everybody. But I'm crazy, they'll say, Doc, you know, but the reality is things are going to get even more crazy, especially as we make our fate on this new timeline. And, but other than that, I'm thankful, though, I'm alive and I got to spend time with family and friends. So other than that, I'm looking forward to the new year. What's coming up, especially if positive things happen. You know, let's not get all doom and gloom. This is about making our fate. And the song, I figure you might get a trip out of that, Doc, a holy diver there, because, you know, you got some holy divers going on there. And before we get into everything, though, do you want to tell us about that? Because I noticed there was really no link, at least not that I see. I could always put it on the archive page, sir, for... what is it again? Sky? Not Sky.
Oh, Fly.
Fly. Yeah, the Rise of Parker.
Yeah.
Oh, and that looks pretty incredible. And I got many ideas how maybe that could also be applicated in the real sense technology for space training, especially for Space Force. But again, I'm crazy. I'm jumping ahead. I don't know nothing of this. All I know is my brain is wheeling and with his gears there. Please fill us in on all this. It looks fascinating.
Well, yeah, it's going to be the first of its kind. There's been movies about every type of sport out there in the world. Even croquet has been portrayed in movies, you know, in the old artsy fartsy movies. You've seen Red Bull videos, competition videos, commercials. Of indoor skydiving, but you've never seen a movie with a storyline and characters that embodies the community, the lifestyle, the mentality of this sport, which is completely just isolated, different from all other sports. And I want to highlight that in there because kids ages 4 and up to like 90, you know, or older, 100, you know, have done it. People that are handicapped or missing limbs can do this. People with other disabilities. So it's a beautiful sport, and I kind of stumbled into it by goof, you might say. But then I like the character in the movie, Jet Parker, who's this young kid coming to a small mountain town, and bumps into these underdog group of kids, and they introduce him to this sport, and you know he progresses through the movie, and then of course there's chapter 2 and 3 that will be shot all over the world, but the first one we just got to get done. That gets the startup capital for the travel, but the cast is an international cast, and I knew when I wrote this, which I did in 2 weeks. I mean, it clawed its way out of me. It's like this story knew it needed to be. I mean, I was giving birth in a sense, you know, subconsciously or however you want to think of it, spiritually. It was, you know, and it's still growing before it hits the big screen and graduates. You know, there's some tweaks. I have to add like 2 or 3 new characters here in the next week or so to fill it up. But the beauty of it is the sport and the mentality and the sportsmanship that these kids have. And it's not just these kids, it's a worldwide phenomenon in the body flight community. And body flight community means skydiving, indoor skydiving, wingsuit flying, bungee jumping, any kind of extreme sports, jetpack flying, wink, wink, nudge, nudge. And, you know, lots of new exciting things that might or might not, cannot confirm or deny, incorporate in one point or another during these 3 chapters a certain Space Force. The wheels are turning.
Yes,
but, you know, because these are high school kids, they have to graduate, right?
Right.
So it would be going on about 3 years from now. So, so there's big plans. The first one, the cost of putting it together is going to be the cost of a low-range car commercial. But
really?
The way it's, yes. So I'm doing a crowdfunding campaign in January. We'll run it for 60 days. Because this is a film that, you know, I will say there was a certain mousy type of place that was interested. I'll just leave it at that. And I got excited for about 3 seconds. And I was like, nah, do I want the Happy Mafia running my stuff? You know, this is my baby. So I've pulled back. Now there might be a chance it still may happen in 2 and 3. I might need the money, but I'm going to have, you know, serious control. I'm going to pull some George Lucas moves in my contracts. That's for sure. Definitely on the merchandise. But this will highlight this sport, which anybody out there, let me ask the audience. I know I can't get a full response, but how many of you ever wanted to fly? I mean, literally fly. Well, this movie is going to show you, if you didn't know already, about this amazing underground sport. It's probably, I used to call it in the beginning, the most popular ignored sport on the planet. Because some people know of its existence, but they really didn't know what it was. They thought it was just like a training thing for skydivers. They didn't realize anybody could do this, even children. And so it's literally gonna get a lot more people in the doors at iFlies all around the country. And,
before you tell us more, though, can you tell us more about the indoor sky? What is it? I mean, I've seen like videos, but the room didn't look very big, but they had enough room to be able to, you know, guide themselves around and, you know, do all those crazy stunts. Eventually, as you get used to it and learn, I see them do. How is that what you're talking about? And the air being rushed up to the bottom of the floor? Now, how are you going to put that into a movie? Are you going to use a lot of CGI to really bring out effects? Or, I mean, or as you advance in later films? I may be jumping ahead, sir.
No. Well, I don't want to ever compare myself to Tom Cruise, but that's how I want to do my films like he does. Like, you know, do it for real. So reeling back to once I finished the script and I realized what I had written, which I later found out 2 months later or a few months later it was last January when I flew to Spain for the 2020 Wind Games, which is the Olympics for the sport. So I wrote the script and I'm sitting there and I've got my wish list on my big wish wall that I have. It's big, the whole wall is marker board. And it actually is magical. When I write stuff, things happen. But I put this list of names, and then I'm looking back, you know, because you read the script a million times. And luckily now there's a program where it'll read it to you, so I can at least walk around when I'm listening to it. But I was like, this is not a movie that I can afford, let alone the actors, but let alone the amount of time in advance in pre-production training them to do this sport, because this is something, now unless you're kids pick this up really fast. It's just because it's something, when they're young, that's their learning time.
So you need that are already experienced, and maybe like in the films to play the part, they could start out like how they really did, and then, and being as advanced as they would be, they would play their parts professionally in these things. I mean, again, I'm just trying to...
Exactly. No doubles, basically. So that's saving like half, half of more what you'd be paying with more people. So
and you would stunt man.
I was for a chapter in my life, yeah, and now I'm paying for it with back injury. But so I'm trying to take the director or producer's chair or anything where I can sit. But no, I have done it. I did it when I came back from Spain. But let me go back to where I was, or I'll start digressing. So I knew that I could not hire actors unless it was for characters that weren't flyers, like competitors in the movie.
Right.
And so I did a lot of research, watched a lot of videos, and I found this one with this Russian three-time world champion, Leonid Volkov from St. Petersburg, Russia. And this guy trains all the other countries' teams, because he does solo, but he trains other teams to do this for competitions. So he designs moves and whatnot. And so they call him like the Jedi of body flight, Jedi master. And he really is. I mean, his control is amazing. And so I looked him up, and lo and behold, I FaceTimed him or something, one of those video calls, Zoomed him, and woke him up at like 3 a.m. But he was as delightful as a Russian can be, and we got along really well. And he said, "Yeah, I'm in." And because of that, he introduced me to, we're talking the ESPN Sports Champions of the Year kind of, they got millions of followers, Red Bull sponsored, all that. I mean, he was hooking me up. And so I started getting all these people, but I'm like, you know what? I got to see him. So I, took a loan out, got a ticket and some cash to go to Spain, and went to the 2020 Win Games. And before I got there, I had kind of told them I was coming and what I was wanting to do. I was going to bring cameras, because I was stream from there, blah, blah, blah. And not until I got there, they thought I was a joke. Then when I showed up, one of them recognized my face and said, "Are you Doc Skinner?" I'm like, well, shit. I'm on the coast of Spain, 3 hours from Barcelona, going, somebody just recognized me. This is crazy. And they were like, come with us. And they introduced me to the sportscaster, the head guy, the Howard Cosell of all body flight and air sports, including planes and, Red Bull, stunt planes and all that stuff. And he covers it all. He is the man. And I didn't know who he was. I was like, hey,
long time, Howard Cosell.
yeah, Howard Cosell. So anyway, I got hooked up with a lot of people, and they kept saying, "Thank you. It's about time." They've done skydiving stuff, but nothing about our sport, and it's been around for over 30 years. It's our time. Thank you. And I felt like, oh my God, I really got to make a great movie. So when I do the crowdfunding in January, it'll go run for 60 days, and I'm hitting all of them up. I'm hitting anybody in anything that involves gravity. I'm sending it out there, and I'm saying, I only need $500,000. There, if you think of all the paratroopers, skydivers in the military, ex-military, retired, anybody that's ever jumped out of a plane that's alive still, right?
And what about other indoor skydiving places? Maybe help chip in or have donation funds for to help the effort.
Right, exactly.
That would benefit them. It would bring more people and interest in this.
Not only that, but I will be open to any of them that want to around the world that wants to host our cast and crew to film, competition scenes, because we're going to be shooting. I got a whole list of countries, but it's from all over. It's going to be insane. And each movie escalates in adrenaline. I don't want to say it's crazy as Fast and the Furious, but I'm just saying it's going to have an escalation like Fast and Furious series did. And like I said,
competition.
Yeah, and maybe or maybe not something in the outer realms of the atmosphere. So, yeah, I mean, there's one in particular. I won't say his name, but he jumped out of a thing in space and skydived. I'm trying to get he's one of the few that I haven't got a hold of yet that I'm trying to.
Was it
Felix
a few years ago, a few years ago, and he did that?
Yeah, Felix Baumgartner is his name. He was a Red Bull skydiver that jumped from the stratosphere, and so I got a part for him if he's interested.
That would be one.
Yeah, and I've got some other people that and there's a company that's invented a new device that they just kind of put out there, but I don't think anybody truly sees the implications of it. So I'm going to try to get a hold of them and say, I want to use this device in my film, and I'll even let you be like, Blank Company's pictures. You can have that on the 1028 Productions. So thing is, 500,000 is a. I'm sorry.
What's the device? What do you mean a device?
It's an electronic wingsuit.
An electronic wing what?
Wingsuit. You know the when they jump out of a plane and they've got like the squirrel things between their arms and their chest.
Glide, right?
Yeah, they're called wingsuits, and so they have one. This one in particular company you would not think would have invented this. It did, and it's electronic. And so you go and you do your falling and your flying and all your tricks. But once you get down, I mean, you eventually have to go down. You can't stay up forever. So once you get to a certain altitude, you hit a button and bam, you go right back up and start all over again.
Wow.
Right.
What?
And then,
it has some type of propulsion?
Yeah. It's an electric wingsuit. So, hell, I'll tell you, it's BMW that made it. That's why I'm like, if I can get in with them, that's one car commercial. The cost of this movie is one car commercial. They can say BMW Films in association with 1020 Productions. I don't care. Give it to me. Let me make my movie. And then, we use BMWs in the film. I just need to make this happen before the kids that I've got graduate high school with all this, being stuck at home crap. So. Right. But yeah, I mean, dude, let me tell you, my cast members that come from Canada, Great Britain. I'm just going down the cast list. I don't want to tell you who they are yet, but Colorado, London, Dubai, Finland, U.S., Belgium, Germany, Hollywood, 2 more in the U.S. twins, Poland, Spain, Germany, St. Petersburg, Russia, and Zimbabwe, Africa, New York. And then I got a couple locals, and then Leonid from Russia, and Lise from Canada. So yeah, I've got it. What's so cool? It's an international cast, which gives me the opportunity when it's done, I can submit it to the Cannes Film Festival. Now, if you've ever seen a video of the Cannes Film Festival, they all come up in like yachts and boats to a red carpet, right? Well, I want them to have like a break in the boats and come flying in as my entrance and hope to God I don't crash.
That would be awesome.
Right.
So basically, this is now, that's going to be like the first of a trilogy?
Correct. Yeah. The first one is The Rise of Jet Parker. The second one is Dancing with Gravity. It's Fly, Dancing with Gravity, and then Fly, and then I don't want to give away the third one. But right. I am your father. Like Star Wars. Yeah, and there's gonna be lots of twists, and it's gonna have everything. But here's the beauty of it: I will guarantee it's gonna sell. One, the community, they're all gonna buy it up and go see it because a lot of them will be in it. I'm gonna give all of them the opportunity to be extras in the film. And if they're competitors, they can compete in the background while some dialogue's going on. Like we say, hey, that's me, And we did a campaign right before, or actually, I did it right when I got back, because I almost didn't make it back from Spain from the Wing Games, because that's when Wuhan had spread and it got hit with Paris with the COVID, and they were shutting everything down. And I almost got stuck in a country. I didn't speak Spanish. I was just like, I didn't have any money. My trip was done. I was ready to go home. But I made it back, put this little video together, and it was all these international amazing sports athletes, saying, I support Fly, my name is da-da-da-da-da, 3-time champion, blah, 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 from wherever, I support Fly the movie. And I put all these together, and all of those people that did that for me are going to get to be in the credits at the end of the movie.
Nice.
And let me just say this. When you guys go see it, watch it till the end. Marvel doesn't have a trademark on, false endings.
Now that sounds pretty incredible. Now, regards to space applications, can these be utilized as a training? I don't know. This might be an off-the-wall question, but again, my gears are turning on how the types of training that could be done in here could even be applicated to Space Force members. You know what I'm saying?
Here's what these apparatuses, devices, whatever you want to call them, they aren't space worthy. They probably could, but I don't know about the temperatures because they haven't tested these devices. There's like a guy in California that has a jetpack school that you can go to. I don't know the name of it. Just look up jetpack school in California. It'll pull it up. No, you don't get to, go flying all over. But they have you cabled, but you learn how to control it and everything. Now, if you aren't aware, about, was it two or three? No. God, this whole year has just been weird. I'd say about the past 3 months, or 3 months ago, excuse me, at LAX, they had a rocket man fly over airport airspace, and they had to stop the airport. And we covered that story on a show that I'm on called Third Base and Moon. Yeah. Very interesting. We did research, and I called the school, and I was like, really? Was it one of your people? Was it a pissed off student? What was it? He detached the cable, go for a spin. It's like, no, we don't know who did it. We don't know who did it. I'm like, all right. So there are people out there that are doing this, and the technology itself, if they can figure out how to encase it and protect it like they do with an actual spacecraft, to where the mechanics of it would. Now in space, you're not going to need as much fuel because you just need little spurts, really. If you unless you're hauling ass, then go for it. But doesn't take much in there. Whereas here, it takes a crap load of fuel, and it's a very short period of time. Like, remember in the 70s, I'm sure you remember they had the rocket guy, the NASA guy with the white helmet, and he'd fly into like the Olympics and stuff. That is awesome. But the fuel consumption and the cost is just so immense. Until they can, break it down to somehow ion energy or something. I don't know. Then you need like special heat plates so you don't burn your thighs like Rocket Man.
Or maybe even some type of exosuit.
An exoskeleton, yes.
That would be awesome. Now, regardless of this Chinese Kung Fu and your plans, because obviously you got to get started on this like now to make things happen right. How have you considered what may yet still be happening that may help prevent you, or are you working around those potential blocks?
Well, the biggest thing is getting most of the cast here. Now, we do have a few in the States and whatnot, but you heard me read off all those countries. So it's getting them out, and they get out. It's not always as bad as we are told it is over there. I mean, they can get around like we can. in some cases. It's not as bad. I mean, some cases it is, certain countries, but they're going around and they're practicing at wind tunnels again. They're getting out and about, but they're following guidelines,
Right.
which we just finished. Well, not me, but I got to be a part of a film, a Christmas movie that was filmed here a couple of weeks ago. Some friends of mine produced it, called #Blessed, and we were able to film the movie, by all strict guidelines in the film industry and whatnot, and by CDC. Everybody wore masks. Everybody came in. When they came in, they got temperature, signed off on a list. And then when the cameras came on, the masks came off for that brief moment, and then the masks go back on.
Right.
So, and we were able to get it done, and there wasn't a big hizzy about it. So, by doing it that way too, I'm just going to have to see. There's a little bit of buffer money in that 500. It'd be great if we made more, because I probably am going to have to fly a lot of these people out a week to maybe 2 weeks early, so that if they have to quarantine.
You said 500,000?
Correct. That's about the cost of a cheap car commercial.
Mm-hmm.
Because the way I wrote the script was so that everything that we had to film was all within a 1 mile radius of my house.
Well, that's smart.
I used local businesses that are friends of mine, the movie theater, the pizza place, the comic book store. I talked to the high school. They were so blown away that I was going to do this, and I wanted to incorporate their school. And of course, the name of the school will be the same. It'll be Blue Ridge, what were they, Hornets? Blue Ridge Hornets, I think. And so we'll have, it'll be that name in the background of the school. And when we're selling movie merch, it'll have the name of the high school, and then maybe the name of the fictional team on the back, but it'll say Blue Ridge High School. And all funds for that will go to Blue Ridge High School to help their kids and get computers and, build up their drama and film department, which they don't have. They actually asked me if I wanted to, come and help. And I'm like, let me get these movies done. I'll have money that I can, just not stress and do it,
Or
so,
maybe and create an indoor skydiving team for the school. Like you said, Olympics and stuff, that would be great for schools to applicate. I don't think that would be too hard of an.
That's actually a part of the big plan. The big plan is, if being that it's a family film that we're making, it's going to, parents are going to just swap it up, because there's so little family friendly films out there, unless it's cartoon. And it's all, shoot 'em up, bang, bang, blow up, crime, aliens, the end of the world, blah, 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 psycho killers. And so whatever it is, they'll grab it, because it's something new, so their kids will shut up for another hour, And so, with that, we're hoping, $12 million is like a drop in the bucket in movie numbers when, the money's coming in, right?
Right.
You're looking at maybe like 50 million, 70 million, 100, 500, a billion, Star Wars, wouldn't that be nice? But for me, as long as I can pull in 12, I'll take 2, put that towards part 2. So it's bigger and badder, and then make more money on that, do the third, and then whatever happens after that. But I want to take 10, and I'm going to build an iFly facility here on the mountain. So when we do film 2 and 3, we do have a facility here instead of where we're actually going to be filming, which is completely another location. So, and it will be a working facility. So when we're not filming, it's open to the public. We can have competitions. Now we're bringing in international kids from all over the world. They're going to hotels, they're renting the cars, they're eating at the restaurants, and they're coming to the facility. So now there's a place for jobs. I can hire locals and teach them to do that. And we can have the high school teams, as you were saying. And then, people are going to want to come to that specific location because it was in the movie, right? So yeah, it's a big plan. And then around that, I would really like to start building 1028 studios and have that just be one of the big first attractions of the first movie, from 1028 Productions. So here's a big picture. But the beauty about this the movie that I think I want people to really take away, other than, oh, wow, ooh, cool, is the concept and the mentality of these athletes in this specific arena of body flight sports, okay? Because you go to other sports and people are angry. They're throwing beer. They're getting in fights at basketball games, baseball games, football games, hockey games. And there's rivalry. And you suck, and you suck. And, oh, you like them? Well, you're just a crappy person. I'm not going to get to know you. And you just missed out on something cool, right? Okay.
Right.
In this arena of sport, body flight, there is none of that. These people, ages 4 and up to wheelchair, old, like 190 to 100 years old, they'll sit there. And you will have teams, you'll have solos in these competitions and teams, first, duels, fours, and they'll be from all over the world representing their country, okay? And they'll be like, all right, we have Russia, here's Germany, here's China, blah, 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 blah. I mean, they were all there. Not every single one of them cheered for every single person that went in that tube, even the ones they were up against. And when they came out, they patted them on the backs and they encouraged each other. They laughed. They were like, oh, dude, that was sick, bro. It was the most beautiful thing I have ever seen in sports, that you, as a child, always would think that's how it would be. But you grow up with this added mentality. We're number one. You suck. And this doesn't. And it's not just, it's not like a wimpy mentality. It's a brotherhood. It's a sisterhood. These kids train, adults too, teams. They train together. They play together. They go on vacations together, holiday. They compete against each other, and they're all friends. Why? Why is this? What makes this sport different from all these other sports? Okay, it's because what?
You can fly.
Well, not only you can fly, but you have to think of it from the standpoint of just straight out skydiving. When you're skydiving, you're usually skydiving with somebody, okay? If something was to happen to you on that fall, chute didn't work, you got knocked out, you were choking by a line, whatever, your life depends on that person falling next to you, as his life depends on you. It's that military mentality. It's like that. That's why there's that brotherhood in the military, because you depend on each other's lives to save each other if you need be. And so that mentality came over to indoor skydiving to be, so they could train in a safe environment. But the mentality was there. And I think people that had never skydived, that came into indoor skydiving because it was safe, got, enveloped in this loving, great sportsmanship-like mentality. And it is the way as the Mandalorian would say, how did he say? It's the way it is, or something. It is the way. It is the way. And it is just. When I saw that, I said, "Shit." Oh wait, can I cuss?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I should have asked first.
Okay. You're real here.
But I finished the script, and it was supposed to be one movie, and they were supposed to and I can tell you this because this is not how it goes now, because it's become a trilogy. But they were supposed to go to the next Olympics in 2024, I think, or 2022, and in France, and they were going to be the first team of the United States to represent for this brand new sport, indoor skydiving, because everybody thought they were going to get it by then. So that's how I wrote the script. Yeah, big heroes at the end. Then I go to the Win Games, and I find out from all these people that no, the Olympics just picked the two new sports, which was skateboarding. I'm like, okay, I can see that. That's cool. I can see that. We got bicycles. That's cool. And then I was like, but why? What else beat us out? And they said breakdancing. And I said, excuse me? I said, I'm sorry, I did not hear you correctly. They said, no, the new Olympic sport for now on, it's added to all the other sports in Olympic history, is breakdancing. And I said, you got to be kidding me. Well, they told me because these facilities have a motorized engine running the fan, it's not human, endurance power that's making the motor go. So that null and voids it forever being an Olympic sport. So they have the wing games. Still, thank goodness. But you were asking how it works. It's usually a rectangular building, the newer ones, and they've got the fans. Imagine two towers on the sides of this very thin box building, and it sucks the air down those two side shafts under the first floor, like a basement area, and then shoot it up but from both sides into one tube. And then it goes through the tube. I mean, of course, you have your steel netting and everything. And then it goes up through a shaft, which goes back up and recycles it. So it helps keep, costs down too. But it's a really cool design. And they do have them where there's like mobile ones and outdoor ones. But they range from, I think it's like 9 feet. It's probably one of the small ones. I could be wrong, but 9 feet. And then there's one in Dubai that's 31 or 32 feet across. So they can bring in like skydive teams of like 10, 15, 20, and they can go in there and practice their, connections where they grab each other's arms and legs, where it's safe, and practice over and over again instead of having to jump.
Yeah, like fly dancing as it was. Because that could be very technical, like dancers or swimmers in the pools. I mean, I've seen divers jumping out of planes. They would make like big, giant snowflake things, and they would all do their twist, let go, and come back all nice and artistically and beautiful, really. Like it's works of art.
Yeah. Well, it really is, and it's a skill. And that's why, back to the casting of my film, I knew I could not hire actors. One, they'd be too expensive, all the insurance tag and all that. These are sports athletes, and all of them are champions who have a huge following. So when marketing time comes, they got a part of the movie. They're going to tell all their fans are going to go see the movie. And hopefully, it'll do well. But if they donate to the Indiegogo campaign when it comes out in January, then there's a lot of cool perks. You got your simple perks, simple thank you online or a video thank you. Go up a couple bucks. You could get one of the few very limited uniforms from the actual team members on the movie, signed with helmet. Or you could, donate. I think there's like 4 of the producer title perk where I think it's like 20,000. But that's somebody that's like a producer, and they see it, and they're like, okay, I could throw this in for this movie. But they get a whole plethora of stuff, posters, everything. But they also get to fly to a secret location and train with Leonid Volkov, 3-time world champion. And they train with him all day to learn how to fly by the best. So, and they also get to go to Spain in 2022's Win Games with cast members who will probably be competing in the competitions anyway, and have lunch, and there was a whole bunch of great perks. And I'm still working on it. I'm getting it all typed in. There's a lot of it, a lot of information for people that want to help and support. Like I said, it's a lot to you and me. I mean, $500K, geez, that's $500,000.
Well, maybe there's stuff that people could do, like this show and many others. And maybe you could like give out clips of or stuff like that with a spiel like a minute or two long that people could play for their shows and or visual enhancements for their audiences for donations, as well as spread the word about it and for them to spread it to keep it going. I think that, are you going to do stuff like that? Because then, my listeners would definitely like to see this progress as well and help out as they can.
Oh, yes. And I am not one. I'm not a fan of money, but it's like a parent. You'll do anything. So I'm asking for money for my baby, so my baby can grow. Because let me just say this real quick about it. The aspect of the whole sports mentality is that if you look at what's going on with the world right now, which we all are in the middle of it, and what it's done to sports, a lot of people are changing the channel. They're finding other things to do, but because they're sick of the BS, they're sick of the contracts, they're sick of the politics, and they're getting on the knees and well, not getting on the knees, all this blah 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 blah.
Right.
If this movie can imprint that, maybe not on people your and I's age, that last generation of common sense, and show the younger generation, hey, here's a better way of having fun and getting and making really good friendships with people and not having that animosity towards other people just because they have a different uniform on,
Yeah.
I mean, Jesus, isn't that what the Dream Team was all about? To bring guys from all these other teams onto one team, Anyway, so hey, you want to talk some crazy shit or what?
Oh, heck yeah. But actually, that would be probably a good spot to head off to a break, and then come back and get another thing. So that definitely sounds wild. So you intend on having this done at least as of now by when again?
The film? Oh,
yeah.
I would like. I would like to. I mean, this is now we're talking no more big major hookups. No, no Armageddon or nuclear war or some crazy shit like that.
Right.
Everything, and I could get my people over here. Then yes, I am hoping for either a December release in 2021,
that ain't bad,
or a summertime release. Actually, I'm thinking a spring break time release. That way, the kids are out, they go see the movie, and then they can have that week to go try it out. And they're going to go back to school and tell all their friends, like, dude, let's build teams. That's the goal, is to light that fire, plant that seed in these young kids who are sitting there going, well, I can't play. Mommy and Daddy won't let me play with Johnny because it's a contact sport. Well, go in the damn tube, man. Fly around. That wind is going 180 or like 100. Depends on your size and your weight, of course. It can go from like 100 miles an hour, almost to 200 miles an hour, possibly more in certain fans. Yeah, if you sneeze or cough, it ain't gonna get 2 inches past your face before it shoots straight up, So, and plus you got a helmet on and a mask and goggles and all that. So they're really, really good about being very safe about all. When you're done, they throw stuff away. It's brand new stuff, and I fly. I've been there 1, 2, 3 times, and they're just really good. It's a great place. If you've never flown, go do it. Now, if you have shoulder injuries, if you got like a bionic shoulder or something like that, go talk to your doctor first, okay, before you make a reservation out there, because your arms have to go up. If you ever seen somebody skydive, it's their legs are out, their arms are out, and if you've got like a shoulder injury, it's gonna hurt your shoulder. It's just gonna wear on it because of the air pressure. So just know that. But if you're missing an arm or a leg, they have ways of going in there with you so you can still fly, and they'll help you. That's what I thought was really cool. I don't have any amputees in my film, in the first one at least, but I do have deaf actors that will be flying in it. So, showing how the handicap.
People would love that. That you brought up something good there, because that, would inspire handicap and make special programs. Maybe they could get grants and stuff to apply to the handicapped.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if they get the grants, but I do know that the facility we're going to be using, and I'll just tell you who it is. It's iFly El Paso, and so they're right there on the border, and it's a brand new facility, and they do stuff like that. Where I think it's a 1 weekend or a day a month or a certain amount of time each month. They shut it down, and they'll have amputee military vets and kids, all that. And they just spend the whole day with them, letting them experience what everybody else gets to experience. And the whole thing with the hearing impaired actors. One of my teachers, who's going to be in the film, she's a real life a hearing impaired instructor and translator. So I said, I want you to do it because you know what you're doing. So she's going to pick me some of her people. She's keeping a surprise. I don't know who it is. And that's okay. I don't mind. They're going to be in there, and she's going to be talking to them through the glass. So there is one advantage that the hearing impaired have over people that can hear, because you can't hear diddly squat in that thing. But if you can do sign language, so I think that's kind of cool. And so it's an amazing thing, an amazing sport. I highly encourage anybody that's ever even dreamed that night, you wake up and you're like, oh, it's flying. It's probably a premonition of you doing this. So check it out. Look for iFly, and there's Aerodiem and some other places. Just look up indoor skydiving facilities on your Google near you, wherever you are in the world. They're all over the world. They're in shopping malls. They're in Vegas. They are. And what do drug dealers say? Just gotta try it once, man. That's all it takes. Just try it once.
Michael Dean in the chat wrote, they'll need turbo fans to get him off the ground. And do they make 48-inch waist suits?
Well, yeah, no, I call the facility, because each one's have different power, because they come out at different times in the past 30 years. So there's been upgrades or better versions that are more powerful. There's a variety of designs. I've been told by flyers, they're like, I'll fly at this kind of facility, but not this kind of facility, because the airflow is too bumpy. There's too much burble, is what they call it. And so, yeah, I learned a lot. And when I jumped into it, it was a complete, it was an accident out of being starstruck, and I said too much. But anyway, I'm sorry. You need a break.
Flying. Yes, but before we go, how much time you got flying in there, in any of them?
Oh, me?
Yeah.
Oh God. I got. I think it was like 15 minutes total. You do them in 2-minute intervals, and then you let the next guy go, and you just kind of revolve. There's like 3 or 4 people. Oh God, yeah. Oh, I was laughing like Wile E. Coyote. All they're the first time you ever do it, and they keep you national tracking thing. So if you go to anywhere else, they know what level you're on, so they know what to teach you and what not to teach you, because you haven't passed the other levels yet. And because I was like, I'm going to film a movie at your place. They're like, oh, give them the good one. So the first one, they put me in there, and they let me go, and I'm floating, doing my thing, bumping in the walls, and then I get it, and then it's my last turn. And the guy takes me and he grabs your arm and your legs. They got these little cotton rod things that they can hold on to. And he starts swinging you around in a circle, faster and faster and faster. Next thing you know, you're going up like a tornado. And he's only supposed to go up like 10 feet. Nah, he took me up all 30 feet. First time, I'm looking down. I'm like, oh, no, God, I hope you like me. Because, that's the secret to skydiving, is you find out if God really likes you.
So there's no fear, like when you jump out of a plane, you have a fear of hitting the ground. What about in these things? You have a fear of hitting the roof?
I mean, I don't know. I mean, sure you could. I've seen guys go up and then they go upside down and they'll walk on the fan grid or the vent grid and then walk the other side and come down. I've got a video where these guys, and I'm implementing into my film, but they did this wind tunnel Olympics. So they had running, they had high jump, they had soccer, they did karate, and then they did swimming, where they're in there with just like these little shorts, bare naked, just swimming, and the skin is all rippling and stuff from the fan. It was hilarious. And then there's some other things that are some surprises up my sleeve. Let me just say this. My idea is to start the movie off like James Bond with the silhouettes. So, anywho, yes. So I'm sure people are like needing to go to the bathroom or something.
Yeah, definitely.
Take a break.
Yeah, with that, yeah, for about 5 or 6 minutes, just please mute your mic or whatever you got going on there, sir, and everyone
I can
else.
do that.
Think about that. Oh, that is awesome. Because think about that, people. Man. If you pack them and smoke them, you can literally fly high. Now that would be something. Another type of acrobatics. Maybe with a lover, that would be ultimate too, wouldn't it? But
Yeah.
so again, pack them and smoke them because you're definitely gonna need them when we come back. That is
All
awesome.
right.
All right, talk to you soon.
Okay.
I'll be back.
Don't run. We are your friends.
If you are a listener of the Martian Revelation, then you are well aware that the entire planet Earth is currently involved in an all-out worldwide space race. Every country across the globe, including England, Germany, India, Russia, and China, are involved in a mad Martian rush to be the first country to plant their flag on Mars. Get an idea of what these brave astronauts will be finding on the planet Mars before President Trump plants the first American boots on the face of Mars. You might want to familiarize yourself with George Haas and get to know his work and read his books. Haas has been studying NASA and European Space Agency imagery of Mars for over 25 years and has co-authored 2 books with geomorphologist William Saunders called the Cydonia Codex and the Martian Codex. I encourage you all to support his research by visiting his website at www.theCydoniaInstitute.com. And remember, as George Haas has always said, through NASA's own pictures, the truth will be revealed.
Welcome back, everyone. I'm Gary Leggiere, your host, the Martian Feeler, known also as Martian. Listening to the Martian Revelation as the party all gets now. And we're with our guest, Doc Skinner. But hey, if anyone would like, who knows, pick up the little phone there, press your buttons, 202-684-6955. 202-684-6955. One more, 202-684-6955. We blew the cobwebs off the timeline. You never know who or what may chime in. But anyway, now, sounds like you're packing and smoking them too. Sounds good. And that's the way it should be, you know. But I'll tell you what, Doc, I know there's many other things about you that you would like to get into or touch paths across. Can you tell us about this video that I put the preview up to on the show page? I believe you just put it up on Facebook, announced it yesterday, I think. Countdown to Disclosure. It's a little 2-minute preview there for you listeners out there. Can you tell us about that? And, you know, what, because you said that you took part in it or helped put it together, or what's the story on that?
Well, yeah. I filmed a little, some parts in it. I'm actually working on another part. I'm helping with the editing. I think it's this one. These guys, I don't know if you know who Blake and Brent Cousins are with Third Phase of Moon, but they have been doing this.
But I heard them on and watched the show, of course.
Yeah, and they've been on for 15 or 17 years, and they have had everybody on. But there's 2 of them, so, you know, they're twins, and so they get a lot done really fast. And they are popping out documentaries and special reports like almost every day, it seems like. Now, we do have these certain ones that take, we were working on one that kind of fell through for like 3 months, just on one story alone. And we work on multiples, you know, we'll drive across country. We've got Apollo Asteria, Dr. J, Rich Giordano from Goof on Radio, a couple others, and a whole bunch of scientists, Dr. Stephen Greer, Dr. Salas, and just the fact that I'm on a show, the #1 UFO channel, and I'm like one of those guys on Ancient Aliens, you know, and I'm right. and I'll tell you, I don't have books, I don't have, you know, documentaries or anything coming out, and these guys, I feel like the redheaded stepchild on the panel, to be honest with you, because they are so freaking smart. And when I'm on there, especially if we're doing like the call-in, we're all on together. I'm just glad they let me go first, because I would just feel, because they're so much smarter than me. But it's an amazing show. And this documentary that's coming out, I think, was it January 22nd? Was that the date?
Open
let me see here. Yeah. Let's see. But yeah, the Cousins brothers, the quality just gets better and better. They've put out movies. They've won awards from like Lucas Film Festivals, from Lucas himself, for Star Wars parodies that they did and all kinds of things. And they were the 2 guys that literally started paparazzi in Hawaii, you know, getting like $60,000 a photo and stuff. I mean, they had a team of guys, and then that kind of stopped, and then they realized they wanted to go into this, and they've been doing this ever since. And it's just been the 2 of them, you know, doing it all. And then an incident happened with a certain, I don't know what I'll say it to, but a certain organization, and one of the head guys got in some trouble. And one of my listeners actually lived in that neighborhood and said, "Oh my gosh, this certain high up guy, is being arrested." So I couldn't find anything. I couldn't find anything to verify it, except for the local police department on their Facebook page. They said, "Yeah, we've arrested this individual." So I'm like, "Oh, okay, this is legit." So I went live with it, and not until 3 days, and then of course, it was in the news later and all that. But I found out by a phone call from Blake and Brent. They called me and said, "Do you realize you broke that story?" And I'm like, "I kind of had a feeling, but I'm usually the guy who gets the shit end of the stick, so I just didn't worry about it." And they're like, "We want you to come on board. We're going to try something new." And they put the panel together, and it's been going strong ever since during the whole lockdown thing. And Paula Asterios, she's been getting some really amazing interviews in California. She even did a trip to Area 51 to the gate. Nice. And did this. It's more like a spoof-imagery, but she likes to have fun. But it's going to have a lot of crazy stuff in there because things are coming out. Nowadays, I'm afraid to say anything like the word disclosure because everybody throws, "Well, it's not going to happen. It's not really happening." I don't want to get in the argument. Other than the news is out there. The press has been out there saying, "Hey, I know something," and people are saying, inside sources are saying that he wants to say something. Others are saying he can't because he's struck a renewal deal from the Eisenhower era to still keep everything secret because the aliens don't think we are ready. As what's his name, Aziz or something. He was the 4-star general for the Israeli space division for 20-something years.
A week or two ago. Exactly.
And now I've been seeing these newscasts from all over the world, wherever they speak English, so I can hear what they're saying. And they're in all the Pakistanis and Indians are like, "Oh, this Israeli guy's come out. He says aliens are real." People are talking about it. Of course, we're gonna, you would think we're gonna talk it down or dismiss it right away, but here's the thing: we're not. We're discussing it. Tucker Carlson is like, I wouldn't say spearheading it, but he's one of the people that are really coming out there talking about it on a national broadcast. Whether you like Fox or not, I don't care. It's the fact that the information is being put out there. Right.
Exactly. It needs to be, and it's high time, pun intended, that I do. And as an independent Mars researcher for all these years, since '98, and in these fields, and also doing this show off and on throughout that time, long story short. And my own experiences, if people would not be feeling so crazy, they'll be more and willing and compelled to come out and speak and not feel so bad because of the reality of what these craft could be and probably are. Manipulating through time and space is a big part of them, it seems. That opens the door, especially for like the experiences I have had personally, as well as I believe other members of my family in the past, as well as many others. And that's what fascinates me, is because there's many questions that come out from that, regardless than of a witness or of a particular experience regards to UFO. There's a lot more that's on a person's mind than just the obvious of how fascinating that would be for someone to even say one. I mean, and the thing is, we're at a point in time based on bookings to where all these years it has been on a scale of being put to us, like a giggle factor applied. And you know what I'm saying, for all those years, especially what we grew up with, where videos were starting to even change from the early 2000s, from the traditional norm of the 80s and 90s, always the giggle factor. You had the dominating, naysayers. Then that started weaning off. And now look where we're at with a whole new name, UAPs, that are UFOs, and based on Brookings, to where, basically mix it in with a whole bunch of bullshit, like in movies and audios, get put the worst case scenarios a lot, or just with bullshit. So if anything, to acclimate us. But now we're at a time, based on Brookings, where we must be told. And that news article I read, and even others that are saying that they're wanting to be seen themselves. And Robert O'Dean, didn't he say, hey, they're just going to come to a time when, they think that we need to know. They're just going to start appearing. And in a way, that's kind of what's going on now, because it seems like a lot of these craft, at some points, do want to be seen. They're doing things to make themselves known. What is your opinion on that, especially regarding any attributes to these craft, which to me, again, Tucker's spearheading it, and it's not getting as much juice as it should.
Oh, yeah, no. Well, it's because of the distractions of all the other things going on in the world with all the distractions.
Right.
And so I think I've seen some weird things in my time. I have seen what I knew right away was not an alien craft. It was a UAV, not UAV. It was a TR-3B, and it flew right over my mountain town. Probably about 10 feet, 15 feet over the tops of the pine trees. It was that low, and it was going very, very slow. Like it was kind of like just floating in water, and it was going with the tide. It was that slow. And later I realized that's because the slower it goes, the more the stabilizers are working. The faster it goes, the more stable it is, the kind of thing. But it was silent. It was 3 pulsing red dots. We were getting out of a car. It was exactly 7 o'clock on a Thursday night. And I looked up, and the first, split second was, oh, towers. And I'm like, wait, I work here. There are no towers there. And then I saw it was moving. And I'm like, I told my friends, there's 2 of them, they were local radio jocks, because we were going there for a radio promotion to this place. And I said, look. And one of them, who was always skeptic, was like, no, it's not. Oh, my God, they're moving. I was like, I told you. And so, I reported it to MUFON and whatnot. But I knew exactly what it was. And looking back at it, no sound, completely silent. And looking back, I'm a little disappointed I didn't have that little boy feeling like in Close Encounters when he's looking out through the patio door and he goes, toys, when he sees all those ships, I was kind of bummed I didn't have that feeling, but more like, oh, I know what it is. And I have nothing that I would report, could have been shooting stars. I try to be realistic about things. Even though I'm maybe set on, okay, that's what I saw, I'm still going to step back and go, but I'm going to play the devil's advocate with myself, because I've had to learn to do that being on Third Phase of Mode. Because I used to get all excited about stuff, but on there, they're no joke. I mean, we have gotten excited about things and found out, oh, damn, it wasn't what we thought it was. But because it's that excitement, we want that verification for ourselves, not just someone telling us, Right. And I think that's why there's so many people out there searching and staying out in the middle of the desert with their binoculars all night, because they're at that point in their life. If they're doing that, they don't care what anybody else thinks unless they're documenting it on camera. They just want it for themselves, because that will be like the buck stops there.
Well, that's the key right there, because a lot of people don't even look up, and that's
right.
Step 1. Look up.
They're looking down at their phones, right, or yep. iPads. So now let me ask you something. Do you know? When did you first find out about the secret space program?
Well,
Not Space Force.
The secret space program. Well, I've heard about it from the early 2000s. Just slips and glimmers and rumors, and people's fascinating talks or conversations. You know how bulletin boards were back then. It's not the same anymore, and stuff like that. But then you started having certain individuals come forth more and more about experiences, and then bringing that out all the more. But the more I looked, and there's contradictions amongst each other. You know,
Right.
they can't, if they're a part of the same thing, they can't all be different, can they? Well, maybe they
Well,
can.
but that's the
what's
compartmental. That's the compartmentalizing of the projects, though. You know, and they would give misinformation to people in certain departments about other departments. You know, so they'd always be off. So now let me ask you something.
All this of these UFOs too, potentially, that it's ours and not
Right.
related and whatnot. And
I
so,
think those are the ones. I think that's what people see, and because it's something they've never seen before, immediately a trigger effect, aliens. Instead of
Right.
why couldn't? I mean, we went to the moon with a fuel rocket. You know, what was it, 1960 something, right? Or 70 or whatever. Long time ago.
70s,
Okay.
right, 69 to
Now-
early 70s.
Now, I'm sure you remember the Philadelphia experiment, and Tesla and Einstein and all of them working on the USS Eldridge in the Philadelphia
Right.
harbor. Okay,
Right.
they made a movie about it.
Originally for cloaking, correct? At
Well,
least there
that was. Well, yes, that was the intent that they told the public. But let's. Can I tell you a story? I can't
Yeah.
confirm or deny. Let's just call it speculation Saturday night, shall we?
All right, no problem.
Okay, because I don't want anybody calling. He's not right. I'm just put this idea out there and wonder about it.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's cool.
So just get that little out of the way in the beginning. So here's Einstein, and they're working with Tesla, working on the Philadelphia experiment. A lot of people didn't know both of them were involved, but Tesla had his Tesla coils and everything. And I'm sure you've heard of. We're not going to go there, but you've heard of jump rooms, and they involve Tesla coils. Boom. That's all I'm going to say about that. So. So with that, this Tesla technology that, of course, was probably one of the many trunks that disappeared. I think it was like 18 trunks out of 97 trunks that he had in the hotel. It was something crazy, but a good majority of them were missing when they did the inventory. And supposedly that was Trump's uncle when he was with the government, and he was one of the guys that went in there, or grandfather or somebody that went in and grabbed it. And then supposedly that technology led to other things like Project Looking Glass, I think, because of the one. Anyway, so with all of this, they had it on the Eldridge. They had these seamen on there, and they all had, supposedly, from the stories I've heard, had a tracking device on them. And they were on board. They turned on this thing, hoping that it would be like radar invisibility. Okay, that's what they were told, the guys on the ship. But there was all these devices and Tesla stuff in the engine rooms and weird things, right? They hadn't seen. Just everything was connected to electronic stuff, and they powered it up, and I guess powered up too much, to where not only did it disappear from radar, it disappeared from sight, and when it came back a few minutes later, it came back. There was, guys were walking around like they were just mad, lost their minds, and other guys' bodies were embedded into the steel structure of the ship. And so they learned a lot from that. But it was a USS Eldridge. It was one of those. I don't know if it's a submarine, but it's one of those battleships that could go underwater if it had to, but it wasn't meant to always be underwater. You know what ship I'm talking about? It was one of the original submarines.
Eldridge. Remember, I didn't know it was a submarine. No, I thought it was a destroyer or something like that. But then again, I don't remember.
Think maybe it was a destroyer, but whatever the ship was, fast forwarding to 1980. All right, 1980, which actually oh wow, this just hit me just now. In the movie, holy crap! I just now put this together. In the movie, the Philadelphia experiment, two brothers who were on board the ship, when they all disappeared, they were literally in a worm tunnel, basically like Doctor Who, and they were seeing all kinds of weird stuff going around the ship, and guys freaking out, on fire, weird, just craziness, anarchy. And so they both jumped off the ship while it was in this wormhole. And in the movie, and this, the lore of it's kind of real guy. I forgot his name right now. I apologize. And he's told this story that he traveled into the future into 1980. So where I am in 1980, I think I'm in like first or second grade. And I would come home every day, and there was a cartoon series. It was a Japanimation cartoon, dubbed in English, called All-Star Blazers. And it was about a Japanese military naval crew working on a battleship that could fly. All right.
The Yamato.
Yes, the Yamato. You know of it. You know of it. There's actually a live action film, which is pretty awesome. So check it out.
I
It's
just
on YouTube.
found that today, Doc. As a
Good,
matter of fact,
good.
be taking up your time. Let me ask you. I wanted to ask you this real quick. If this is the one, or if there were other ones. It's called Space Battleship Yamato 2010. English dub.
That's it. That's it.
Okay. All right.
You will like it. So,
yeah,
here's the puzzle pieces that I'm going to connect. All right.
Okay.
With Tesla's technology on there, it could. What if they did time travel? Because it disappeared and came back. Supposedly went to another harbor and then came back. I'm not sure, but either way. So there's that. What if they learn to turn it down to where they could put these devices on there and literally levitate it? Okay, now think about this. Now, if you have that ability, maybe using, it's the energy that toroidal energy. If you could use a toroidal engine like they have on a TR-3B, which allows it to just levitate. If you had those a long time ago, thanks to Tesla, and you were able to put that system into a submarine, now you have the possibility of a spacecraft because it's airtight.
Doc. That's funny.
Now think about all those long tube ships that have been seen by people in the sky.
Yeah.
Not the Tic Tacs, the long ones.
Cigar-shaped ones. Now, last week's guest I had on, he's known as Sword. And he states that M33, that the secret space program are Masons. He wants to come back on again, by the way, according to Colby Branson. He was the other guest. Now, he claims that that's what they've been doing up there. And when they were using the shuttles, they would use things because on the previous show I had on with him, not this past time, but a couple times before that, I asked him, well, how did they get all these materials up? One, he said, they bring astronauts and some people, I believe, through the happy-go-pukey, he calls it. Basically, air pressurized launch system somewhere in Alaska that'll push them out at who knows how many Machs into orbit. Now, the other one, he says that they could bring stuff up when the shuttles, when it used to go up the space shuttles, at the middle tank used to be storage for a lot of materials, and that they would put submarine class ships in space.
Okay, all right. I got something cool to tell you about that, about the tanks. All right, and you can actually. I wonder if it's still up. It probably is. Let me look real quick. www.
I'd like to hear what it says to you, or if
you're
familiar to that.
No, check this out. So there's a company, wait, hold on. I got to put the word group in there. Space Island Group, and based out of Ontario, California. And it finally, they took it down because they're upgrading it. But back in '98, I was DJing at Disney World, and my aunt was working for Hilton, and we were having lunch one night, and she goes, or dinner at one of the hotels, and she goes, "You never believe what Hilton just did today." And this is 1998, so I'm not like breaking any rules telling you about this, confidentiality or anything. Well, 1998, Hilton signed a contract with a company called Space Island Group out of California to be the first hotel in space, a ring space station made up of previous shuttle mission external tanks left in orbit. The ends would come off. They would release the any leftover fuel inside, and then you have a tank, which you lay on its side is 3 stories high. On its launch pad, it's 16 stories high, okay? So you take these, you put couplings from end to end, and then use old side rocket boosters as spokes, then another tank in the middle as your, control center. Then you spin it with a little bit. You got solar panels on each tank. And you have a wheel space station that holds 300 people comfortably like a cruise ship with 1/3 gravity. So, people aren't going to complain about the weight as much. But it'll make everything exotic, dancing and all that. And so when she told me this, and she said, Sir Arthur C. Clarke is one of the advisors to the company, the guy who wrote 2000 Space Odyssey. So, of course, I'm 20. I'm not even 21 yet, working in the hottest bar in Orlando. And I hear this, and I said, well, are they going to have entertainment in this hotel? She goes, probably like a bar. She goes, yeah. Well, so they are going to need entertainment. She goes, yeah. I said, well, then I want to be the first DJ in space. I want to DJ literally to the world. And she goes, well, I don't know how you keep the records on. I said, great. I said, Aunt Fran, there's CDs. You should try one. So, so for years, actually, it was in 99, Gene Myers, the president of Space Island Group. This was before Virgin, okay? Let me just get that. No, there was no Virgin Galactic. There was no SpaceX. There was no Bob Bigelow. I mean, there was Bob Bigelow, but he wasn't doing anything yet. We were first.
Branson, right?
Right. Or Branson, yeah. And so we were going to build this. And a lot of people scoffed because like, there's really no money in hotels and space. Well, I know now why we didn't succeed in that, because they didn't want tourists seeing what's going on up there. So that all makes sense now. But for years, we were just being dragged on about it. So we decided, or Gene, the engineer that, headed up the Space Island Group, he decided, he found out about Tesla technology that Raytheon and NASA had been working on in the 70s, wireless electricity, taking electricity, converting it into a radio frequency, zapping it from a radar dish or satellite dish to during the experiment, they were in the desert and they had a satellite dish, and up on the mountain they had a bunch, like 4 telephone poles with lights going at each one of them and a sensor next to them. And they took the electricity, converted it into that frequency, zapped it up from the dish to those array of diodes made by Raytheon. And they would light up in corresponding, showing the wave pattern of the beam. And it was a full beam and lit up all the lights almost a mile away. So Gene said, well, we'll put up solar panels, hook up with Raytheon, and we'll have solar panels along these 17-story length, chambers. And there's like 15 or 16 of them in a ring. So that's a crap load of solar panels all aimed at the sun. No atmosphere or diffusion from, the layers above our Earth. And so it's like on steroids, right? Mm-hmm. Take that into one of the tanks, which is like the generator room or whatever, power that up. That powers up everything on board the craft. And then everything left over, we zap down to the Earth, where along like a satellite path around the Earth, there's arrays of it looks like chain link net, 2 miles wide in the desert in some areas. And as we're going around, the energy or the electricity, the frequency sat down, hits those chain link vent-like things, those antennas, and converts it back into electricity, providing it to whoever. So we were like on top of this stuff, and it'll go down in history as we'll probably get no credit for it. I don't know, unless somebody does a documentary on it. But yeah, I was going to be the first DJ in space. I even became friends with George Clinton, godfather of funk, because I went up to him and was like, hey, man, you really want to play from the mothership? And he's like, all right, let's do it. But then 9/11 happened right when we were about to have $30 billion come in to build this. I mean, like Branson, he built his own little spaceport. Well, we were going to do the same thing in Texas. So, and Gene, he was an astronautical engineer or whatever, smart guy, rocket engineer guy. And so when I got a hold of him, I told him, I was like, hi, I'm Doc Skinner with 1028 Productions. And actually, I had another company name back then with my ex-wife and kids. It was called All For One Management. And I just told him my background, and at the end of it, he said, well, look, we're a bunch of rocket scientists and engineers and stuff, but we don't know anything about sports or music or entertainment. Would All For One Management like to run the entertainment division of Space Island Group? And I was just like, what? I'm like, I don't think anybody can top that on their resume, And then it went from that to entertainment and sports management director for the zero gravity sports industry. I was coming up with little ideas of kind of like jetpacks, but also wristbands that had little poofs of air, so that you can. Hey, now imagine one of those big tanks. Okay, let's have some fun. All right, since we talk about space, it's always serious and war and all. Let's have some fun about space. So you got this. You got one tank in this ring station that's 16 stories long, 3 stories high. Well, you hollow that out. That's one freaking big arena, right? Yeah. And then you could have panels. All right, panels that have holes in them. All right, along like you get like Swiss cheese layers in a sense, and you got to get through these holes to get to the other side and get your flag and maybe come back. But you got guys you got to get past. Okay, and then once you get to that hole, around those holes, there'll be 2 or 3 little pocket air jets that will shoot in a precise direction that's almost like an air cone, like a cone shape, and you've got to get through that to get through the hole. So I was thinking of weird stuff like that. I have to look up all the paperwork, but yeah, I was working on all that, working on concerts from space. I was actually during the rave scene, that was like in 2000, was going around trying to recruit the world's best DJs to get on board with this, because by 2001 we were supposed to start getting this puppy going in collaboration with the movie 2001: A Space Odyssey, because Sir Arthur was a part of the team at the time, so before he died. So yeah, that's just funny you mentioned that, and that's that I just want that to be known, because I don't want that little bit of unknown history to be swept under the rug and forgotten, because Space Force came out with their general, head guy of Space Force, first press conference, and he's talking about the steps forward in technology that they would bring to the world. And I shit you not, that son of a bitch brought up freaking wireless electricity. I almost lost my crap. I called up Gene Myers. Did you hear it? That's why they didn't let us get through this. They were saving it for themselves. Yeah. So anyway, God, I will tell you though, I wish I was 20. I would want to be a guardian in the Space Force.
Right, they're called guardians now. And,
right.
More implicating, in my opinion, again, like President Trump and Vice President Mike Pence on selling up the Space Force so fast to create a branch of the military. Their excuses were, especially President Trump, that it's not just to protect us from the obvious threats here on Earth, or from the obvious needs to protect low Earth orbit and how the world runs and our national security, yada, yada, how our world works, but from the threats coming from deep space. Very implicating. Oh. And that's not just talking, asteroids or meteors. It's connected to the UFO bone.
Yeah. Well, we're working with Third Phase of Moon. I'll tell you, I have seen some just crazy, amazing stuff. Granted, I've also seen crazy, amazing stuff that we have discovered. Okay, we wanted it to be real. We really did, but in the truth of the matter, it was Chinese lanterns from a high school homecoming. That just happened to make a really cool shape in the sky.
But you got to investigate it. Hey, no matter how it turns out, you got to investigate it where the data goes. If it turns out to be that fine, it was fun. Just chalk it up as experience and comparative analysis in the future, if any.
It really is, and it's hard. Because I've been in the entertainment industry, so I'm like big and bold. Once you work for Spielberg and Disney, you can't think small. So everything's got to be, ooh, this is it. But literally Blake and Brent have taught me that no, you have to play devil's advocate even with yourself. And it took me a minute to do it because I'm like, oh, I just really want it to be a UFO, but you can't. And unfortunately, a lot of people do that, and then sometimes it can overshadow the ones of us that are trying to say, but let's look at it in a realistic way. But no, I will claim it right now. This is my testimony this Saturday night, going in Sunday, right? So get our gospel on. UFOs are real, or UAVs, whatever you want to call it, millennials. And aliens are real, but our military is known to fabricate it, even dress up as them and do abductions and whatnot. So and now it's not always a UFO.
That's what the ex-Israeli intelligence guy also said, was that the U.S. Was working with them, and not only here or obviously around Earth, but also on a base under the surface of Mars. Listeners to this show here can appreciate, we call them the subsurface illegals. Here we come.
Yeah, well, we're up there, right? You do know that's okay, because there's been reports that we've over time, think about all those missing people that always disappear in the woods, that if you lay those disappearance maps on top of the cave systems, they always seem to be right on top. So either they could be feeding, or they could be taking them as slaves or workers and getting them up there one way, whether it's through these cigar ships, the TR-3Bs that take them to the moon, to the dark side, to the transport international airport that they got up there, or spaceport, and then go from there to there. I just don't understand why people still. It's called cognitive dissonance. I know what it is, but I feel like with everything of us being locked down and let's all be scared and grounded to our rooms, which we all did willingly. Did you ever notice that? Let me ask you. Let me just say this. Have you ever wondered if you would have ever bowed down to 1930s Germany? Well, what are you doing right now? Not you individually, but I'm just saying in general. And
society all over the world for this global reset to destroy this nation and others to make a new world order, who are the ones, if anything, in my opinion, and I'm coming to realize that it's their secret space program out there, and maybe also why they need many more boosts to create a space force. Well, if Trump's draining the swamp, and the swamp's really the New World Order network all over the world, well, subsurface illegals, here we come.
Right. Well,
I mean, that is what it is, but to me, that's a logical step.
Yeah. There's a guest that if you haven't had him on, have you ever had he doesn't like being called a doctor, but just Brooks Agnew?
Yes, I have. Actually, I got to get him on again. Yes.
Okay. Well, so have you heard about his space mining programs? He talks about space mining.
Yes, he has talked a little of that, and as well as his future plans and his trips to the Arctic, and I think the Antarctic is going to be coming up.
Yeah, actually, did I talk to you about that?
He did
before. Oh, he did. Well, so Brooks is he's a brother to me. I love that man. He comes to every Disclosure Con I throw.
Together. Maybe we should get a show of both you together one of these days. That would be cool, but go ahead.
Well, it will be, because check this out. So he calls me one morning. Well, I'm actually I'm on the paperwork with him for his book series that we're going to make into a trilogy, either a made for Netflix series or a film. We don't know yet, but we're working on that. But he called me one morning and he goes, "Hey, good morning." I'm like, "Morning," and he goes, "Can you check out my site for the North Pole Inner Earth Expedition?"
That's
and I'm like,
one.
"Oh yeah, sure." So he sends me the link, and I look at it. I'm like, "Oh yeah, it's great, good job." He goes, cool. So what'd you think about, did you look at it all? I'm like, well, it had a picture on the front. He woke me up early that morning because he's like on East Coast time, So I was just like, I looked, I was like, oh, cool, it's a big boat, And he goes, no, go through the pages. So I go to the website, and there's the about section, about the team, and it's got him as a team expedition leader. It's got World Explorer Brad Olson on there, and then videographer Doc Skinner. I'm like, whoa, what? I call him back, and he's like, oh yeah, you're going with us. I'm like, what? Are you kidding me? And he's like, no, we're gonna be. He goes, we're gonna fly over to St. Petersburg, Russia. Then we're gonna go to Moscow. And we're gonna go here. We're gonna go there, do a little training. Then we're gonna get on this brand new Russian nuclear icebreaker. That's like a city, a floating city, like a big cruise ship, basically. But it's not a cruise ship. It's just the size of one. And it's like 10 stories or 10 floors. I mean, anyway. But it's a 14-day mission, and there's going to be 120 scientists and researchers on board that we're going to be collecting from different universities and people are trying to get their doctorates and stuff. And we're going to bust through the ice straight for the North Pole. If we find the entrance to a hollow Earth, we'll be going in. And I hope to have a crap load of cameras everywhere because there's going to be a lot of teams that are going to be going out on the ice and scary stuff that I'm a wuss, I won't do. I'll stay on the boat. And so I'm going to send them out with their little GoPros or DJIs or whatever, and just say, bring me back the memory card. I'm in here where it's warm. I'll be editing the whole trip. Right. Yeah, and the only reason why I'm going is because I used to work as a DJ on Carnival Cruise Lines and Norwegian Cruise Lines, and one other one for like a week. I was, subbing for a guy. But we were in the hurricane that went from Florida up to Maine and then did a U-turn and hit everything a second time back in the 90s. And every ship was told to port, dock, drop anchor, all that stuff. And we had this crazy Russian captain. He was like, because they're supposed to be all Italian, but he was like half Russian. He's like, I got tenure. We're going in. And we ran out of, this is a cruise ship, mind you. We're talking like 1,200 people. We ran out of Dramamine patches, pills, seasick bags, but I still had to go to work. And I had those 3 drunk guys in the bar, and I played the Macarena 4 or 5 times, watch it fall over. It was fun. But yeah, no, it was like hitting buses, the waves that we were hitting. And when they told me that it was going to be like that on this, I was like, shit, I can do that. So I'm going to go with my little stash of Dramamine patches and pills and go out there and see if we can make history and not vanish forever. Unless it's in a great tropical, beautiful place in the center of the earth, then, no, I won't complain too much.
All right. We just got a question. In regards to the TR-3B. He said, is 700 plus days in space enough time to reach Mars and come back? XR-3B had a crew version as well. Is that different than the TR-3B?
Yeah, the XR, but yeah, if I'm correct, the XR-3B it looks like a mini me shuttle, and the NSA really held the contract on that baby, and it was supposed to be up for 100 and something days or maybe 200 days, and it just kept staying up there doing its stuff. But what has kind of been leaked out or been mentioned is that this XR-3B that looks like a space shuttle, unmanned, stayed up there for, it seems like 400 or 500 days, something crazy, and was said to be spying on other satellites from other countries, or possibly opening its cargo bay, having an arm come out, robotic arm, maybe messing with stuff, or taking things out of orbit, or out of their trajectory. Ooh, that was a good word. Trajectory. That's fun to say. So that's what that is. The TR3B comes in two sizes. There's a mini-me of it as well, which is what I feel I saw with my two friends in the parking lot, because it looked like the size of like a normal, probably the size a little bigger than a TR, or not TR, I mean a T-38, like a training plane. NASA pilots use a T-38 in the Air Force. It's a small, it's like a dart in the air. It just, but I would say 30 feet in length, because it's a triangle, so in every direction. But then there's a larger one that is said to be a transport TR-3B. I mean, they can all go out into space, but the larger one is for, brigades or, Space Force troops, or Guardians.
Right.
And whatnot. There's many crafts out there. I mean, the ISS on live NASA TV has caught, these big motherships with all these lights and looks like floors, just slowly going by. And then there's been another one where it looks like a gigantic ring space station that you just, as the camera goes over, you just see it as it's fading into the shadow around the Earth. Kind of like what Space Island Group was supposed to look like.
Now, Sword stated that besides the submarine type style craft that they got, that they go all over the solar system with, is that they got another ship, a main one that they call the Sworn, and it goes polar orbit around the Earth.
Just like probably like a Guardian ship, kind of like a.
That's how we can attribute to that as we start making these little connections. He may laugh or whatever, but he really, in my opinion, needs to get into more details about all that, and he wants to be on again, so maybe he will. But it's very interesting. It's like has a circular type ring of something, and like would appear. You watched the Stargate SG-1s, right?
Oh yes. Well,
right. The Gaul ships that have that circular structural integrity around it, and they have the pyramid in the center. That's in a way what he's describing. Maybe not exactly, but pretty damn close. He never watched it, so he couldn't, I'm going to have to send him a picture or something. Is this something like what you mean? Type of thing. But he says that, and I asked him, well, how many others are there, or any type style class Sworns as it was? He said, no, there's only one Sworn. I said, oh, okay. But again, he says that all these guys are basically Masons. What do you know about the personnel and of the secret space programmers? Have you heard of them being Masons? Because he's kind of ticked off about Trump and saying that it's all bullshit, that it's them that's out there. And I can, in a way, understand, regardless if it's true or not, of it being just Masons. Of if there are people out there that have been doing this, I think they deserve the credit. It's not something new, but you know how people run with things. Like you said, the military will use for their own advantage, or when they're ready to announce something, or so. But have you heard of anything like that?
It's actual historic fact. The Masons actually played a major part in the lunar landing with Armstrong and all them. I mean, they actually had images of doing a ceremony, a Masonic ceremony on the moon, because they were all Masons. It seemed like that you had to become a Mason to actually get in orbit. I don't know if that's still true, if they've been more lenient to let other people in, but I'm sure it is. I'm sure it is by now. But in the beginning, yes, and everything was done on certain scheduled days that had cosmic meaning with alignments of the stars and the way they were pointed when they did their ceremony on the moon. And I think there's an image where he actually pulled an apron, a Masonic apron out. I
remember that.
That was oh, so you do? Because I was like back when I was in college when I saw that. And so yes, there's I mean it's historical fact that they were very heavily woven into the space program. and are still today, as well as every aerospace company out there. If you look at all of their logos, all the space patches, all the military patches, they all have some either Masonic, cultic, or astrological meaning to them. So, yeah.
That is pretty fascinating. So again, that's just something that obviously this show and I, for many personal reasons, as well as just reasons of asking questions about it, are leading that there's more to be known and to come forth about all that. So hopefully Sword and or even others that could connect to the things he says or refute. There's so many, that's what I mean, amongst all these secret space programmers, and I guess that makes sense what you said about compartmentalization, because there's a lot of, it's hard to know, who and what is truth anymore,
and that's why they compartmentalize, because they can dismiss a small segment of the facts, a small piece of the puzzle. They can dismiss it, but if someone has full knowledge of the whole puzzle picture completed, or a bigger chunk of it, then they're more of a threat to the security of secrecy. And so hence why compartmentalizing information has been a part of military tactics, I don't know, for forever. So, but yeah, that's how they control it. One little guy comes out and says, I've created, certain devices, that they can dismiss them. Or if they said, I protected an alien, but that's all he knows. He doesn't know anything about the ship. Or like Bob Lazar, it's all compartmentalized. And that's all they give you is what they want you to know, so they can control that and control the information, control you.
Right. Ultimately, yeah. And, but that's interesting. So what else have you and or, the third phase of Moon been able to dig up regards any secret space programs and or as the best evidence of the secret space program or of even ETs? But again, it's hard to discern, I guess, to some degree.
Well, I would not feel comfortable answering that. I would not feel comfortable answering that question, because I feel like that would be something more for them to answer, because it's been their show for so long and they've seen, right. They know all the videos they have. I've just been on board for like 9 months now, I think. It feels like 9 months. So I haven't seen everything.
Do you think they would be on anyone else's show to be interviewed, or would that be improper?
Oh, no. They okay. I have a motto that I do on my show at the end of every show, and it's let us all lift each other up so we can all rise together. Instead of people tearing each other, with their egos and stuff, trying to get to the top. Let's all help each other. And they believe in that philosophy as well. And so they're all about supporting. They're not out there to go in to get into debates and everything. They're out there just to find truth. And they're really great guys. But yeah, they'll do it. I mean, well, I better not say that. They're the kind of guys that would do it, is what I would say. But they're really.
And ask, maybe you could be on with them, because you guys as a crew, I think that would be a great show, and hopefully I'm not being imposing. I'm just, coming up with the audience will love.
I will be more than happy to call and ask them myself, and also if people, I don't know, they may not listen to YouTube, they may not want to have an account, and they're just listening directly to your website. And
Global Enlightenment Radio Network stream, as well as the archives.
Oh, wow. Okay, so we're like full blown. I love it. Okay, so check this out. If you don't
network listening, so I don't really push the YouTube. It'll grow eventually. I'm not in a rush. One show at a time.
Yeah, me neither. I'm the same way. Someone was asking me about numbers, and I'm just like, I'd rather have quality of viewers than quantity, because more of a family, it's very interactive. But
or not, the YouTube doesn't show it, but the quantity's there my own website itself, as well as through the network. So that's pretty good. And then there's people that share that, and it's hard to really keep track of. But I know people are listening. I get emails and messages, and I see the stats at least of what I'm able to see stats of. So it's like it's I cannot complain. It will grow, and I'm happy to be doing what I'm doing with the minimal things that I have. Just think about when it's full fledged down through time. I'm gonna help make our fate.
Yeah. No, I mean, I've been doing this 5 years. I still have not received a single dollar from any platform. I mean, the information is what's important. But for those that don't do the YouTube and they made it on the website, but they want to see what Third Phase is all about. A week and a half ago, we just premiered on Amazon Prime our new UFO series. It's got 50 episodes already uploaded. 5 seasons already, like instantly, from their special reports, and it's all been edited down by Amazon, so it's really concise, straight to the point, meat and potatoes, and it's all of the special reports we've done in the past 9 months, and just some amazing videos. It's just like the best of the best, and the fact that Amazon was like, "Yeah, we want you here." That was like a mind blower when they told me. They called me and like, "Hey, guess what? You're on Amazon." I'm like, "I am." Like, yeah, like the first 2 seasons at least. So, we're there. But I mean, I'll tell you, I've got a couple other movies: Operation Rocket Troops, Turnover, Hotel Hell, which don't watch it. It's shit. It's real shit. It's awful. Now I got a series on there, and I'm more proud of this. Well, I'm proud of the others. I really am, because I was a big part of it. But I guess it's because it's the most recent, and it's getting truth out there, not just a storyline. Right. So, but yeah, we're just living in a wild time, and I just felt I needed to speak out. And then I came up with Disclosure Con. And next thing you know, I got Brooks Agnew and Mike Barra from Ancient Aliens and Lisa Haven and Laura Eisenhower, all these people calling me. And these are people that, I listen to.
They want to go. Yeah. As a matter of fact, since we're on the air, if you ever have another one, I'd love to, again, I'm an independent Mars researcher. I have a lot of finds. It would be, I was told I should be some of these presentations. So maybe at some point, if you like to have a Mars aspect and what's being found there, hopefully you could consider me. It's worthwhile. And like you said, about lifting each other up, because not only these issues of UAPs, UFOs, secret space programs, but what Mars really is needs to be focused on, pun intended.
Yeah, it really does.
Because that's where the ultimate mission to colonize is. Elon Musk and others is the Mars, the rush to get to Mars. But you cannot just go to Mars, and people having a bunch of heart attacks, knowing and realizing what's really down there is not rock and sand.
Right, and yeah, it is it's inhabited. It's inhabited. I mean, I've seen the satellite images where it shows what looks like. This was actually a documentary where they showed caveman paintings on the wall, and you see what looked like a herd of something running, but then they had these weird shapes on them, and so it makes them look weird. Well, they took images of herds of animals running through Africa from space, from a satellite, and they realized, like the camels and stuff,
the shadows,
that is the long ones with the shadows. And so they were saying, how is it that cavemen and tribes back then were able to know what a view of a herd of whatever from above would look like, and there would be a long shadow, unless they had been up there. Mm-hmm. So you see you see these on Mars now, and then there's some photos and videos going around that show supposed, and I can't confirm or deny, just what I've seen. I can just repeat what I've seen. It looks like plant life, trees, little forests, and and herds running through the field. Now, someone could have been shooting something in the Sahara Desert, took satellite images of that and kind of tinted it red and said it was Mars. I can say that. But, things that make you go, right?
Well, indeed. And a lot of the things I find and see, I'm not seeing that. I'm not focusing on that. I'm focusing on the artistically sculpted planetary surfaces.
Right. The face and the city and
cities, you name it. Just the surface in general has been carved up like a tattoo artist gone mad. Who knows how many millennia ago, before or after the events, or both.
Well, do you know about the battle that happened with the planet and Mars, where it was between, it was like the lizard people were on this one planet. It was between Mars and us. And the battle went on. The lizards shot this huge, Earth, planet not killer, but blaster, and literally destroyed the area with the pyramids and whatnot, because it looks like something collided and hit, right? And then as the battle was going on, the planet is going around in orbit around the planet, and they got the other side with an electrical weapon, which they've actually redone in a lab, where they took nails with electric lines and a piece of wood, and you turn it on, it creates this like electric burn in the wood, right? And it burns it out. Well, if they had a big electrical pulsing weapon like that, and they shot it, it could. That's what they're saying caused that gigantic Grand Canyon. Yeah, thank you very much. So, I'm sorry, that was the first hit on that side. When it came around, and they got shot again, Mars supposedly shot back, but they did it technical, like with surgical precision. They aimed the weapon at the planet at its weakest point in the template of the planet, the mantle, the thinnest part, and it hit it so hard it popped it like a balloon, blowing debris, and that's part of the destruction of Mars, and blew it in all directions, hitting the moon, stopping its rotation, hitting Earth with debris from the planet. Some say the lizard people were big chunks that collided. They were like in caves that were still like airtight during the blast and then shot, and then they got to Earth, and then they survived somehow, and they lived underground. That's how they were here. But all the rest of the debris is what makes up the asteroid belt.
Of the debris that came off of Mars, or
no, that came up from the
next to Mars.
The planet that was next to Mars, they were battling with, and then exploded. Right. It destroyed Mars. It was their own demise, basically. They shot too close.
Dr. Tom Van, he was on this show years ago, early 2000s. What makes planets blow up? The exploded planet hypothesis, which also worked, believe it or not, with Richard Hoagland's Mars tidal model, as well as Dr. Brandenburg's hypothesis there. The thing, though, that was amazing about Mars, that nukes were used at some point in the past.
Xenon glass, yeah.
Now, in these bombs, he says, I guess through his studies somehow, he's a nuclear physicist, so I guess he would know, was as big as Empire State Buildings. And two such blasts that they pinpointed was Mare Acidalium, which is right there at Acidalia Cydonia, and on the other side of the planet, Utopia Planitia. And, that brings up, other issues. Was it by the same event of war that you're describing, or did this come later? You know what I'm saying? Because who knows how old really a lot of this is to be. I mean, they have their theoretical models, but again, life finds ways, and we weren't really there to witness. But I think we would find a lot of these answers on the subsurface and getting into these structures. And I can't believe I'm going to say in the libraries. Get the libraries. Yeah. Well,
Right.
So.
Well, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, so I was just saying. So that would be interesting too, because this reptilian race is just so kind of funny. Like the face of Cydonia, people love to say, "Oh, it's a human face, a human face." Bullshit. It's not a human
Yeah,
face. I know the
it's
damn
not.
face. It's not collapsed. It's not ruined. It's an icon. It's an iconography of a split face, like ancient Maya art type style
Hmm.
glyphs.
Right.
It's one side is hominid type looking, but when you look at it more in higher res details, it looks more like a hominid, apish, saurian type looking.
Hmm.
And the other half, when you flip and mirror each side, the other half dominantly has the look of a lion, but it has the look of other things too. But the thing is, the dominant feature that stands out is that saurian humanish. So that is what when you bring up the really on that planet, they may have gone Mars as well, and have done that. We need more answers. So more fish people, and who's messing with their mic? Is that you, Doc?
Sorry, my headphones were messed up. You there?
Oh,
Okay.
yeah.
Well, let me ask, do you know anything about remote viewing?
Yes, not a lot, but I've heard a lot of things being talked about,
Okay.
and the people I've talked to are connected. Literally, the door next door to when those remote viewing, I think you're going to get into, of the findings of Mars was done and taken place.
Yeah, well, actually, there's the military, and then there's private people that do it. But there's a public organization in Atlanta called the Farside Institute, and for years they've been doing a bunch of remote viewing, and they get a blind target. They're just given, by their person who doesn't tell them what it is. They just give them these 2 4-digit numbers. That's the coordinates or whatever, right? And so they don't know what they're looking up. And Dr. Courtney Brown, who leads the Farside Institute, did something amazing. He took the phrase in the Bible, in the very beginning of the Bible, the war in heaven, and he had that be the target, right? Now his students, his remote viewers, they didn't know what they were getting themselves into, but they described the battle that I mentioned just a little while ago in great detail. And so when I heard that, that made me go, because they're almost never wrong. They actually they did a project called the Time Cross Project, where every month at the end of each month, like 29th to the 30th, they would do a video session and post it, timestamp it on YouTube, of them remote viewing the top news stories of that next month, a few days from there. And every month for 2 years, they did it. And every time they were nailing stuff. So the fact that they did this as a special presentation, and 4 or 5 of these different remote viewers all have from their own perspective, because that's what remote viewing is. It's not everybody sees the exact same thing at the exact same direction. It's like if they were standing in different parts of the city, watching a city go down, they're going to get different, things to say that they saw. But I believe that until I'm proven wrong. I'm not going to go down kicking about it, but that's just the belief I'm going to follow right now, that we have been up there. There are other life forms up there. There's underground cities. There's possible mining that's going on up there for certain resources. And, shit, I wouldn't pass up if Elon offered me a ticket. If he said, "You want to go?" I'd be like, "Let's do it."
Yeah, me too. I studied that planet intently for many years, and I have many places to where I would like to go, or where I'd like to bring people, and it's pretty amazing. And getting to walk on and inside this stuff, ground truth, they always say, boots on the ground, but I say bullshit. You can't know where you're going to walk and step unless you know where you're going to be putting your feet down to look around. And that's just as valuable as the remote viewing of the cameras, as well as, now it's funny you brought up Farsight because I never got a reply back. I wanted to ask them if I showed them a picture, which I have at least 3 or 4 of, that are not NASA public release official images. If I was to present them to it just to do that thing, I would love to have them on the show and give their thoughts and or opinions and or maybe better yet, coordinates. Because earlier you said they were given coordinates. But what if they were able to focus on actual objects? Could they do the same thing with that and then get coordinates? Obviously, you would see my mindset there and logic and reasoning of wanting them to answer that. But I never got a reply or whatever. I mean, because who the hell am I? But when I did that, that was like just after when they came out with that years ago, a few years back. So
yeah, well, I'll tell you, unless you walk in the door in Atlanta to the Farsight Institute and actually talk with Dr. Courtney Brown, it's I mean, not that he's excuse me, inaccessible. He just has a very tight-knit circle. I am not in it. And that's how I know, because I've tried. I tried to get him to come to Disclosure Con. And like you said, who am I? You know, he's very protective of his work. I mean, he shares with the public all the time, every month. But, you know, he's just very protective of his team, and I understand why. I'm hoping that maybe I will get to a credibility level one day that he might go, okay, I'll go on the show. But that we just haven't crossed that bridge yet. You could get in touch with other remote viewers. I mean, granted, I follow Farsight, so I would love to interview him myself. I almost got one of, well, no, did I? No, I had her on third phase. She was on third phase. We had one of the girls on there, and kind of got into it. Not her, but another guy got into a tiffy where there's, you know, just wanting to prove her wrong any way he could. Just, you know.
Right.
Yeah. And it kind of jaded her because you know, he was promised, you know, funds and stuff if she pulled something off, and she pulled it off, but it wasn't the way they liked it, because they didn't understand. They thought you just you know, you give them the target and they'll tell you exactly what it is. Just say it. It's like, no. It's like a process. It's a standard operating procedure. You do this method, this and this, and you take all the things that you've written out, because you're looking at things at different perspectives. You know, then you might find something else, and so you want to go into that. You can actually go into the mind of somebody. Okay, if you want to know something cool. You like Star Wars? You like Lucas?
Yeah.
Okay, check this out. They did this 2-3 months ago. If you go to farsight.org and you do like their Netflix monthly thing, you can watch all the cool stuff. But they do these specials like on the crucifixion of Jesus Christ, which, let me tell you, might challenge some people's faith. There's you know, JFK, Roswell, Area 51. I mean, they do all these special ones if you get the membership. But they did this one, which I got the membership for just for this one video. They had 4 or 5 remote viewers given a target, and not knowing what it was, they were looking into the mind of George Lucas while he wrote the Star Wars series. And it turned out that that George Lucas might have had, like, in a past life, he was living this in our galaxy, doing the things like Han Solo and all this stuff experience, and he was getting this from like a past life regression, but not realizing, he's just thinking it's his imagination. You know, right. He's remembering stuff. That's why that's why Star Wars is George Lucas, because it was supposedly his real experiences in a past life or a parallel life, and it was leaking to him.
Right, or some form of previous knowledge that somehow he had access to.
Right.
And again, like Brookings, put it out there, mix it with bullshit, and to start acclimating people. another thing with Lucas, with Vader there, the Nazi Masons, the helmet and the triangle there of Darth Vader's mask, that was, when someone helped me see that, I said, oh wow.
Yeah.
It's little things like that,
But
when
he
you're like,
incorporated. He actually incorporated that from the samurai helmets from the warriors, because he got a lot from Japan martial art movies. Was a huge inspiration. The stormtroopers and all the gear, everything. If you look at the stormtrooper helmet, it has kind of like that bob hairdo at the bottom where it bulbs out.
Looks like. You know what else they look like? Think of the time frame. Think of the time frame of the Star Wars, 77, right?
Yeah.
Look at the stormtroopers' mask. They look like the face of Mars.
Interesting. Interesting.
The same angle, the black eye, the mouth at the same angle.
That,
like the face of Mars. And
well, if you see the new Mandalorian series, sorry,
right?
The intro, at the beginning of each show, they'll do like last week, and they'll play it, and then it does like the little intro, which is all of the different masks, Darth Vader, Boba Fett, all of them, and it's a red and blue light, like the lightsabers just going, zoom past each one, and then change to the next one, and they all do. You're right, they do look like the face on Mars in aspects. It's really crazy. I never put that together.
Of the hominid side, the old 1976 black and white image, how the mouth goes down like that, the spaces between the teeth, to look like the teeth. It's pretty wild. And I don't think that's far-fetched at all. Again, I believe he had also some type of knowledge, whether it's from pre-cognizant lives or memories or things, just info he may be privy to. Look, Alderaan blowing up. Oh, I would make a planet blow up. And look, what were they studying at that time? The asteroid belt, worrying about Planet X, and which is also part of that, exploded planet to begin with. Now, which still does not rule out the life that was there or any wars between, in the heavens that could have went on. Obviously, there's differences in what may have made it explode. I mean, I don't know, because Nibiru, that's I don't know. That's frightening also. But we may, this planet, I'm not going to say we, but we may be seeing, because asteroids. I mean, well, you know what's going on. You've heard all the things. Listeners to this show can appreciate. So those subjects will be covered more in the show as well. But it's fascinating at the prospect of it, because we have these ancient, advanced, so high we can't even duplicate it today, structures on and under the surface that's been buried that we cannot duplicate today, that's reminiscent of the things we see like in Star Wars and of things on Mars. And I mean, I just think it's fascinating, and of how civilizations would evolve, or any life, even in Star Wars, on the planets that they visit and leave. They were interplanetary and interstellar, pun intended, travelers. So, I just think that Star Trek and Star Wars was two major prospects of what we are to be told of the ancient knowledge. And also, you brought up something very important when you were describing the battle. You're familiar with the 1958 Jack Kirby comics, right? Of the face on 1958.
Oh yeah, yeah. Stuff's been hidden like that. Even in Disney cartoons. I mean, they hide that stuff all the way back then. It's like I told you about All Star Blazers. That was in the 80s, and it was a cartoon for kids, and they could tell you what they were doing under the auspice of fiction, just like Gene Roddenberry did when he knew about all the. And he said, because he told his buddy who was in the OSA or whatever it was, that Men in Black guy, and they grew up together, and they would go hang out once a year, go drink cognac at the cabin and fish and whatnot, and he would tell him all these outlandish stuff, like aliens and Area 51, Roswell. And Gene's like, we got to tell the world. And his buddy's like, not if you want to wake up tomorrow. So Gene came up with the idea, I'm going to write these stories in the form of science fiction. And look, half of the stuff from that the original TV series we got today is technology, you know?
Yep.
And now we just announced this past week, scientists teleported qubits or qubits or whatever they are, quantum bits, 27 miles to another location faster than light. That news was just announced last week. I reported on it. And so, yeah, things are happening. Now, I actually knew about the whole teleportation thing back in 1990, was it 4 or 5, when I was working, or it was actually before I worked DJing at Disney. I was delivering pizzas, and I delivered it to one of those gigantic science compound places, lots of big buildings on stilts and shit, and you have to go through security. And I was just delivering a pizza, but the guy that took the pizza from, I don't know what brought a little bit of conversation while I was waiting on the guy, the main guy to come, the doc scientist, whoever, to get the pizza from the waiting room.
Right.
And the guy at the counter said, he goes, you know what we do here? I'm like, no. He goes, you ever seen Star Trek? I'm like, yeah. Because you know the teleportator? I'm like, yes, that's what we're working on. I'm like, no way. So that was back then. That was in Orlando. And, you know, through my life, I've had like these Forrest Gump moments where I just brush with like history or big celebrities that are part of history. And I've just heard things, I've seen things. I remember Ed Dames, I spent 22 hours with him in Vegas at an event, and he had no sound guy, and I was like, well, I can do sound. So I ran sound and helped him out, and we ended up drinking that night. He told me some fun stuff. You want to hear one, since we're talking about Star Wars?
Yeah.
I asked it, you know who Ed Dames is, right? He's the guy that like broke remote viewing on Coast to Coast with, you know, the real Art Bell before he got rest his soul. Anyway, and he's the reason why I got in all this. But you know, we were drinking at the bar at the casino, and I was like, so what is your most favorite thing you've ever remote viewed? And he goes, Bigfoot.
Really?
And I'm like, are you serious? He goes, yeah. Now, granted, we've been drinking, and he goes, Bigfoot's real, and Bigfoot is literally not from this planet. He comes from a planet that is an ice planet, like Hoth, and he flies spacecraft that look like the Millennium Falcon, and they come here, and they can shift in dimensions, so they can disappear, right? But
maybe that's where they put him in Star Wars, the big old Wookiee, the Sasquatch.
That's where I'm going with this, because so shoot, where was I going with this? So yeah, the Bigfoot, and he says the main reason why they are here, you're gonna love this. Mm-hmm. They're here on vacation.
Oh, why not?
That's why they don't want to be bothered. And I'm like, you're just yanking my chain. He goes, no, I'm being this. He goes, do you know about the Baltic Sea UFO? And I didn't know at that time. So I looked into it. You know about the Baltic UFO that's in the Baltic Sea on the floor? It's like this. It looks like the Millennium Falcon made of stone.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, there you go. We'll leave that there. Yeah, I thought I was expecting him to like some deep, dark, you know, horrific. I mean, the man, Ed Dames, remote viewed the most horrific, scariest thing you could ever remote view. And you know what that was? And he did it, and he disappeared for months, and it freaked Art Bell out because he couldn't get a hold of him. But he was having to recoup from it. He did something no one else in the world has the balls to do. Ed Dames remote viewed Satan. And it made him lose his fucking mind.
Oh, crap.
Yeah. So I got a lot of respect for a man that can... What?
What did he say about it?
Oh, you could actually. I don't want to rephrase anything from him because I mean I have too much respect for him. You can probably find it on an old Art Bell. Just
Right.
look up Art Bell, Coast to Coast AM, or one of those. Yeah, do Art Bell because they'll think it's George Norris. But Art Bell, Ed Dames, Remote View Satan. Listen to that show. It will just boom, your mind will explode. But I wanted to go one more thing with Star Wars. There's a YouTube page called Hacksmith Industries. Okay. And in just the past 2 months, you're going to love this, brother. They
right.
created the very world's first legitimate 4,000 degree plasma proto lightsaber.
Oh,
And the videos are online. They've got like 28 million views on one. Another one's got 15 million views. It was like 2 months ago. And it's also, and now 3 weeks ago, it said that it's now in the Guinness Book of World Records. So that's what I'm talking about. How does someone know of this technology before it technically exists, right?
Brookings, acclamation.
And it's also, in some cases, sometimes a little more than others, it is purposely done so that, for example, Ed Dames, when he came out of the closet with remote viewing and told the world on Art Bell, before he could legally do that, it was like Black Ops. He reported to the president of the United States, 4 of them, okay?
Right.
That was his boss. He was nicknamed Dr. Doom when he walked into the Oval Office, because he's the guy that told Clinton, remember that guy Clinton? Which,
Yeah.
well, I don't know if I can report on that because I don't know if it's true or not. But someone said that he may not be with us anymore after this, as of last weekend. I'm not sure.
I heard that too.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. It might be a clone. But he went into Clinton's office and said, "Sir, remote viewers, we've been doing all these projects, and we keep looking in the future. We keep seeing the same event. It's just like catastrophic. It looks like nuclear fallout, building destruction, 300 mile an hour cyclone, winds everywhere. But then we realized it wasn't a war. It was our sun going on a rampage with solar flares, just demolishing our side of the planet. And that was the year that, lo and behold, the military ran out of money and we had to start shutting down bases all over the country. Remember that?
Oh,
We
yes.
started due to budget cuts. And then, but even though those bases were closed, there still was activity at these bases. That's because that's when they went into Operation Dig the Shit Out of Underground America and started digging all these tunnel systems underground, with all the big burrowing things. And by the way, for those out there that are wondering what all those horns and sirens that they're hearing in the air, like the trumpets of Revelation, they're not it. You will know when those really do happen. But what you're hearing, and this has just come out recently, it's those burrowing machines, those gigantic tubes with grinders on the end that burrow miles and miles and miles underground. And it's the rock and the boulders just grinding, and it's echoing through the ground. That's why people, when they're out there, and they're like, I don't know which direction it's coming from, because it's coming from the ground and reflecting in the atmosphere, coming back down. So it's like,
Okay.
it's science, but that's what that is. And they're building all these dumps, deep underground military bases, and they've been preparing for that. And people that got out or knew something or got an inside tip, they all started the whole prepper movement, the whole
Right.
end of the world, because they knew something was coming, because our military isn't going to train for all this. Trump isn't going to give his certain military platoon, $3 million to start training for underground warfare with special
That's right.
oxygen gear and special scopes, knowing how to deal with certain gases at certain depths under, miles and miles underground.
Or
Because-
deal with subsurface illegals they might want to go after, especially if
Well,
they're the old order of, the New World Order. I don't know, man.
Have you heard of Vivos? Vivos is the underground for the millionaires. They get the underground bunkers, or they have like hotels where they take the old missile silos and they turn them into like little
yes,
apartments.
yes.
And then, I almost went and worked for them as an internal communications director for, like, when you're underground, you have your little intranet and local phone system and stuff. I was going to be working on that. And it was it wasn't a deep underground military base. It was up, what is it, by St. Louis, or by some, anyway, North, Mid, Central America up there, Four Corners or something. I want to say St. Louis, but it's not. Anyway, it was an old salt mine, and the military had bought it, and they used it as a secret storage facility. And the local townspeople for many years thought it was like an Area 51, because they kept seeing these strange vehicles being brought in and put in there, but never come out. And what they were seeing were the Humvees. Because if you remember when Humvees came out, it was like, it's like the Humvee god just threw them up all over the United States military, and they all had them overnight. They were storing them in facilities like this until the reveal, I guess. And then so the military sold it to a private guy, and who bought half, and then another half was bought by a church. And they decked this place out with apartments, commissaries. They even had a park, with like AstroTurf and picnic benches and paintings. They had a rock wall climbing area. They had a bowling alley. I mean, the works. They even had areas for people that couldn't afford the built-in apartments, where people could bring in their trailers and like buy a slot, And I mean, doomsday, end of the world, fun stuff, right? Yeah. And when I was physically in one of these places myself, that's when it's really cold too. It's not that warm. But I knew, I was like, this is not a conspiracy. This is legit shit. People are doing this. And, I just took it very seriously for a long time. And what's crazy, recently I had a recollection of when I was like in 3rd or 4th grade. I had this, and I wish I had my old art books from back then, but I used to draw like a sideway cutout schematic of underground bunker systems. I mean, in detail, staircases, hallways, bathroom, lobby, computer room. And this is 1983 or 4. And I'm drawing this stuff with graph paper. So it had, everything was nice lines and whatnot. But it was always in a mountain or a volcano like Dr. Evil. But looking back, after recollecting that recently, I sat there and thought, how could a kid my age back then, especially in 1983 or 4, even imagine anything? Because deep underground military bases wasn't even something America even thought we would ever have. Right. Just something of fantasy. But I, looking, sitting here and thinking about myself sitting at the desk during, homeroom or whatever, and I'm just sitting there. I was very, very detailed. So I wonder, could I have been taken to one of these places? Mm-hmm. Who knows? I know I had an encounter when I was 3 years old in California that most of my life I took as an alien abduction or an encounter. And as years have gone by, in the past 10 years, I've had this more strong inclination that since I was an Air Force brat, military brat, a lot of military kids would be used for experiments, as we've come to find throughout history as time has gone on. I've always wondered, could I have been a guinea pig one night? And they made it seem like a UFO. I mean, I didn't see aliens or anything. I saw my grandmother outside my window, and it was nighttime in the bedroom, and outside it was daytime. And my grandmother's like at her car in the street going, come on, it's time to go to the park. And I go down, but I get to the top of the stairs, and I literally float, fall, like I'm almost laying down above the staircase in the air. And my parents had just put in a swimming pool and taught me to swim. So I started dog paddling in the air. And I'm going down the stairs. I know, now we're going into UFO funny stories. But I get down to the...
again, I've experienced you, Doc, and again, some of the guests I've had on, and I really never talk about my experiences. I have my own personal reasons why I also do this too, besides the other ones. But being a Mars researcher, and there's nothing funny about it. And other people,
it was the wrong word. I chose the wrong word, but peculiar is what I meant to say. For some people, something like this would be peculiar. But I got to the bottom of the stairs, and then the door opened, and it was like all I remember is a big bright white flash. I mean, literally just white. I could not see any structures or anything. It was just white. And then like an old antique flash bulb on a camera, it's like a big bright flash, and then it kind of slowly fades away.
Yeah.
That's how the light disappeared. And then it was nighttime on a California street in Sacramento. And I remember it was really silent, and then it was like a slow build of like insect sounds, like from nothing to something.
Right.
And so I go, Grandma. I'm kind of leaning out the door, looking down the street, and I don't see her. So I close the door. I turn around, I get to the staircase. I make it to the second or third step, and my father, he comes around the corner of the top of the stairs with a rifle pointed at me, and my mom like leaning over his shoulder and thinking I was a burglar. And so I got yelled at, and I told them what, I thought I was Grandma out there. So they wrote it off as sleepwalking. Fast forward to that to where I'm 16. My dad and I are on a plane going on a trip or something. And he starts bringing up for the first time anything Leonard Nimoy, anything science fi. I mean, my dad was military. He had top secret clearance, and so he was very, very strict and stern about security and stuff. So this was the first time he's mentioning about the Mayan pyramids. I'm like, okay, it's a step. And we talked for a little bit, and he's like, yeah, it's still, we don't know how they did it. And I said, well, Dad, do you remember that time you almost shot me when I was a kid? And I told him my side of the story for the very first time. And I was expecting on him to scoff at it and kind of blow it off, like my son's he's just a fantasy dreamer. And he didn't. And he was looking at his rum Coke, and he looked at me, and he said, to be honest with you, there's one thing that's bugged me all these years since that night about that incident. And I'm like, what is it? He goes, well, you know how I am about security. He goes, I don't know how the door was open. My dad had 5 or 6 locks, chain, bolt, crank, all that, key, hand knob, everything, right? I was born at Dover Air Force Base because he was there stationed there when he flew Air Force 2. And so he like security all the way. He shot me at taught me all the guns, everything. And he goes, you were 3 years old at around 3'1". There's no way you could have unlocked all those panels and chains and locks and keys and blah, blah, blah. And he goes, it's bothered me. I've never talked about it. And that's when I knew there was some confirmation that it wasn't just a dream.
Right.
So I did not see aliens. I wasn't on an aircraft or a spacecraft like Travis Walton or anything. I mean, that's why I think that I could have just been a lab rat, and because I was a military brat, they could come up, do the little MIB flash thing in my eye, I forget everything kind of thing until years later. Right. And I don't know, everybody I guess feels that there's something special about them, right? So I had that feeling for a long time.
Through the shit I went through, I don't see what was so special about me, and it's all still related on now, being phased back through time again. I'm crazy, sir, here on a mission on this new timeline.
Yeah. No, I just mean what made me special that they picked me out of all the other kids. for whatever it is. But here's the weird thing. Here was some physical evidence that unfortunately was lost over time. But my ex-wife was rubbing my back one night and found a bump. And so she got some tweezers and a needle thinking it was like a, infected zit or something. And it ended up being a little sliver of metal. Now, I could have been walking through an area and someone had a grinder, may have shot me, got me in the back. Who knows? All right. But we took this little, it was literally like a quarter of an inch long. And it was just like a weird stony metal looking thing. And we put it in a little bag, which unfortunately we lost in a move. But the night she took that out of my back, and I kid you not, I have not woken up, and that was in 2002. I have not woken up from a night's sleep and had any recollection of a dream at all. So it's like I go to sleep and I wake up. As before that night, I had the most crazy dreams, surreal, and sometimes a lot of night terrors, especially when I was a child. But she took that out, and it's like all my dreaming stopped at night. Now I dream all day with what I do for a living. I mean, right. I create visions and builder of dreams, all that kind of thing. And, I think if I had a dream tonight and I would probably freak out because it's been so long trying to grasp what was real and what was the dream kind of thing. When your wife wakes up in the middle of the night beating the hell out of you because you cheated on her in the dream. It was so real to her. It's that kind of scenario.
And that was the same time frame for the ultimate ones was 2001, 2002, even 2003. And those were the most intense, with memories being able to be had, but others faded. And I'm not going to get into that now. So I can relate to some of that. And they weren't dreams. That's why I started to keep my own sanity, and to analyze it, how you go through analyzations of all that shit. I call them dream experiences, because ever since I was a kid, I could always pull myself out of it, know that this is a dream, this is all bullshit, or whatever it is, or if I didn't like it, I could pull myself. But these experiences, these dream experiences, there was no way. There was no way, and everything. It was like I was real, just sitting there. I could see my hands like I do now. You know what I'm saying? They're not experiencing, right. And I know I should have been dead through some of the things that I'll just say I went through. I'm not going to say I was put through, except for one time. But even then, that was an ultimate message to me as well. I know one thing, man. They're able to pull out our souls, our essence. I didn't really understand,
soul transmission? Yeah, there's some rich people that are getting into that as the whole soul transmission thing. That's like...
Well, it is. It's real. What part of the thing I had to learn through one of these major dream experiences, I think it was in 2002, as a matter of fact, and I had the question. I had come to that realization. Well, if I'm out, I was obviously slammed back in. No damage. I thought my wife would have flew off the bed into the mirror or something. I mean, I had to come to the realization, and the memories I was able to retain and from previous experiences, like adding up the added information, almost like a communication, to be pondered through time. And I was like, dude, we are out. I'm outside of myself. Someone has the ability or something to pull your soul. You don't know it until you learn it. To learn that you were out of your body, because and therefore, when I always started looking at scriptures differently then, and respecting where it talks about souls and stuff like that, spirit, etc. And it's a very fascinating thing, and I won't rant on it too long, but it's still an area of which needs to be covered on this show. It's all connected in that regard. So I'm just blown away by a lot of the experiences that have happened, and still what I'm searching for. And again, it's been a while now, but I anticipate at some point it will happen again. It happened since a little child. Even my mom, it's a long story, but so expect yours to happen again as well. And they usually have stints of years that pass before it happens again. That much I was able to ascertain from my own life experiences, and it has affected me and my family growing up, myself, even my relationships, and things that I had to that just totally went awry. I lost relationships and had life changes because of this that I could not tell anyone else. You know what I mean? Only now I'm able, I can hint at it's things that you have to come to accept. But a couple of things you said right there to me, expect it more. It could be years, but then you might pinpoint when it does happen again. Count the stint. From what you can remember now, mind you, or allowed to remember of the time passage between, because I guarantee if that's happened to you, then it probably happened when you were a child too. But I'm just ranting. But I just for anyone out there, for anyone that may be able to relate what Doc's saying, or even myself. I mean, there again, listeners to this show can appreciate. There's been other guests to which certain things that was said that got me to rant on a while because my brain churns and my heart races, and it's like, these are part of the main issues of why
it's like finding a new piece of the puzzle. It's exciting.
Yes, it is, and it's perplexing as well. And I don't know.
Hey, how are we? I know we're on the clock. Are we? Do we need to take a break, or what do you want to do? Because it's top of the hour. I don't know, because you said radio, and I know it's strict. So,
well, we got freedom of leverage and artistic license. Cool. But what did my producers say? Because it's up to them. I know this is normally their sleepy times. They're in different time zones. I'm in Mountain. I got one in Central, one on the East Coast. What do they say? Depending, because I could go a little more. I'm sure there's a lot more you could talk about, or it could also be a good place. We made this cake, and they're prepared for more shows. Either or. So what do you guys say? Someone type real quick. Means typing. All right. Yeah, he says it's getting late. I don't want. We do this without them. There is no this. I mean, I could do it, but it'll be harder, and it'll be a bit different. But with their help, and no, we don't get paid for this. There's no special clubs, no special subscriptions. But for some reason, they're having at least enough belief and faith in me that they sacrifice their time and to a purpose, to where, as crazy as I am, they're going to help make our fate. And at that time, it'll be fully realized. But I don't know. So I don't know if I guess we'll come down to the end. But all right. So that being said, what is there anything else you wanted to get out or speak about? Obviously, conferences and shit like that's kind of like put on hiatus now, or is it? Or are you going to do something online conference or something? I don't know.
No. I know people like the online conferences, but it just doesn't set well with me. I like the whole point is bringing people together, getting to meet the actual people, physical contact, get their autographs, ask them questions. And then, of course, at my event, all the VIP pass holders get in an hour early. They get a great little package of gifts and shirts and whatnot, but they also get to go to the after party and hang out with these speakers at a private VIP party at the Lodge Bar and Grill in Pine Top, Arizona. And then on the final night, we do a fireside chat where everybody gets to sit in these beautiful leather couches, and they get to, it's not intimidating. Like when you go to most conferences, you got, Stephen Greer or whoever up on stage, and they're taking questions, and there's like a line of people in the aisle of all the seats, and you got to go up, and a lot of people forget, they freeze up, they're stage fright, and they don't get to say what or ask what they want. So we got a huge fireplace that's like the size of a Volkswagen van, and a bunch of couches, and we all just sit around, and we even sing. Travis Walton pulled out a guitar. Travis Walton, the Fire in the Sky guy. He lives up here, and he came out and played some songs, and we were all. I mean, it was just it. Everybody's guard was down, and it was very intimate, and it was just a beautiful thing, and they all want to do it again. So it's going to be held at oh my God, I just like it's at the casino here in Pine Top. And oh God, please, I hope they never hear this because they won't. Oh, it's late and I can't put words together very well. The Honda, Jesus, the Honda Casino Resort. It's HON dash DAH. It's Apache. It's an Apache casino, and they have just really treated me well with open arms. Because of course I'm bringing events to their casino, but it was a real disappointment we couldn't do it this year because the casino was shut down because of lockdown. But yeah, every October, first weekend. And of course, the boys over in Hawaii at Third Phase Moon are trying to nudge me into bringing a second Disclosure Con to Hawaii. But that isn't going to happen right now because they still have quarantine and all that going on over there. So, all right. So, Mean just said he's going to WinStar tomorrow. That's kind of cool. I guess WinStar is open again.
What's WinStar?
It's a casino, WinStar Casino. Wade Newton. No, it's not Wade Newton. Yeah. So anyway, but yeah, that's that. I can't believe I couldn't remember the name of them. They've been so good to me, and I'm such a dick.
I don't know, man.
But you can check. Actually, you can check it out at Disclosure Con, DIS like disclosure, and then CON, no dash, just all one word, .com, and you can go check out year 1 and 2. And last year we actually got all of the lecturers: Robin Ben from Edge of Wonder, Rex Bear from the Leak Project. We had everybody. Brooks Agnew. God, we had a crap load. But you can see all of the full-length lectures for absolutely free. I don't charge you to go to my site. Go there, see it. And if you like, then come on out to the beautiful White Mountains of Arizona, which is the bottom of the Rocky Mountains in Arizona. So we call it the White Mountains. And come check out our beauty. And this is also where the White Mountains is where Fire in the Sky happened. Travis Walton, the whole abduction thing. Yeah, that all happened here. And he's a neighbor, so he's right up the road.
I've been trying to get him on for a while. I really want to hear his story from him. You know, I mean, I've heard him a little out there, and you know, the movie and what other people say, but it's not the same. I mean, I want to, if he's willing. Yeah. I mean, gosh, who knows? He's probably real busy, or I don't know. You know.
Yeah, well, he does a lot of interviews. He goes to a lot of events. This last Disclosure Con that we didn't get to do was supposed to be surrounding or focused around the 45th anniversary. It was going to be him, his family, his son Luke, who's like my really good friend, and then his wife, the sheriff, and the loggers that were still alive, who I'm going to be having on individually, hopefully starting in January, just kind of get their perspective of the story. And then COVID happened, and it was going to be so perfect. It was the third Disclosure Con, so you had 3D, and then it was year 2020, 3D 2020. I mean, it was so perfect, and then everything went to shit. So, but we'll bring it back as soon as everything's good and everybody's willing to come out again and explore. And yeah, excellent. I know, free. It means exciting. Yeah, go to the website, watch all of them. Laura Eisenhower, all of them. The lectures are amazing. We had MUFON there, Arizona and Phoenix MUFON, and many, many more. But yeah, we do. It's about 2 days or 3 days, depending on the dates and the weekend. But it's a lot of fun. Imagine a Comic-Con, the fun of a Comic-Con, and the educational benefit of a UFO Congress. And so you guys are sitting there and you're listening, but you can come dressed up because we do costume contests, and we've got comic book collectors. This last year, we had 2 tattoo chairs with 2 tattoo artists, and I thought they might get 1 or 2 guys or girls to do it. No, they had people lined up all day long just doing tattoos.
Wow.
And so I made a deal. I said, if you guys come back, I said, anybody that gets my Disclosure Con logo character on their arm, they get VIP pass every year for the rest of their lives. Because that's a lifelong commitment. So, and it's got to be done at the event by one of the artists. So, yeah, we have fun. And when you go to events, you normally get like a brochure. Well, of like a timesheet of everything. When you come to Disclosure Con, the entire event, all the lecturers, the speakers, the sponsors, everything are all cartooned into the Disclosure Con comic book. Nice. And you go in and it has an X and a line for each speaker. So you get to go see, it's all a psychological game I'm playing with everybody. I'm forcing them now. They've got this. They're all collectors. Like I like comic books. They like lectures and the UFO stuff. So here's something with a line and an X under their picture and bio. It makes them go, I got to go get a signature. I got to get everybody's signature. Now the viewers, the listeners, the fans are interacting with the lecturers or the speakers. And it's bringing it down on a more human level, not where they're up on this ivory tower. Right. I know there's some out there that like being up on the ivory tower, but most of us, we're just humans. We've all got our medical issues, or we've all got, our personal family lives and our money issues, but we just happen to be in front of a camera or on a microphone, and we've got some spare time to jibber jabber, and we get some really cool people. That's really it. There's nothing magical like people going up to Jesus to touch his cloak, like his magic is going to rub off on you, which, well, of course, in Jesus, it did work in that case. But you know what I'm saying? Like with stars and rock stars, I'm reaching out. I got to touch your sweat. Elvis, give me your sweat. There's nothing magical in it. Right. We all have to take a shower and put our clothes on like everybody else. It's not Eddie Murphy and Coming to America for everyone that's on camera. Where people are dressing us and stuff. So, all right. Okay. All right. We got people in the chat that are like, we got to go to bed. Sorry, I jibber jabber. Okay.
Maybe in like 2 months, I'll reach out to Dr. Brooks. Maybe you can too. And, we'll set something up for a joint show together. I think that would be cool. Maybe one of these days, in the future, we'll get to meet, my friend. You seem like a real down-to-earth, cool dude.
Well, I'll have you at Disclosure Con, because a big thing about Disclosure Con is I bring podcasters from around the country. So they sometimes can't always stream live, but they can upload at the hotel room later that day, because the podcasters are what I believe are bringing on disclosure. We're the ones, because we don't have Big Brother over our shoulder telling us what to say, what not to say.
Right. Well, and I'm a couple things in one. Plus, I'm an independent Mars researcher with a lot of, things I could show and talk about also regards to Mars and fascinating things to be seen there. As well as, I'll even do live shows if I have the capability. Why not?
Yeah. Well,
I look forward to that. That would be cool.
I will. Come on. Just call me and I will be on.
All right, Doc. So, it's been fun, and I think this was a cool icebreaker show, and I take it you will be on again.
Well, thank you very much.
Take it from there. All right, well, you have a good night, sir, and thank you very much for being on, especially after Christmas, and I'm glad you're feeling well. It sounds like you're feeling better anyway, hopefully.
Yes.
But, all right, so we'll talk soon, sir.
All right, just remember, as long as we all lift each other up, we will all rise together. Good night, everybody.
All right, good night, sir. All right, so there you go. There's Doc Skinner there. Pretty cool guest, man. Knowledgeable, a lot of things that puts him in a position on this new timeline as we make our fate. I'm telling you, all this is reality. All this is real, where we're going, one show at a time. But people think I'm crazy. But again, the end results are what's going to prove. And those who are listening down through time already know the value of it. It's all depending on perspective. But other than that, I don't know, man, where to go. There's so many different things that we were touching base on and covering. One thing's for sure, I think all you listeners should realize is that something is amiss. We're not alone. Something's going on. Our government and potentially other governments are in knowledge of this. Secret space programs, I don't know, Masonic, controlled space programs. I don't know, but definitely like alluding to last week with Sword, and I already got a reach out that he would like to up another show, so we may be in the works of that. No dates were given yet or whatnot. But again, I like to know more of the Sworn and all these other crafts because now, so submarine type class crafts that we're hearing about that kind of, that gives credence to things he was saying, especially last week regarding the Kevin Arnold's witness and testimony of those craft and what they actually turned out to be. And, even looking at them on Google Images, yeah, they looked like the craft that was described by Arnold. So, but again, we know from Sword's perspective what it is not. So, that's pretty amazing. And we need to learn all the more about what that is, as well as many other things he's privy in the knowledge about. What I believe his objective was, at least originally, we won't get into that fight now or in a tale of two captains again or anything like that, but he seems like to be a person that wants to get these truths out. And for all we know, again, nothing's coincidence. Doc Skinner's here to bring people together. Again, everything has its purpose. So I watch each show as if I'm studying or doing a culture on something myself as a principal investigator. And I was told faith really matters. I got to believe. And I'm believing. That's all I know is that we're on a world that turns. Till next week.
Follow me around the room. side. You got caught inside her hand. Fix your eyes on the brake lights. Only then you'll understand.
2019, when President Donald Trump signed the U.S. Space Force Act. Congress made the decision permanent with the 2020 National Defense Authorization Act. The service's main mandates are rather murky. It's focused on protecting U.S. interests in space, including the overseeing and development of satellites and deterring aggression in space. And I'll say mainly by the commie Chinese, as well as Russia and Iran and other potential threats. But President Trump has done little to pin down the group's mandate, often falling back on verbiage about being number one in space. Amid grave threats to our national security, American superiority in space is absolutely vital, he said during the official launch in December 2019. And we're leading, but we're not leading by enough. But very shortly, we'll be leading by a lot. And he's right, as long as continue being able to do so. But the service has already faced a good deal of criticism over its short history. Early on, it was deemed a bureaucratic mess in search of a problem by the media and characterized as a reshuffling of existing personnel more than anything concrete. Yeah, anything dubious and negative to say about this. They don't like the new Space Force because it puts up a threat against their allies, the commie Chinese, are trying to do to us. But the Space Force still has plenty of ties to the U.S. Air Force and has been slow to recruit personnel. Approximately 16,000 military and civilian space staff were assigned upon its creation in 2019, and in June, more than 8,500 active duty Air Force service members volunteered to join the service. But eliminating the Space Force would be no easy task. In fact, Biden would not technically have the power to do so alone, as Space News points out. Surely the Biden administration will have more pressing legislative priorities than this in the context of the Chinese Kung Flu virus, the economy, and domestic priorities. A young senior fellow at the Center for the New American Security, Sarah Miniero, who helped draft legislation of the Space Force and Space Command, told Space News. So our new military branch of Space Force is already under threat. Remember, President Trump also said, while Vice President Mike Pence have also stated on more than one occasion in helping prep up the Space Force, is that it's not to only protect us from the obvious threats here on Earth and then to protect our low Earth orbit, but from the threats coming from deep space. No one's wanting to focus on that and then on what that is. But yet, we're getting Pentagonal confirmations that UFOs, or otherwise known as UAPs, unidentified aerial phenomena, is now deemed as valid and acknowledged by the U.S. government. And no one wants to put the pieces of that picture together. And there are the forces here on Earth that do not want us to know or see about what that big puzzle picture looks like. And who better to speak about that than our guest tonight, Dr. Bruce Cornett. Well, I think that's enough news. So I would like you all to please
go to www.thefacesofmars.com. That's www.thefacesofmars.com.
And please scroll on down the page to see the information about tonight's guest, as well as the link to his website, as well as his video for Cydonia 2 report. And under that, you can click on my buddy Larry Bowen's creamy garlic mushrooms recipe for people packing and smoking them on this show. Another great recipe for these bizarre nights of the Martian revelation. So you can continue to scroll on down the page, check out that new face of Mars I had found called the face of Acidalia. Actually, it's really in Cydonia, but border Acidalia. And under that, check out another cool-looking face of Mars I found. And under that one, check out this cool mound, a pyramidal-type mound with a tetrahedral on top. It's pretty wild-looking. That is not natural. And, of course, under that, check out Dr. Mark Carlotto's latest Before Atlantis article, Revising History Again, Evidence of an Even Older Civilization in India. And be sure to click on the link to check out his book, Before Atlantis. And, of course, there's other things there to do on the page. Don't forget to check out UFO Diaries and those faces of Mars I'm looking for. And also be sure to check out Rami Bar-Ilan's cool exclusive Mars images. Click on that link to go to exclusive Mars images to see his and other people's pretty cool and bizarre finds that are being seen on the surface that implicate so many things. Well, aside from that, I say we should all go to a break now. So, as all you listeners to this show know, we have a motto here: pack 'em and smoke 'em, because you're definitely going to need 'em when we come back on the Martian Revelation.
I'll be back.
Don't run. We are your friends.
Imagine that everything the U.S. government has told you about UFOs since Roswell has been a lie. Imagine that in a decade after Roswell, the government attempted communication with the aliens and succeeded. And after that, in absolute secrecy, things had gone far, far beyond this. Now imagine that tomorrow, the whole secret program is going to fall apart, and every terrible thing is going to come out. All we have left now is a prayer. Morning Star Pass. The collapse of the UFO cover-up. A fictional but unflinching and terrifying look inside the UFO cover-up. The secret government that supports it, and the world of the aliens themselves. And then, how the whole secret kingdom ends. Morning Star Pass. A book that pulls no punches and does not sheath the sword unblooded. Morning Star Pass. Plunging boldly where no other book has ventured. Captures the whole wondrous nightmare that the UFO experience has become. From bizarre experiments performed on helpless abductees, to horrifying mutilations, to beyond, to the world of secret government supported by its own secret police, to the aliens in their secret bases, and finally to the beckoning stars themselves. The book does this by placing the cover-up, humanity, and the Earth in a real cosmos, where humanity and its passions are a part of the universe, not an aberration on it. Then comes the fall of the cover-up. A climax of violence and desperation to leave the human race facing the multi-hued stars with eyes open and seeking its place in them. The sands of time have run out for the cover-up, for against it, leading an army of investigators and warriors, comes Cassandra Chen, beautiful, driven, and doomed. Who can save her and us? Haha, you'll have to read it to find out. Morning Star Pass, The Collapse of the UFO Cover-Up by Victor Norgard. Get yours today. You can find this at www.firstbooks.com.
Phantoms in the night, the mercy game of wrong and right. Come on, I calculate the sound of right. Someone's gonna pay. Bring out acceleration of fear. Bring out some space that no one can hear. Bring out acceleration of fear. Bring out some space that no one can hear.
Indeed. Break out from the acceleration of fear, the UAPs. Now that you all packed them and smoked them, welcome back, everyone. I'm Gary Leggiere, the Mars Revealer, known also as the Mad Martian. And of course, you're listening to the Martian Revelation that's upon you all again now. So let's introduce our guest, Dr. Bruce Cornett. Dr. Bruce Cornett received a bachelor's associate's degree in 1970 in biology from the University of Connecticut, a master's degree in 1972 in paleobotany from the same university, and graduated from Penn State in 1977 with a PhD in geology and palynology, the study of fossil spores and pollen used to age date rocks. That's interesting. But he spent 11 years in the oil industry working for Gulf Research and Development, Exxon USA, Mobil Oil Corporation, and Superior Oil Company, all in Houston, Texas. Between 1981 and 1982, his own independent exploration company, Gemini Oil, Inc., which drilled for and found oil in eastern Virginia. I guess there was oil in Demdar Hills, but between 1988 and 1993, he held a research position at Lamont Doherty Earth Observatory, part of Columbia University, and was the well site geologist for the Institute's Newark Basin Coring Project in New Jersey, for which he described and photographed 28,000 feet of late Triassic to early Triassic cores. That sounds interesting. I wonder what was found, if anything. He is profiled on ResearchGate and has published 48 scientific articles and research papers, 3 books, and numerous abstracts on subjects in paleobotany, palynology, and geology. He taught classroom geology and botany and online geology for Raritan Valley Community College in New Jersey, El Paso Community College in Texas, and Dona Ana Community College in New Mexico between 2002 and 2008. In 1992, he discovered that he lived next to the Pine Bush UFO hotspot in New York State and began the 3 years, 24 square mile magnetic survey, discovering many anomalies underground and documenting over 140 close encounters with unconventional aircraft, or UFOs, or a new term today, UAPs. But he has written 1 book on this research into the Pine Bush phenomena, unconventional aerial phenomena in the Hudson and Wallkill River Valley of New York in 2019. In 2003, he was hired as deputy administrator at the National Institute for Discovery Science, NIDS, in Las Vegas for 4 months before NIDS was shut down. He is now retired and living in El Paso, Texas. And it's an honor to have you on, sir, and thank you very much for joining us.
Welcome. Thank you for having me on, Gary.
Oh, no problem, sir. I got to ask you, though, those cores that you were talking about there in the bio, did you ever pull up anything interesting in them that would suggest better keep digging there?
No, nothing in terms of monetary value. What we were doing was attempting to document all of the thousands of lake cycles in the Newark Basin. And we had to drill that 28,000 feet to encounter all of the strata, the 28,000 feet of strata that were in the basin that covered about 28 million years of geologic time. And what we were able to do, mostly through the work of Dr. Paul Olson and Dennis Kent at Lamont Doherty Earth Observatory, was document multiple cycles, climatic cycles that occurred during that period of time, from 21,000 years to 104,000 years to 240 to 800,000 years, etc. These overlapping Milankovitch cycles are continuing to occur today, and we were able to use those cycles to be able to age date the cores down to the nearest 10,000 years, which is extraordinary. And what it basically showed us is that the Earth had a climatic type cycles just as it does today. And we're able to correlate that with other similar rock sequences around the world of Triassic and Jurassic age.
So you're saying, if I just, all right, I think you're on the phone, so that kind of is the difference in sound. But what I got out of that, did you say that there were the samples that match of what we are today? And how many matches may have there been, or have you noticed the shifts in the cores of the various temperatures or even catastrophic changes that applied?
Well,
Hopefully
during the right now I'm talking through my laptop microphone. If you want me to switch to my cell phone, I can do that.
Oh, do you have a headset though, or is it just the laptop, the microphone on the laptop itself?
Let me try my headset and see if it get this to.
Okay, sir. I don't mean to be bitching. It's just that, you know, I want the experience to be best for you as well as the listeners, so that you're heard clear and understood. But that sounds interesting. So while you're doing that, can you think of that question I asked? So if we're matching some of these core samples throughout its periodic history, I guess that would show in the core. Do you also notice any other different climatic changes, or even disasters that may have took place within layers of these cores? And can you tell the age of them?
Yes. Based on radiometric ages. Hi, you can hear me better now?
Oh, much better, yes.
Excellent. Essentially, the core sequence spanned the Triassic-Jurassic boundary, which records one of the 8 major mass extinctions on Earth, where as much as 80 to 90% of all plants and animals were wiped out in a less than maybe 100,000 years. And you could actually see that in the palynology, which records the kinds of plants that lived at that time, and how that was part of my PhD thesis. And we saw that we went from a very diverse flora at the very end of the Triassic to a monotypic flora dominated by just a few types of conifers and ferns. Excuse me. Most of the plants that survived in different parts of the world eventually recovered and came back, but it took between 10 and 15 million years for that recovery to occur. Also, most of the Triassic types of reptiles became extinct, and the dinosaurs had an opening to become dominant. So you could say that this was the time when the age of dinosaurs began. Now, the climatic cycles, based on precession cycles, as I indicated before, like 21,000 years, 104,000 years, all the way up to 800,000 years, and even 2.3 million years cycles. Similar cycles occur today. They're called Milankovitch cycles. And but today, something radical has changed in the last ice age, because the cycles in the Triassic and Jurassic are nested within each other. In other words, 5 times 21,000 years gives you the next eccentricity cycle of 105,000 years. 4 times that gives you the next eccentricity cycle, and et cetera, et cetera. But today we have the smallest cycle alternating with the next biggest cycle. So the bigger cycle of 100,000, or let's see, 108,000 years is the duration of the ice age, and the 21,000 years is the duration of the interglacial. So we're right now.
I'm sorry, sir, but now while I'm trying to understand this, and for the listeners, especially me, I didn't go that far in school for all that. But now you say ice ages. Now, can that be attributed by what is found in the core? Yes, there's definitely an ice age, or ice or the material compared to things in the past where it would be
we,
color or material that you detect?
We didn't have any ice ages during the Triassic and Jurassic. Okay, no ice. In fact, very little ice caps at all.
So the pattern would be different in the core. Is that
right? Today, right. But today we have these cycles alternating, and so that the pattern is very different today than it was 200 million years ago when these cores were deposited. These sediments were deposited.
Wow. So does it look like the Earth is more fluctuating toward that pattern from which it was not in the past? And is that a good or a bad thing?
Well, back during the Permian, all of the continents were joined together to form a supercontinent called Pangaea in the southern hemisphere, while the northern hemisphere was mostly open ocean, maybe with some island arcs, etc. And then in between the Permian, when you had that a major ice age at that time at the southern hemisphere, the continent Pangaea broke apart and the continents began to drift northward. How do we know this? Because of magnetic inclination of the various rocks that occur there, showing where the poles were. And the continents migrated into the northern hemisphere, and they're starting to come together in the northern hemisphere today. In other words, that's why geographers call the northern hemisphere the land world, while they call the southern hemisphere the water world, which is mostly ocean. And that's why we are getting another ice age now in the northern hemisphere. So this is going to continue on in another 10,000 years. We're right in the middle of the Holocene interglacial. In another 10,000 years, another ice age will begin. And this will go on for over 100,000 years with ice caps growing.
I wonder if these layers in the cores that you guys took, I wonder if that could show evidences of the magnetics polarities at the certain epoch in time. Would that also be locked into stone for those time frames
absolutely.
That's crazy.
No, absolutely. Dennis Kent did the paleomagnetism, studied that in the cores, and was able to determine how often the Earth's magnetic poles flipped. In other words, North Pole became South Pole, and South Pole became North Pole magnetically, and this happened many times during that 28 million years.
And that was found in the cores too?
Yes, yes. And all of that has been very well documented scientifically. Many papers have been written on this.
Does it match up to the ice ages or beyond that even?
Well, the Permian ice age ended about 250 million years ago. And then you had a mass extinction at the same time, perhaps the largest mass extinction in the history of Earth, where 95% of all life forms were wiped out and everything had to start over again.
Wow.
Interestingly enough, that representatives of most of the plants and animals that existed during the Permian did survive. So they ended up evolving and repopulating the planet.
That raises implications, and it makes me think, sir, not to keep jumping around on subject, but I think it's on subject, because this dilemma and of the policy of which they want to bring material back from Mars to Earth without cislunar orbit as the first phase, low Earth orbit as the second phase, then bring it to the Earth. They want to bring it back directly to the Earth. Now, just pieces, not any cores. Cores, I think, would be better examples to where, if we were able to get such a core, sir, like you discussed and you studied, would that be able to give us a better understanding of the actual geologic or catastrophic past of Mars, whether natural or nuclear? Or any other type of scenario?
Absolutely. That hopefully we'll eventually get to the point where we can drill cores on Mars and determine its history over hundreds of millions, if not billions, of years. And there are a lot of questions, as you know, about what happened on Mars, what wiped out its oceans and its atmosphere, and there seems to be some indication of some airburst nuclear, massive nuclear explosions based on
and that's
xenon.
Right, the Xenon 129, and that still could have come as any natural or unnatural causes upon the planet's history for when that time happened. See that? I mean, just like here on Earth, all these different epochs and times, it shows in the core. That's why it would be so interesting to figure out Mars, because in that core, I think we would be able to detect, well, all right, has any xenon or anything else been dropped even in the previous epochs, or catastrophic zones that we could see in the cores that, well, and far-fetched or not, I mean, these are, again, many questions just flow through my head, and I can imagine what you think, sir, when you know all about this crap.
Right, exactly. But were we going to talk about Mars or the the Earth's climatic history, or are we going to talk about
everything?
Okay.
Where we go, sir. Because it's all related, it's all connected, and it's all good. And for myself to learn more about you and who you are and your passionate and your knowledge over the years, everything could be included. And this is for just the learning benefits. I'm learning myself, and that's why I have people like you on. So I'm sure you could go on for hours and all so many different things. But to tie it all up, the things that we're facing here on Earth, to know about ourselves, because to tell the age of stone, can any of this, and does it help, like on the ancient megalithic structures here on Earth? I know you're familiar with Dr. Mark Carlotto and his work here in terms of before Atlantis, and continuing addendums on his website, beforeatlantis.com. He shows and talks about the placements of many of these structures on various north-south polar lines, magnetic poles, whatnot, previous north polar points. And so I think all this is related. So I think that's what I'm trying to show you as an analogy, sir, how all of this relates, and especially to Mars as well, potentially. I think
Correct.
you've done some work there that shows some implicating features of what we see on Mars potentially seen here on Earth. But I apologize.
Well, there is more connection between what has happened on Mars and happened on Earth than many would think, because we've already found meteorites that have come from Mars, where larger meteorites struck Mars and blasted off some of the pieces of the Mars surface and sent them out into space. And eventually they wound up here on Earth. And that's where they found that rock in Antarctica that contains evidence of microbial life on Mars. And so there's this connection that we've had for a very long time.
Now that, again, was that rock able for that, what was the term of the work that you do that deals with the dating of rocks? What was that again?
Radiometrics is using isotopes, radioactive isotopes of your uranium and thorium and potassium and things like that, to age date through the half-life and how much of those minerals are still remaining in the rock and how much of their decay products are there. So
sorry, sir. So you could detect the basic age of that material to say, hey, this is for sure such and such millions years old.
Well, usually the half-life is so crude that, I mean, you're lucky to get within maybe 1 to 2 million years of the actual age of rocks on Earth, igneous rocks mostly. And that's what we're we were age dating some of the rocks on and the cores here in New Jersey, based on radiometric dates of the basalt flows that occurred at the Triassic-Jurassic boundary. And then they found igneous intrusions in some of the oldest rocks in the basin, and those were dated to give us a full width or period during which those sediments were deposited of about 28 to 30 million years. And the radiometric dates, though, are crude compared to the climatic cycles, where we could get a resolution of date down to about half of a precession cycle, or which was about 20,000 years. So we could get it to the closest 10,000 years in actual age, and that is something that has never been done before. You get an age date of Earth rocks to be that precise.
Of Earth rocks. Okay. Therefore, going back to the question, can we actually determine the ages of these ancient megalithic structures around the world? Again, like Dr. Mark Carlotto points out in his book, can we age these?
No, you can't. Not based on radiometric materials. I mean, the age of the stones that are used in those structures, those megalithic structures, you could determine their age, but that's not the age when the stones were cut and moved and used to build those ancient monuments. No, we cannot use that. And unfortunately, carbon dating only goes back accurately to about 70,000 years, not much more than that. And because radioactive carbon-14 is unreliable before in any older, and you just can't get any good data from carbon in the rocks if they are older than about 70,000 years. So we don't have very much to go on for the age of many of these megalithic structures that Mark Carlotto was working with around the world. There just isn't any organic material or material that was deposited at the time those stones were cut and assembled. So that's
like
the problem.
Like the leaf that was found under the man-made so-called bricks, geopolymer bricks at the Bosnian pyramid, and then wow, that pushed it back to what was it, 20,000 years or something like that. Because that leaf, which is carbon-based, they could use that. Now, would you recommend that NASA, I'm going to focus on us, it should be America first, should also apply in these multi-million-dollar tests that are not to detect life, but possible signs of ancient past life? Should they have a carbon time detector on that as well?
Well, no. Quite simply because carbon-14 is based on life forms. It is life plant forms that take the carbon dioxide out of the atmosphere that has been irradiated, and so you get the isotope, the carbon-14 isotope, being incorporated within the organic material of that life form, and we haven't yet established organic life form material on Mars.
Tell that to Dr. Gil Levin. But anyway, wouldn't that be a good test, since they're not actually meant to look for life or to detect it, but as possible signs? Wouldn't something like this, well, let's send that. If it doesn't pick up anything, it just furthers our models that there is no life, blah, blah, blah.
No. I think there's too little we know yet about Mars to be able to draw those types of conclusions. That's one of the reasons why we have to send more probes and humans to Mars to be able to search for traces of life that are below the surface.
Right, which is the key figure here on this turtlenecks to help pay speed policy agenda of theirs. You know, it's ridiculous. We should be sending, like you said, multiple missions, multiple tasks, and then humanity itself to go there and then determine to do the carbon-14 test. And once we determine, either robotically or when we get there, that it should be used at that point. Is that what you're saying?
Oh, we have to find life forms that grew there and existed there on Mars before we can use any carbon-14.
What about like the meteorite, like you said, that had the old fossils? It wouldn't have it because it's too old, or
there's just not enough organic material. It's too old. Yeah, much too old. It's billions of years old. And carbon-14 is only good. Carbon-14 only lasts, as I said, 70 to 100,000 years at most. And when you're dealing with something that's over 1 million years, you can forget carbon-14 or any other kind of radiometric dating, and except perhaps that xenon-129. If they were able to get enough samples of that, they could determine, just when those nuclear explosions occurred.
That's right. And that would help solidify Dr. John Brandenburg's timeline of that. Again, give or take so many years is obvious because of the guessing work, but the thing is, it definitely happened because we wouldn't have that there. That only comes from intelligently designed weaponized detonations. No natural nuclear catastrophes could produce that, according to him, and I guess he would know. But,
right.
And you probably agree to that too. So that is really interesting in the aspects. Now, we know too little of it. We know more of Earth than we do of that. But it would be great, I think, to set us on the right path if we could get a decent core drill of Mars and send that back, or at least a cislunar orbit or low Earth orbit, and then down to the Earth, to determine and try to match with Earth and see what connections, maybe even time frame of certain things going on, the planetary scales, that could be noticed within the cores, in the cores themselves, to compare them. Is that a good idea too, or again, I'm ignorant of this. I'm just trying to.
Or you're talking about something that here on Earth has taken hundreds of years and thousands of investigators and scientists of collecting rock samples and fossils, and to be able to put together a history of life on Earth. It has been an enormous undertaking of humanity, right. And to get any kind of comparable information from Mars would require probably a similar length of time, hundreds of years, if not thousands of years, to explore that planet completely and do all the drilling and etc. But we'd have to establish colonies on Mars, and hopefully that there wasn't something living underground that would create a problem for us.
The subsurface, yeah, we call them on this show the subsurface illegals. You know, like Dr. John Brandenburg said to me on this show, as Victor Norgard now, his Jekyll Hyde thing going on, that the UFO bone is connected to the Mars bone. And that makes a lot of sense for me, especially as an independent Mars researcher, image analyst, etc., see things there to which, well, that there's no reason why I could rule that out. You know what I mean? Though I come under flack by a lot of people, but not as much. It's looking far-fetched anymore compared to the past, especially regards to UFOs, UAPs, which you also have a lot of experience and knowledge and research about as well. And that's why I'm fascinated, because it wouldn't be that far-fetched at all to make those connections. Am I right there, sir, regards to these advanced craft, or who or what, when, why?
Well, presumably, if they have the capability of exploring space and they are visiting Earth or have been living on Earth, even on an underground basis for thousands of years, that they would be able to go to Mars and have colonies on Mars. They would probably be underground simply because the surface is too hostile. We have yet to discover what is really going on there. There are a lot of people interested in the gigapan images that are being obtained through the various rovers, and being able to look for things that we have never been allowed by NASA to look for, largely because of the high resolution of the images that are coming back, and people are finding all sorts of strange things on the surface of Mars.
Right.
So we still have too many questions about what was going on. One of the things that I discovered back in the 1990s, early 90s, at the time I became connected with Richard Hoagland and his Mars team, and learned about the Cydonia complex on Mars, the face on Mars, the crater, the Tholus, the DNM pyramid, etc. I was fascinated by those constructs, and I was pretty convinced based on the data, and I think John Brandenburg is also convinced that they are artificial.
Yes. So am I. I'm very convinced.
And I, being a geologist, I wanted to know why the area around Pine Bush, which I lived near in Middletown, New York at the time, why it was such a hot spot for UAP. And there were a lot of people going out and witnessing these craft. And when I learned that this was happening through Dr. Ellen Crystal's book, Silent Invasion, I was able to contact her, and she invited me to come out into the field with her. And I started seeing all of this stuff, and I wanted to document it. That's what got me started on a 24 square mile magnetic survey, because I had access to a proton precession magnetometer at Lamont Doherty. And it took me 3 years to be able to accumulate 1,800 stations. And I found amazing things that were going on underground, including unnatural magnetic activity. And I also discovered that there was this triangular array of beacons coming out of the ground partly underneath a Jewish cemetery between Walden and Pine Bush. And it wasn't until around 2007 that the History Channel became interested in what I had found, that these signals were coming out of the ground, beams literally, in a triangular formation, and they were turned on because I kept on taking measurements on a regular basis. I found out that they were beaming out into space when the constellation Bootes was overhead, and and I've since found that some of the ETs that have come here to Earth have come from that system in the Bootes constellation.
Those booties, you gotta love those booties. But
Yes.
but what do you use to determine those beams coming out? Because that's fascinating. Because
The
even
proton magnetometer. I did a 24 square mile magnetic survey, as I said, of Earth's natural magnetic field, and I found all these anomalies underground. This one particular set of anomalies was in a triangular formation that was 565 feet on a side, huge. It was bigger than a football stadium, and then when the History Channel came in and wanted to do a study of it, they hired a service company to do a ground penetrating radar, and we did a section across the corner of it and proved that it was there, only 9 feet below the surface. And
only 9 feet.
Right. That based on my geology, it was entombed in Ordovician black shale, sitting on a granitic island where it had landed over 400 million years ago. And this thing was still functioning and sending signals out into space because based on a Geiger counter, it was radioactive. It was nuclear powered. And it was right there in sending these beacons out into space. And that was one of the pieces of discovery.
You think it's a spacecraft and not like a buried pyramid or something?
No, it's a spacecraft. There's no question about it. because there was nothing existing here on Earth 400 million years ago. We didn't even have a complex sea life at the time, just some of the most primitive sea life. And fishes were just beginning to evolve. And there were no land plants, no land animals, or anything. So at that particular time, I found other evidence of these signals coming out of the ground of other possible alien probes, and it became quite clear that they are mining the rare earth minerals that were in these granitic islands, these masses. And there's even mines in northernmost New Jersey that are a mine, that the Franklin mines that have pulled out all sorts of amazing minerals and ore deposits from the granitic masses. So that was what they were searching for back then, undoubtedly, and they just stayed there. And the sea, when the sea level rose or the islands sank, they became embedded and entombed in the ocean muds that covered them up, and they continued to subside with more rock layers being deposited on top through sedimentation, and eventually the process reversed, and you had orogenic development of mountains that uplifted that area, and all of the overburdened rocks were eroded away. And now this one particular alien probe is just 9 feet below the surface. You can actually see it on the GPR signals, or the spectrograms from.
And that's like at a land site where you yourself were, you said, right?
Well,
when I do a 20, when I said I did a 24 square mile survey, I crisscrossed that whole area, backwards and forwards, along roads, across fields, up river streams, and taking measurements and plotting them on a map that was, 24 square miles in size. It wasn't just like then, wow, 24 miles. You couldn't just dig 9 feet down and come to or use LiDAR. What about LiDAR from above?
Nope, LiDAR is only for the surface. LiDAR doesn't work that way. This was ground penetrating radar. Penetrating is the key word. Okay.
Right.
All right. And it went down to 20 to 30 feet. And it picked up the top of this structure that is there, a corner of the structure, and proved that it exists. And I have all the data showing that it sent these beams or signals out into space, and whenever the Bootes constellation was overhead. And because they were beacons, they were undoubtedly attracting somebody out there who was picking up on the beacons and following them back to Earth. So that's
what I say too about the pyramids, and that people say like Dr. Samir Esmanagic, I got to get him on this show, and Dr. Carlotto back on as well as many others who stated about energies coming out of these pyramids and into space. For all I know, they could help control the shielding of the Earth. But
right. Well, the pyramids don't have anything to do with these alien probes. Okay, they may have been built by non-humans that had been here to Earth, and what I was trying to get at was that when I was met up with Hoagland, and I realized he had found in England that there were a lot of crop circles around the area where you have Avebury Circle and Silbury Hill, and he connected those to the crater and the Thoulus on Mars. And I thought, well, maybe there's something similar here on Earth. And I started looking, because I started my mapping, and I found a crater, remnants of what appeared to be a crater, just south of Pine Bush, New York, very near where this buried alien probe exists. And when I asked Hoagland, I said, how wide is the crater on Mars? And he said, 2.3 miles. And I had already measured the one here on Earth, and it was 2.3 miles wide as well. And then I asked him, how wide is, or at what latitude is the one on Mars? and he got sent me to his other geologist who gave me the information. It was 41 degrees 36 minutes, and I knew that the center of the crater here on Earth was at 41 degrees 36 minutes. How was that possible? Okay, the same size, same latitude.
And how far from the probe that's buried? Which I don't know why no one's digging up.
Right. Well, first off, it's on private property. And secondly, the government wouldn't let you do it. Okay? Because they already know about it. They know about it big time. Okay? They've been monitoring it as well. Any rate, since the Avebury Circle on Mars corresponds with the crater on, the crater on Mars corresponds with Avebury Circle in England. And I thought that, well, if those were at a smaller scale than the ones on Mars, but this remnant crater that I found on Earth was the same size as the one on Mars. So I used the ratios of distance between the different monuments on Mars, and I went off in the right direction, or the same direction that the Tholis would be, thinking that I would find the equivalent of the Silbury Hill in England. I would find something similar on Earth. And when I got to the end of my ruler, there I found the Tholis on Earth. The Tholis is where the Stuart Air Force and military army base is built, right on top of it. And it's very well preserved, even though the glaciers came down the valley and knocked all of the pyramids and all the other structures down. The bases of the pyramids, the remnants of the crater, and the Tholis are still there, okay, on Earth. And it became apparent that since the last ice age destroyed most of the monuments on Earth, that they predate the Cydonia complex on Mars. Predate. Okay?
Predate? Now, how do you know it predates the
Because it was before the ice age. And then I went and looked for the face on Earth, and I found it. I found it near Goshen, New York. The face was still fairly well preserved. You can see the forehead, the eyes, the nose, the mouth, the chin. All of that is preserved. So we have a face on Mars, and we have a face on Earth.
All right. Predating, because what's on Mars is, in my opinion, could and should be much older than what we see on Earth.
No, it can't be. It cannot be. And I've been trying to argue this to these people who want to make it older. Okay?
I'm just saying
because the Cydonia complex on Mars was built because the people who built the original complex on Earth in the Wallkill River Valley during the last interglacial, that they wanted to preserve the importance of those monuments, and the only place they could preserve them was on Mars, and they built the Cydonia complex on Mars at the exact same latitude and the exact same size as the original on Earth. And then I also found the base of the D&M here on Earth, near Warwick, New York, and it covers quite a large area. It was over 1,000 feet tall, this pyramid, at one time before the glaciers knocked it over. Now the reason I know that the one on Earth came first is because it is perfectly positioned within the Wallkill River Valley. It's surrounded by mountains and hills on both sides. There's only one place it can fit in that valley. All right? I mean, the Cydonia complex covers a tremendous amount of area. But on Mars, you have this ancient seabed where it was built, and they could maneuver it and position it in exactly any place they wanted, so long as the latitude of the center of the crater was in the right space, right place, and they could do that. But if the one on Mars was built first, how in the world can you change all the mountains and the positions and the valleys on Earth to make it fit perfectly? It goes, in other words, do you make a shoe to fit a foot, or do you make a foot to fit a shoe.
You see, that's definitely a new perspective, and I appreciate that because a lot of the model has been looking that they had come here, like they would come here from all these various disasters, and that brings a question, because if that's true, where one of these nuclear weapons went off in Dr. Brandenburg's revelation, on that pun intended, Martian revelation, that's a scale of up to almost 800 million years, isn't it? Or was it 800 million, I think he said?
Oh, yeah, he wanted to make it close to 1 billion, and then he brought it back, and it was talking about millions of years. And I'm saying, no.
Well, right, that would be...
The Sidonian complex on Mars would have had to have been built after the one on Earth was destroyed by Ice Age, okay? And so you're dealing with something, and I was able to date the complex on Mars because of continental drift on Earth. If you look at the center of the crater on Mars and compare it to the center of the crater, latitude of the crater on Earth, they are off just a little bit by continental drift. The northeast has moved to the north by about 3,888 feet, which computes to 118,500 centimeters. Okay, they are off by just that small amount. But if we have determined that the North American continent is rotating such that the crater would be moving north at a rate of either 1 centimeter per year or 2 centimeters per year. If it were 1 centimeter per year, and that to create the offset, then that means that the one on Mars was built 118,500 years ago, which is at the very end of the last interglacial.
I would really love to know Dr. Carlotto's take on this. He's how familiar is he with your model?
Oh, I've corresponded with him. He's well aware of it. And he's been pushing all of his dates of these ancient civilizations back to that time. Okay? And now, if it's 2 centimeters per year continental drift on Earth, then it would be half that, or approximately, 59,000 years old. So either the Sidonian complex on Mars was built 118,000 years ago or 59,000 years ago. And either one fits in his time scale perfectly. He's been pushing all of these ancient foundations of civilizations and megalithic structures back to that period of time, between 59,000 and 118,000. So we're in the same window. But the impressive part of this is it means that whoever built the Sidonian complex on Mars came from Earth.
Well, again, that changes perspectives around on the model, isn't it? That's being, and again, I can appreciate that. It does, it still brings up many questions, just as many as, some would be canceled out, depending on which is what. I definitely got to say we need more input on that. And I think that's a route that definitely it's valuable to look into, no matter what one thinks, because something went on. And if there's similarities on both planets, well, that's obviously driving to the point that we, or a species back here on Earth in the past, became spacefaring.
Right.
And rather, as an indigenous point of view, compared to an extraterrestrial presence that just, happened to hop on the planet and set things up. But they did it on Mars. And, instead of the Martians, who knows where they come, indigenous or not, coming to the Earth. What seeded what? But then we have the problem, which I think you're familiar with, the ancient Sumerians of what has been left in the archives or translated by some, like Zechariah Sitchin, regards to their part with Mars and their presence here on Earth, which that time scale goes even up to 450,000 years, and then how long till they created us, and then made Mars as a way station? Have you figured out the math in the time frame of what you're proposing, sir, to connect validity, if anything, at least to what supposedly the Anunnaki told to the Sumerians, or left to them as it was, as their history?
Well, it's quite clear to me that the Sumerians or the Anunnaki were non-humans, and they came from space. We don't know exactly where they came from. I think I do from the people I know that who have access to that information. But they are responsible for jump-starting our civilization about 10 to 12,000 years ago, and they're still with us even today. People think that they left the Earth. No, they didn't. They've been very carefully regulating our civilizations and genetically.
Like Mars, Earth has its subsurface illegals as well.
Yes, exactly.
And therefore, if any of the damages of Mars or whatever happened there, it would also could have been by them, and well, they could be leading the Earth to that same conclusion. I don't know, but their handiwork was here. And then on Mars, because what I see, look, I'm going to let this out to help boggle your model more, not rule it out, in my opinion. But Mars, I see, by what I see, and I'm crazy, ask anyone, I see Mars as an artistically sculpted entire planetary surface. And Cydonia is a big crux of the research that I did into that to come to that conclusion, to work away from that and work my way around the planet, which, like Dr. Carlotto does with structures here on Earth, a lot of these have connections, and it's based upon an old planet patterning, sculpting, or whatever you want to call it, that obviously has been covered up here on Earth and has been severely damaged in a lot of places on Mars. Would that be a far-fetched aspect to that model, or would it help enhance it?
Well, there are a lot of strange things that are on Mars. I mean, when we didn't have very high-resolution images, people were seeing all sorts of things on Mars, strange faces, and carved into mountainsides and stuff like this. And even John Brandenburg found a whole bunch of stuff in his search of strange anomalistic objects. And I've been in contact with people that are, a friend of mine has a channel called Inhabit Mars, and he has been finding all sorts of interesting things in Gale Crater. He's even found what appear to be wooden ships that are still right there, even some with their sails collapsed on them, when that Gale Crater was filled with water at one time. So that
maybe be in touch with him. It sounds like he'd be a great guest. Maybe with you one time.
Yeah, he would definitely be a great guest, and I'll give you his information. His name is Robert Harbour, and he's very much into that. Just Google Inhabit Mars and Harbour, and you will see his work. And he's been finding all sorts of amazing things on the surface that have been damaged by some weathering or erosion, but not much. I mean, he's having a problem being able to distinguish things that based on erosion and wind damage that could be just artificial, or they might be just natural features. But he's got a keen eye, and a lot of other people have been finding strange things there too.
Yes, it's just rebooting. That's indeed, especially myself. I love the orbital imagery studying it myself more so than the surface imagery of the rovers, though I am fascinated, but I am obsessed. I'm always above Mars, you know,
Well,
and
well,
a
one of
lot of things.
my close friend, Scott L. Stride,
Mhm.
he works for JPL, and he designed and engineered the telecommunication system for the Mars rover, the
Oh,
first.
nice.
Yeah, and he worked on the Mars helicopter, which is approaching Mars right now. Going to land on Mars soon.
Ingenuity.
In what,
Yes.
about 80 days from now?
Oh, yes, indeed. You know, I hope the commie Chinese blows up, but that's my crazy opinion. But I'd like to see that Ingenuity fly, and then what they can potentially send on next missions, uh, or what they could applicate with flight and microphones and traveling low and anywhere. I think they should send at least a triad of them on the next one, three of them go further and farther and back each other up, and like stereoscopic data coming in. Multiple
Oh, it's
tests.
going to get better. Believe me, it's going to get better and better and better as
What's
our,
your
our
prediction
I
on
mean,
that
we've
Ingenuity
already
helicopter?
we already have reduced the cost of rockets and getting into space and getting to Mars. So yeah, we're going to see things in the future. The question is, are we going to live long enough ourselves to see all
Yeah.
this?
The turtleneck snail pay speed policy. You see, you heard him say it too, and not so much words. But what is your prediction, since we're on that subject, of the Ingenuity helicopter? Flight or fail?
It's going to fly, and it's
There
going
you
to be
go.
an amazing aerial images looking down on structures, rather than just looking at the sides of structures. You're going to get a
Oh,
map view of what's there.
indeed. Or the potential of structures, as long as they fly around them and give it to us, the public. You know, they have a habit of not giving us certain data. You might see on the Faces of Mars.com page, the show page, sir. Scrolling down the page, you'll come into a video called UFO Diaries, and in it has other faces of Mars that never seen before, or in any NASA public archive of Viking, or any other one that was provided by Richard Hoagland, by the way. But I'm not going to get in that battle.
Oh yeah,
And
I've seen most of this stuff that he's found.
And Dr.
Not many.
Brandenburg, now Dr. Brandenburg on this show in 2018, in 2006 or 2007, he written a preliminary report under, he didn't want to be named then, but in 2018, I held his confidence, and he admitted on this show that he was the author of that preliminary report, and vindicated the fact that those images are real because of the fact that the Vikings, at the end of their lifespans of the public mission, they were dipping closer to the surface before they would crash. They would go over sites of interest, and that's where these other faces, which we see in these images, were taken, and that were not given to the public. And to this day, the hunt is still on. I found other faces, though not these ones, but it tells me by finding others that should not even be there if the face of Cydonia is a mere trick of light and shadow. It's like Dr. Brandenburg says, the face isn't alone. It's not. In fact, it's not only not alone, it's not even lonely, and therefore it's only a matter of time before I find them, or someone just comes clean with them and provides us all with the truth. And that these images would not have been released. Now, they may be around somewhere now, potentially, but definitely not in the public archives. Now, so I'm still trying to get him to help nudge him or others that maybe help with these problems, I don't want anyone, I just want the truth. We all do.
Well, do you realize that the face on Earth is the mirror image of the one on Mars? I mean, a perfect mirror image.
The one that's covered, like you're talking about in that area?
In near Goshen, New York. It's the mirror image of the one on Mars. Or the one on Mars is a mirror image.
I believe that, but I gotta see that. It might be in size, but I gotta see the details.
Why don't you go to my channel? Go to my channel, which is, and look for the videos named the Cydonia II complex. There are 3 of them.
I have it linked on and the page, embedded on the page under your info, sir, and under that is your book.
Right.
You're right. Unidentified aerial phenomena, I believe it is.
Right.
Look, since I'm mentioning
unconventional
aerial.
Unconventional.
And that's the same region where all this sits anyway, right?
Right. It's all together.
That's
All in the same
amazing.
place.
That's
Yes,
amazing.
that the area where the original Cydonia complex was built on Earth over 118,000 years ago. Oh, actually, it was closer to 125,000 years ago when it was built. Okay, back when during the last interglacial, which is a warm period like we're having today in our Holocene interglacial, that's when we had a 3,000-year period of global warming in the middle of the Eemian interglacial. That it is where the temperatures on Earth climbed to 3 to 5 degrees centigrade on average hotter than today.
Centigrade.
We're just entering that. Centigrade. We're just entering that period of time now in our interglacial, and so if our global warming is due to man, okay, well maybe that global warming was due to ET.
Ah. Okay, but are we convinced that it was man's really creating this now? Because it seems, I don't know.
I think that there's evidence that the sun is getting hotter, okay, and there's evidence for that. But there's also evidence that the global temperature is climbing faster than it would if without the CO2, okay? With the CO2, it's climbing faster. And so maybe the period of a 5,000-year period of global warming during the last interglacial is very, very significant, okay? It also implies that whatever is causing it, it is repetitive. Now, that repeat can be due to natural causes, like the sun just getting hotter at that particular time in the cycle, or it could be due to an intelligent life form that was polluting the planet back then. And interestingly enough,
would the cores show that potential difference, or is there no way to tell that?
Oh, well, they've been looking at cores from the last Eemian interglacial, yeah, and they've found exotic chemicals in those cores that would only be produced today by man.
I see. I think that's a good spot, sir, to take a break, a much needed one. You okay with that, sir?
Sure. How long do you want to go with this?
Well, at least till you're in my time zone, so till 1 o'clock.
Okay.
All right. You okay? All right. Cool. So we'll be back in about, I don't know, let me say 5 minutes, 6 minutes. So everyone could do their bathroom break, and listeners to this show could appreciate, pack them and smoke them, because you're definitely going to need them when you come back on the Martian Revelation. You know what I'm saying? Right. And now this Dr. Cornett brings a new perspective model that it wasn't the Martians, that we're the Martians. Well, we're the Martians in the sense that it was us. Is it us? Or some other previous civilization and species that went there? Please mute your mic, sir, and we shall be back on the Martian Revelation. Again, I wonder, did you find any...
I'll be back.
Don't run. We are your friends.
If you are a listener of the Martian Revelation, then you are well aware that the entire planet Earth is currently involved in an all-out worldwide space race. Every country across the globe, including England, Germany, India, Russia, and China, are involved in a mad Martian rush to be the first country on Mars. Get an idea of what these brave astronauts will be finding on the planet Mars before President Trump plants the first American boots on the face of Mars. You might want to familiarize yourself with George Haas and get to know his work and read his books. Haas has been studying NASA and European Space Agency imagery of Mars for over 25 years and has co-authored 2 books with geomorphologist William Saunders called the Cydonia Codex and the Martian Codex. I encourage you all to support his research by visiting his website at www.thesidoniainstitute.com. And remember, as George Haas has always said, through NASA's own pictures, the truth will be revealed.
Yes, indeed. Round and round this world spins. But not just this one. And look how histories emerge on two different worlds. As above, so below. Again, Jeffrey Boyd Jr., Independent Research Society motto there. And welcome back, everyone. I'm Gary Leggiere, your host, the Mars Revealer, known also as the Mad Martian. I'm crazy. And of course, you're listening to the Martian Revelation. That's upon you all again now. And we're with our guest, Dr. Bruce Cornett. And very interesting. Again, it threw me through a whoop-de-doo. I mean, I've considered the thing before, but not to where the fact we went there and did that. Because what I see there, and maybe because it's uncovered in a lot, that's the problem. And we have a lot of vegetation here on Earth and a lot more erosional processes than it does on Mars. But we're under the impression that on Mars, it would take a lot longer for things to erode. I don't know. But then again, I don't know. You know, the erosion processes, if any, would stop once the properties that are there to help them to continue would stop. So I don't know. I wasn't there, but it raises many questions, and I think Dr. Cornett appreciates my thoughts on the core samples to be able to do there as well. And I say for shits and giggles, just to compare. But hey, if anyone would like to call on in, have a question for Dr. Cornett, again, let's blow off the cobwebs from this timeline. 202-684-6955. 202-684-6955. One more. 202-684-6955. So if you have a question or a comment or want to share your thoughts and opinions about that, grow some nuts, call on in. It's okay. You know, I'm crazy, but I'm not going to bite you. I can't take your head off over a phone line, right? So do that. If there's any questions, please message me or whatnot. So back to Dr. Cornett here. So now, by the video, Cydonia 2 study report, that's also listed on the facesofmars.com there, just under his book, Unconventional Aerial Phenomena in the Hudson and Wallkill River Valley of New York. Well, no, that's my buddy Larry. Hey, wait a minute. Where is it? It should be right here. Oh, it's above it. It's above his book. All right, my bad. But yeah, but since I brought up Larrabee, again, for those that packed them and smoked them, you need it. Creamy garlic mushrooms. Check that out. Again, and he provides us with some tasty treats for the opportunity to take the spirit and have the perseverance to march on, dealing with this show as we usher in and make our fate of the Martian Revelation a reality. And Dr. Bruce Cornett is definitely doing that to us this night, definitely to me. Now, where the face is, now, is it the same? It's the same distance, right? Basically, though, maybe shifted a little by the landmass, tectonic movement and whatnot on Earth. But is it the same distance as it would be from the Cliff Pyramid and the Tholus? Is Dr. Cornett with us? I'm hearing silence, guys. You might have to turn on your mic, sir. Please turn on your mic. There's dead air. Someone tell me something. Do we still have him connected? Because I think that's a good question. Because he said it with the Tholus, basically was, or the Avebury, no, the Tholus of the crater, or at the crater, there was military bases or whatnot. I want to know what the face. Is there any military bases there? Who owns that land? I'd like to dig in. And is it the same size and scale? A mile wide, a mile and a half long? It's proposed to be 1,500 foot high. That's pretty big. Someone's messaging me. Let me see. Another hour. Another hour what? I think that's from someone else. Never mind. So, hey guys, can anyone tell me something? Is Dr. Cornett with us? You can, switch on your mic. Feel free to speak. I can't read minds in this instance. Mean Green? That air sucks, guys. I'm trying to understand this. We are back live, right? Am I being heard? If Dr. Cornet's speaking, I do not hear him. Hello? See, now I'm starting to get worried that no one hears me. Can ya effing hear me, bro?
There you are.
Oh, there you are. What happened? I thought, you know.
Lost connection. Lost connection.
Yeah. Are you in a rural area?
No, I'm in El Paso, Texas. But we got mountains around us.
Oh, well, yeah, I guess that can affect it. So, I don't know, did you hear anything that I said?
Nope, not since we went on a break.
Okay, well, oh, crap. All right, anyway, where you say the face is, that's covered up, is that the same distance as the features there in Cydonia, mile-wise? And is the face the same size, 1.5 miles long, a mile wide, 1,500?
Same orientation. When you look at the video and go to the website that I believe I sent on the Cydonia 2 complex, I show all the maps and diagrams. I think I sent them to you, but I can
add
send
those
them
links
again.
to the archive page. Sorry, sir.
Okay. Any rate, in the videos that I gave you, I present all that information, and I also present the age, evidence for the age of the Cydonia complex on Mars based on continental drift. Richard Hoagland originally tried to age date the Cydonia complex on Mars based on crater densities, and that was way off. And I think Dr. Brandenburg wanted to make the Cydonia complex on Mars a lot older than 1 million years, and he was thinking in terms of isotopic dates or ages for the nuclear explosions.
Right, which Viking detected the same year life was detected, according to Dr. Gil Levin and others, and the face staring at them with the eye following them across the sky, but that's my madness. But they also discovered that Xenon 129, which means, like Dr. Brandenburg said, they knew then. And they didn't want any of us to know about that. But obviously, those in the know wanted to know, of course. And we're finding out about it now. He's been tapped on the shoulder, said it's okay to go with that, to tell us that, to reveal that to us. But the moon is classified.
Right.
You know, you got to appreciate the irony in that and his position. You know, man, what a position to be in. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And,
it amazed me that when I learned about the Bat Cave and the study of the moon when I was with Hoagland, and then to learn that Brandenburg was in the Bat Cave. He was working there. You know, when you had those satellites mapping the moon back in the early to mid 90s.
Right. Indeed. And it's classified. So he's definitely has knowledge about these. That's why what he has to say about those images of other faces as seen from UFO diaries, again, provided by Hoagland without getting into the bullshit of that these faces of Mars, these structures. Now, I'm betting, well, before I give my thought on the bet, what does Hoagland think of this area?
Of the Cydonia 2?
Yeah.
And the one that I found?
Yeah.
Well, we broke apart at the time I found that. I mean, he thought I was, challenging him, and taking away his thunder. I mean, he called this the Tholis and the crater in England, in other words, Avebury Circle and Silbury Hill. He called that the Cydonia 2 on Earth, and here I was coming up and calling a bigger one representation here in his own backyard. I mean, he lived in Weehawken, New York at the time.
Right, because not following it. There's no face there that we could see or pinpoint unless you drove over there and did these tests there too to help him confirm that model. So yeah, I could see, I guess, the discrepancy that would be there. But I thought it's a good question to bring up anyway. It just, it's thought provoking. So where that face is here, okay, that's buried and whatnot.
It's not buried.
Oh, it's not buried.
It's right out in the open.
I'm going to
You can go walk on it. You can climb on it. But I do have a caution. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Because right on the right forehead of the face on Earth,
okay,
is the New York Psychiatric Hospital for the Criminally Insane.
On the right side. Hey, you want to hear something funny? I was hit on the right thalamic region of my brain. and I had tears in the fabric there, but it may have uncalcified something because my life has been more enhanced, let's just say, through this Twilight Zone realities of which we're in the past of discussing now without getting into it. So it's kind of funny you mention that. Why is the right side an important issue? And an insane asylum there.
Right.
Yeah, because part of my question was there a military base there too, or anything? So this is in the open. How? I got to study these features. And do you have high resolution imagery of this feature too? I'd love to see it.
Yeah. Okay. I'm going to send to you on Skype. Okay.
Mhm.
Some of these images are going to blow your mind. Okay.
You might want to send in the Mean Green. He could put them on the video as we talk.
Okay. Yeah. Mean and Green. Let me see. I'm just trying to negotiate this crazy cell phone of mine on Skype. I'm not used to it. Oh, here we go.
Model of yours, though. I got to tell you.
Here we go. I'm getting there. Let me see.
That would be incredible. And an insane asylum. Crazy. I escaped, they'll say.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've told my friends. I said, yeah, if they deem me insane, just give me a room in that hospital, and I'll be happy as a pig in shit. Yeah, living on top of the face on Earth. And here's the other weird thing about this: the face on Mars, the initials are FOM, F-O-M. Okay,
right.
Face on Mars, but the face on Earth. What's its acronym?
FOE.
F-O-E. Fo.
Oh. Yeah, it does spell FOE. I'm crazy. Fo. Indeed. Right. That's interesting, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. It is. Very interesting. So it sort of raises a question as to exactly what is going on here. And,
yeah. Okay.
I'm going to send you.
All right.
Yeah, there it is. All right. Here's the image. And I'm going to now also. Okay, I'm going to give you another one of the crater.
You just send it to me, Green?
Done. And I'm going to give you another one of the Solus.
Excuse me, while you're doing that, sir, let me ask something. Is there someone on the line with us?
Not on my side.
Well, there's some noise or something, or someone's mic is on or something that's not me or you. It sounded like someone was on the horn or something. But Mean Green, he's going to send you some pics on Skype, I believe. Dr.
Right.
Cornett.
I'm sending them to Mars River Vealer right now.
Oh, all right. Could you send those same ones to Mean Green so he could show them on the show video for the listeners to see?
Sure will.
Sorry.
I'm doing that right now. Okay.
No problem. All right. Well, it is interesting to say what I'm seeing here so far. But I'm definitely wanting high res. I mean, airplane views, satellite views of these features for sure. That would help me. And someone, I got a message saying that LiDAR would penetrate to see that. I said, really? All right, well, that would be great, especially if this face is exposed. That should be even better. They don't have to penetrate that far then.
No, you don't have to penetrate. That's why I said LiDAR wouldn't work. Okay, and let me see. Here we go. All right, I've done all of that. Now I wanted to do the comparison. Yeah. Well, there we go. All right, finally, these are the images, the 1, 2, 3, 4 that I sent to you. I've sent them to Mean Green, and he should get them right now.
Okay. That'll be cool.
This is where I took the Martian images of the Cydonia complex and photographically overlaid them on the topographic maps of the features on Earth.
That is incredible. I'd probably do the same thing, an overlay and a fusion of actual satellite imagery. These look like map drawings, map elevation drawings. Is that correct?
That's right. They're topographic sheets. They're very accurate.
I'd like to see the actual images. Or can you discern it in actual satellite images?
Not very well, because you have tree cover and you have farm fields and buildings and everything else, masking the underlying features. Now that's where LiDAR might actually be helpful if you could remove the buildings, okay, and the trees. And you could but the LiDAR would show you just the topographic features as you see them in these maps that I provided you.
Boy, that would be taken.
Even the cliff, on Mars, that's on the outsplash apron of the crater.
Right.
It's present here on Earth too.
Really, at the same
time?
Yeah,
and there's a road that crosses the top of it, and it's called Hill Avenue.
Huh.
That's crazy.
Well, definitely, you do a whoop-de-doo in this machine here, sir. I think should be looked at more intently, whether it is or not. But if it is, all the more reason to look into it. I mean, that would be very implicating. I don't. Well, you have it down set how that proves, at least to you, that it was us that went to Mars, but I don't know. But it could, I guess. There's something there for you to latch on to. I'm sure you just didn't come up with that just to say that.
Well, we could, some intelligent life form on Earth built these structures and then went to Mars and built a duplicate, so that the thought that was in my head when I was discovering all this is that whoever built the one on Mars knew that the ones on Earth were going to be destroyed by Ice Age, the glaciers coming down the valley, okay, and toppling all the pyramids. And the D&M pyramid the blocks of it were just carried all the way down the valley. You can see bits and pieces of them still, and these monuments must have had such a value to that civilization that they would go to that extent of building a replica on Mars. Okay, knowing that once we recovered in our evolution and we became spacefaring again and went to Mars, we would find the face on Mars and we would be able to match it up with the features on Earth that were badly damaged by ice and ground down. So we'd be able to see them, and that's exactly what I did, and how I discovered all of the remnant features here on Earth. But it also indicates that whoever went to Mars and built that on Mars stayed there for a while, and then they came back here to Earth. Okay, right. Maybe multiple times.
Yeah, that could be too. Again, multiple times. Indeed. But that time frame, that makes it, I don't know, perplexing. Again, it's a whoop-de-doo on this show to contemplate of the possibilities. And then, again, the cores, which has been taken, like you said.
NASA would not want us to believe that for various reasons. Because, if you push it back a million or a billion
Say that again. We got broke up a little. I think he got clipped by Skype. Oh, there he is. Can you say it again? Because you went out. You went out, sir. You weren't heard. Can you hear me? Dr. Bruce. Yeah, you must have connection problems. Those damn beams on the mountain peaks. You know. But yeah, all right. There's one image up there on the screen. Mean Green showing. Two, he's showing the images with Dr. Cornett had sent him and myself. Huh. Yeah, I think he's going in and out. I think he's got some type of issue going on. Because I heard what he said, but then I didn't. And then he tried coming back in, it sounded like, and then... So I don't know. He's probably explaining a whole shitload now, and we're just sitting here like, you know, hey, can you repeat that, sir? The dilemmas of the show. What can we do? But it's very fascinating, though. What if he's right? You know, it is. I can't say it's impossible. It's impossible of what we're looking up there on Mars. It should be. And that we are told.
Here I am. I'm back. I got bumped off.
That's what I figured. So I kind of missed all that from where you were starting to explain. It was a good couple minutes.
Yeah. Basically, that we may have built that on Mars and that Mars civilization may have existed relatively recently in the last 100,000 years. And there may have been oceans and atmosphere on Mars, and that was all destroyed by that nuclear war.
Now I wonder if that means, would it have been the builders here on Earth that went to Mars and did that to Mars, or again the threats coming from deep space, the President Trump and Vice President Mike Pence alluded to in creating the Space Force, of the threats coming from deep space.
Yes, there's definitely that's a possibility. There is somebody out there that wants to destroy Earth, and there are other ETs that want to protect Earth and are protecting Earth.
Now that gets into another main subject, and I encourage everyone to please buy Dr. Bruce Cornett's book, The Unconventional Aerial Phenomena in the Hudson and Wallkill River Valley of New York. And definitely check out that Cydonia 2 report, which I'm going to do more intently. I've skimmed through it. I didn't really have time to study it, even though my buddy Frank Kinesia had given it to me some time ago. My life's been crazy. But I'll say this much. It definitely throws a whoop-de-doo, and I'm kind of glad it happened here on the show.
Yeah.
Now,
Frank's a good friend of mine too.
Yeah. Oh, cool. So, that being said, of what we're seeing here is really it's so implicating. Now, what I wanted to get into again, now my brain fart is over. The TR-3Bs, the UAPs, and all these other unidentified craft. Again, like Dr. Brandenburg said on this show, the UFO bones connected to the Mars bone. Now, the government has already finally. Are you happy? At least they finally came out as much as they did and acknowledged this reality. And
yes,
or
but they're not. But you have to keep in mind, and something that's very important, and Brandenburg knows this more than anybody, is that a lot of what has been discovered about UAP or this alien technology has to be classified and kept classified because of our enemies. Okay, they can't reveal it, but the public can reveal it if they are shown. Just as I was out there in the field, spent 11, 12 years studying the phenomena, and they came and put on performances right before my cameras. I mean, we had spectacular performances, and we know that they live on the ground.
I've witnessed some myself, and also with friends of mine, and they got worried because they thought I called them, and I said no. They just. But anyway, so I could kind of relate to what I think you're talking about because they, and then they do put on the show.
Well, I have evidence in the book I present that this intelligence, or these, you could call them non-humans, or they could be humanoid. They've been here for thousands and thousands of years, and they live underground, an underground base, and they have found the area where they come out of the ground and go into the ground. They open up tunnels going in, and the Native Americans, before Europeans came, saw all these strange lights coming up, these plasma lights coming out of the ground and going into the ground in this one area. So they built a huge sweat lodge there, along with the Unki, and where they put the fire and heat up the rocks, and then take them into the sweat lodge and put water on them and steam, get the sauna effect inside that sweat lodge.
Are you talking about the same areas that's where these features are?
Yeah, we found it when we flew over them in a helicopter, and I photographed them, and they're on in the book, and showing where the center of this hotspot is, and where this sweat lodge was, and it marks the entrance to a huge underground alien base. And this is where they're coming from, and why Pine Bush is so active.
Okay. Now
nobody ever thought that, and you had that alien robotic probe that you've over.
Oh shit! He just went out again. Everybody's talking about the alien probe.
Constellation is overhead. That's pretty amazing. I mean, it's all centered there, and then I find the original Cydonia complex.
Damn it, boy. It becomes irritating after a while, but hey, the net is the net, I'm lucky to be streaming what I'm streaming. Ain't that right, me and Green and Odin? Yeah.
I lost you again.
Yeah, you're coming in and out. So, all right. So now these craft, you said that the enemy, our government, don't want to tell us because they don't want our enemies to know. Which enemies? The commie Chinese, or the threats coming from deep space, and or are these UAPs of the enemy or of those helping? Damn it. I don't think he heard that. But I think that's a good question. But still, we know that when we were told, like on Tucker, that the Chinese and the Russians pilots have engaged these UAPs. Sorry, UFOs are fake. They're phony. Yeah, it's the same shit. So now that it's coming to be a reality, they've engaged them, and that their pilots have even lost their lives. Think about what that means. And the soft disclosure, because what wasn't mentioned is why would we be spared from facing the same circumstance, which we wouldn't be. That means ours have too. So that's like something they give us that we can figure, put the pieces of the puzzle together. I don't know, Dr. Bruce Cornett, he's, I guess, trying to get back with us.
Yeah, I'm getting you intermittently.
Yeah. So these craft now, are they the enemy? Or are they those helping the government? You said the government doesn't want our enemies to know. Who, the commie Chinese, or the threat coming from deep space, or the intelligence behind these UAPs, and especially in that region?
Right. I think that it's all connected, and that our history goes back a long way, a lot further than ancient history, according to textbooks.
And then for some reason then, maybe by what we're being told or otherwise not being told and shown of Mars, maybe because of them? Damn it. Yeah, you can start showing those videos, Mean Green. You back with us, sir?
Yeah, I'm back with you now.
So, are they our friends? Are they the enemy?
I think they're our friends.
Okay, would it be them that maybe is preventing us from knowing and seeing more about the truth of what's on Mars then?
No, there's another group that is trying to enslave us, and they have been doing this for a long period of time, and they want. And so there's basically you've heard of the tall whites?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, there's good factions and bad factions.
Where are they from?
I'd have to bring on my friend Susan, who knows all of these beings, and because she is one of them here on Earth, and
really,
she's from Archeron, in the Bootes constellation. She's from there, and she is basically.
Damn it. She's basically okay. She's an Arcanian. Wonder if she got that booty. God, poor joke. But I don't know, man. Alien booty. I mean, human. If she's here amongst us, she must look like us. I don't know. And yet people have a hard time conceiving in scriptures or otherwise, even in historical texts, of beings coming down, basically from the heavens and, coming into the women, have giants born of them. How far-fetched would that be when considering these aspects? I'm just trying to blab here, figuring out if Dr. Cornett, you there? We're going to get into the heart of the matter about these crafts. Because especially like the TR-3B, is that theirs or is it ours? Is it a mixture? You know what I'm saying? Is it a back-engineered project?
I'm back.
All right. Oh, what happened? Whoa, did you hear that?
Yeah, I don't think somebody wants us to talk about this.
It seems that's what was starting to cross my mind. It wouldn't be the first time, but it is weird. Yeah, you could you could show the videos, Mean Green, of the TR-3Bs. Dr. Cornett, you sent Mean Green some videos, I suppose.
Yes.
And he's gonna put them. Now, so are those craft then ours? I'm speaking of the TR-3Bs as an example. I know that the Tic Tac and other things, Dr. Jack Sarfati believes he's the actual creator there. He's going through a Star Trek, I forget what number movie that was, where, they met the guy that created warp speed or warp engines, and the Klingons were coming to mess up the timeline, and they were there to protect him to make sure he creates warp speed so there'll be a federation. But so that's what it reminds me of, Dr. Jack Sarfati, and that he designed them, but he has the knowledge in his head, the engineering standpoint, and he says that he's getting older, so hopefully he hopes it's soon, if he's right, and he believes he's right.
Right. I know, Jack. Also, I want to describe those 3 videos that I sent to Mean Green.
Okay.
One is TR-3B,
and
that was told to my friend who was also there, Mark Whitford, who was videotaping the performance by the triangular craft, and he was told, he's a Navy, retired Navy, and he was told by a friend in the Navy that we were given a performance. The Pentagon ordered Skunk Works to give us a performance of the TR-3B. So that one I can be reasonably sure is an ARV, in other words, alien reproduction vehicle, a copy of an extraterrestrial one. Now, the other 2 are of the Manta Ray. It's a much bigger craft, about the size of a 747. And it's diamond-shaped, has a tail, and it can move its lights and all around its hull. It's quite amazing. It has its headlights on the outer outboard sides of the craft, because when it goes into the underground base, it has to fly through tunnels and illuminate the sides of the tunnels as it goes down into the ground.
That makes sense.
And I've had many videos of the manta ray. We've seen it all over the place in that area of New York. It's and it is definitely an ETV, an extraterrestrial vehicle. There are copies that are similar to that made by man, I believe, but the ones that I mean, here's the problem, Mars, is that I was telepathically communicating with the pilots. They would know when I was opening the shutter of my camera and when I was closing it, everything that I was doing, and they choreographed their movements in the sky in front of my cameras with what I was thinking and the opening and closing of the shutter of my SLR camera. And you don't get that with human pilots. I mean, even with assistance, technological assistance, I don't think human pilots could read my mind from 2 miles away.
Right. Wow.
So that, and the fact that they dive into the ground, come out of the ground. So we're definitely dealing with an alien component and a human component. And there are also evidence in my book that I present. Somebody called me up and invited me to come to see his property over in Salt Point, New York, and that's where one of the videos of manta ray comes from. This image of that craft came up from out of an underground base and then came towards us and put on a beautiful performance on that video. And you'll hear Billy McNamara. He's a Hollywood actor, been in quite a few movies. And his parents were living there at the time, and he's seen hatches open up in the middle of the field and somebody climb out and close the hatch. He's seen trucks go down a private road into a ravine that is a dead end. And what are they doing? Where are they taking supplies to? So he thinks it's an underground military base. And there's no question that humans are down there underground with these aliens. And so that they're cooperating, they're working together.
Kind of resembles Phil Snyder's story a little, in a way. Underground, encountering beings, but something bad happened. That's interesting. Has anyone ever? Well, if they've seen the hatches, has anyone ever had the nuts to go out there and try to find it, or is that like impossible?
No, you can go out there and find it if you want to. You go back there, but it's all on private horse farms, private property, and that's where all the elite, the Clintons came from, and every place else out there. Okay, all the very rich people, the billionaires, live out there. So that's another connection.
Do you think they're the makers, or the ones who destroyed Mars and potentially, well, with detonations-wise, warred them, might have warred also here for all we know, and set up shop in place of maybe an enemy? Or are they the ones that created this, you think? I know it's speculative, but that's all right.
We don't know. We just don't know. We don't have enough information. But that they seem to be cooperating and working together, and they both want to keep it classified, secret from the public, definitely. They don't want this information to get much exposure. But most people are not going to want to believe that there's alien bases right underneath their house, right?
Well, it's not far-fetched, and I've had experiences, so I'm crazy, though. You know what I mean? So I have a different outlook. Samuel Bain asked, so what were the Phoenix lights?
Good question. And where do you hide something like that? Okay?
no shit.
I mean, that, and of course, Ellen Crystal said, well, out in space, or other people say, it was floating out in space. Yeah, right. Would show me pictures, okay?
Under the surface would be a better bet.
Right, exactly.
But
and
then
they can make these huge underground, hangars underground for these craft, too.
Right, caverns, literally.
Mm-hmm.
And who knows how much. I mean, they have boring machines, and who knows what was already bored and already done however long they've been here doing what they do. It makes you wonder, and especially if Clinton's and them, we know what they were into and what's supposedly been going on underground too, and what supposedly the Patriots and President Trump already has the evidence of their their deeds, and so-called satanic type thing. That doesn't put a good light on who those beings potentially is.
No, they're harvesting humans, the bad guys. We're their food. Look at all the tens of thousands of people that disappear in this country. Vanish without a trace.
We're at war. That's what I'm seeing. And it's implicated, especially through my experiences. I don't know. I don't want to get into all that, but it's putting all this together. It's just the reality of it. We're in this matrix where we're not being told and shown the truths of this world and beyond this world of that exists around us now. Even though President Ronald Reagan said, yet I ask, is not an alien force already among us? Yet General Mark Milley in 2016, who's now the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, who said to graduating cadets back east in 2016 again, what they're going to expect and what they're going to encounter and deal with is little green men, hybrid armies. And everyone, wow, what? No one asked some questions about it. They all wanted to know about his life and honor that. And I always said, well, why wouldn't anyone ask? Well, that's because they were probably briefed and told not to. But he said what he said. And that's a form of that's disclosure. That's a disclosure.
Yeah, we've been getting disclosure all along. It's just that the public doesn't want to believe it unless it's official. I mean, now that the government has officially acknowledged the presence of unidentified flying objects, okay, all right, they're here. But
so what's the prediction next? What's the next prediction if we are like on the model of Brookings, which I know you know what I'm talking about there, sir, where now, based on the Brookings model, we're at a point where we must be told. Damn it. We lost him again, didn't we? This turned out to be one crazy night. Especially with these subjects that someone does not want us to think about. But yet, I'm crazy.
I'm going to lose you again, I think. We're getting into this classified material here.
All the better. It shows we're on the right path of asking these questions and pondering. They cannot suppress us forever. But basically, I was saying that on the scale of Brookings, I know you're familiar with that, right? But now, based on that model down through time, we're at a point now down through time where we must be told of this. I mean, what do you predict is the plan of this disclosure of theirs? To what level?
Well, the disclosure is going to be made more by them than it's going to be by us, by our government. Okay.
Okay, which means they want to make themselves known. That matches with Robert O'Dean, what he says long ago, and others say. What do you predict? Well, can you make a theoretical prediction of how things may go?
It's already been happening. Over the past 30 to 50 years, it's been happening. It's been continuing, constantly drip, 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 more and more information on what's going on. And, without violating the so-called prime directive. Because if they're going to mess with us, the ETs, that is, they're going to have to tell us that they're messing with us. Otherwise, higher councils and those who govern them will come down on them. So there's a lot more going on.
Right. They didn't have to tell me. I was shown. They had to, they could easily mess with us and do. But yet I'm here alive still, which I should not be. And I say that for more reasons than one, which we're not going to get into this night. But it makes me wonder why am I alive? Why? It just doesn't make sense. There's things that still don't yet add up yet. That's all. That much I think is fair to say for this conversation. So, what do you think of Dr. Jack Sarfati's thesis on his model, which he firmly believes there's a time thing going on, that he's the creator of this, at least by what he describes as the technology behind it? Is it the same as what we're seeing in the TR3B and others, or are they offshoots or just different technologies?
Yes, it is. And I'm the one who provided him with the reversed Doppler effect.
Can you explain that to the audience some, please, and myself?
All right. The sounds that come out of these craft that I was videotaping and photographing and audio recording,
Damn it! They really want to cut you off. But I'll keep that thought where he left off. The sounds that he was recording. Okay, the Doppler effect. Doppler effect sounds he was recording. If I brain fart, someone please quickly type that in, because I think that's important.
That instead of the sound that comes from the craft as the craft is approaching actually decreases in frequency.
Damn it! I swear, some nights the show just drives me mad. What about you listeners? You see why? You definitely got to pack them and smoke them. Help you get through all this. But I believe he's right. It's from people that don't want us to talk about this.
Right. And yeah, we're being cut out. So Sarfati, you get him on again, the show, and he'll tell you about the reverse Doppler. In fact, I have an interview with him.
Damn it. I was just going to say, maybe I could set up a show for him, Dr. Sarfati and Dr. Cornett to come on together. That would be cool, wouldn't it? Yeah, we're going to have to, because someone's trying to prevent us here, it looks like. But look at that video. It's very interesting. Interesting times indeed, and I don't have.
Anyway, it's 1:00. Yeah, it's 1:00, and I think we're getting a message that this conversation is not going to be allowed to continue.
Indeed, but did you hear me on my thought? Maybe would you be willing to be a guest on with Dr. Sarfati on this show to talk about this stuff?
Sure, I'd love to. I've been on shows with him before. Okay.
All right, that sounds good. I'll let you know what I find out there. And indeed, we definitely got to pick this subject back up, and that's a good cliffhanger anyway to leave the show on. So I'd like to thank you very much for your time, sir. But before that, do you have any conferences or anything upcoming or anything that you would like to say to your audience about anything you'd like to say about what you're doing or what's going on? Oh, crap. Why me?
So,
you have any news or anything that you would like to tell the audiences before you go? Any conferences or anything upcoming that we should be alert to?
Only that I was on a radio show for 3 hours yesterday. And it was about all of the same stuff, but it also included the fact that I was asked to help a woman in need by an discarnate voice, and I helped her for 7 years exactly, and she was extremely psychic, and even tested by the Princeton Paranormal Lab, and she could see into the future and everything else. And when she died, she came back to me, and then her spirit was on camera, was beamed up into a second sun in an overhead cloud at her gravesite. My mother and I watched it as a golden beam of light came down from a second sun. And then later, with the software was developed for that, I could take frames off, and for 3 frames out of a 30 frame per second, the cloud pulled back and revealed a huge white domed, double-rimmed, flat-bottomed mothership in the cloud. I was married for 7 years to an ET.
What was that like?
She was an amazing creature, amazing woman, absolutely amazing.
Well, she wasn't a creature per se as an alien people would attribute. She looked just like us.
She looked just like us.
That's implicating in itself, isn't it?
Well, if we were created in the image of God and his likeness, and God is ET,
It wouldn't be.
they look
correct.
like us.
Right. And do you know the one? There's ones that don't look like us because people
Of course.
speak of them too. Huh.
Yep.
Very interesting. I think. Wow. And your wife's deceased, you said, right?
Yes, right.
Oh, sorry to hear that, sir. You know.
1991. It was a long time ago. You're dealing with 30 years ago.
How? Did you know that when you married her? Did you look at her?
No. I mean, the first weekend we were together, she was telling me all sorts of amazing things and showing me, demonstrating, that she could move objects with her mind. She could hold a book between her hands and close her eyes and meditate and read the whole book when it's closed, and then have me open it up and tell me what page she's on. She would recite what was on that page, and she could see into the future, and she knew when she was going to die. And she had come here to Earth to fulfill biblical prophecy. And that is on that show that I did yesterday, and it just blew everybody away.
What was
because
it, sir? So I and the listeners that would like to hear more about this can listen to it?
Oh, yes. It's, hold on. I'll give you a name of it in a moment.
All right. 'Cause I think that adds the flavor to the show. Yeah, why not? Why not plug other shows too? I mean, I don't care. No special clubs or special subscriptions here. We're out for the truth.
Okay, hold on. I want to get the information on this correct.
And you lay out the whole story about your wife too and everything and all that. I mean,
yes, I do.
So I'll leave my questions till next time.
It's called
then.
Midnight. It's called Midnight Society.
Midnight Society. All right. You know what? If you could provide me a link, I'll add it to the archive page. Throw a shout out, to others and to you, so people to hear that. So I want to hear all that. You definitely. You definitely helped churn this machine this night, sir. That's all I'll say. It's a very thought-provoking and a fun guest. And I'll talk to Dr. Jackson Friday. Maybe we could set something up for next month if he's willing. I know he's busy. And that guy, I got to tell you, he's a pisser. He's a pisser. And and I think that's one of the great things about his mind, being who he is, and, what allows him to stand out and be who he is.
Gary, so give me your email address, would you please?
Yes, sir.
Right now.
MarsRevealer@gmail.com. MarsRevealer@gmail.com. I'll type it into the thing too. Maybe that's what you really meant. All right. Dr. Jack Sarfati. Yeah, we had him.
MarsRevealer@gmail.com. Okay. Yes.
Yep, right.
I got you. Okay. And you're going to get the email from Michelle and Tim and get that information about. They're going to have this up on YouTube in a few days.
Okay, that'll be great. Then I can embed it then onto the archive page. Why not? Right?
Right.
So continue to pack them and smoke them, everyone. And Dr. Bruce Cornett, it was awesome having you on. I look forward to having you on again as we make our fate on the path.
And I'm going to give my friend Robert Harbour, who has at Inhabit Mars channel on YouTube, and which you can still hear me?
Yes, sir.
No?
Yeah, that'll be great. I'd like to have him on too. Maybe he'll have me on as a guest. I have a lot of the things to show about Mars too.
I'll send him information so he can contact you. Okay.
All right. Thank you very much,
All right.
sir.
All right. You
Okay.
take care. Good
You
night.
too. All right,
Bye-bye.
good night. Bye. So, everyone, there you have it. Dr. Bruce Cornett, my buddy Frank Kinesia, has been telling me for some time, you know, get him on your show, Gary. What the fuck? Come on, get him on. And, you know, everything goes in that order. I feel for the right time when I get that, I'm not going to say psychic. To me, I just get the sense of like a zap, like it's time, or that this person, such and such, will be good for this, such and such. You know, it's weird. I'm crazy, remember? You know, but I'm really fascinated by that face in that valley, Wallkill, whatever it is. An insane asylum on the top right side of the face. The right thalamic region. People said I was crazy, you know, and you don't know what happened to me when it happened, you know, when that happened. And I still can't fully explain it. But according to some of the guests on this show, and thinking about it, Mean Green can appreciate this from previous discussions, personal, that, well, I might have died, but was helped into an alternate universe, reality, similar, but for a purpose, for a new timeline. I wasn't lying when I said I'm phased back through time as well as this show. I'm crazy. We'll see. I do know that there were things that was done to me that, again, the past couple guests, listeners to this show could appreciate, had really took me aback. And I asked, I have personal reasons. I don't have to explain it to every fucking body on earth, because it doesn't deal with them. But yet, it probably does. Maybe not all of them. I'm not something special that these things have happened. Other versions of yourself out there. You can't make this shit up. I'm crazy. All I gotta say, until next week, I don't think the week after there'll be a show. My co-producer, Mean Green, has got some things, personal things to deal with, and it is what it is. And we wish him the best in that. Fucking awesome, to be honest with you. You know, it's gonna be much better, and for him as well as for the show, in my opinion. But because it'll be so awesome. But we're still striving. Please hit that big red, white, and blue American donate button, because the forces that are trying to prevent us from talking about these things are not going to win. Again, we're in a war. And I'm here to secure our fate down through time as we make our fate to usher in the Martian revelation. What else can I say? It's just all mixed up.
She shadows me in the mirror. She never leaves on the light. And some things that I say to her just don't seem to bite.
making scenes. She's always out the window when it comes to making dreams. It's all mixed up. It's all mixed up. It's all mixed up. She says to leave it to me. Be alright. Be alright. She says to leave it to me. Everything will be alright. Be alright. Leave it to me. Everything will be alright. Be alright. She said to leave it to me. Everything will be alright. Be alright. If you leave it to me, everything will be alright. Yeah, if you leave it to me, be alright. Be
Okay, don't pre-stream. Don't do it. Don't do it. You can't do it. You can't. I'm losing you. I'm losing you. He's dying. He's. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm dying.
All right, so I should count down then? Is that what you're saying?
The following program is intended for mature audiences. People on Earth, attention. People on Earth, attention. This is a voice speaking to you from thousands of miles beyond your planet.
Look, I love Gary. He's fantastic.
Good job you're doing. Boy, what a good reputation. Thank you very much, Gary.
And you're listening to The Martian Revelations. Strap in tight.
Go to www.thefacesofmars.com. That's www.thefacesofmars.com.
According to a new report in the New York Times, the U.S. government may have physical evidence of, and we're quoting, off-world vehicles not made on this Earth.
Surely the days of the great Martian revelation are upon us.
America is fulfilling our destiny as peacemaker, but it is peace through strength. We are stronger now than ever before. Our weapons are at an advanced level like we've never had before, like, frankly, we've never even thought of having before. As president, I have rejected the failed approaches of the past, and I am proudly putting America first. So let's just take a look at a little roll. Let's roll it, please.
Have you taken a cognitive
No, I haven't taken a test. Why the hell would I take a test? Come on, man. That's like saying you, before you got in this program, you take a test where you're taking cocaine or not. What do you think, huh? Why? You're getting nervous, man. We've been doing everything we can do to keep Biden from being the nominee, and guess what? We tried it in Iraq. It's not working, so now we're going to try, in Iran. Excuse me. We tried in Ukraine.
And to get hot, I got hairy legs that turn blonde in the sun. And the kids used to come up and reach in the pool and rub my leg down so it was straight, and then watch the hair come back up again. They'd look at it. So I learned about roaches. I learned about kids jumping on my lap. And I've loved kids jumping on my lap.
How do you explain the performance, and why should the voters believe that you can win the national election?
Number one.
I'll lead an effective strategy to mobilize true international effort to pressure.
Secondly, now you got to be honest. I'm going to be honest with you.
It's not about, I know you're supporting by saying booing, but look, here's the deal. We have to just change the culture, period, and keep punching at it and punching at it and punching at it.
Very poor choice of words.
We're in a situation where we have put together, and you guys did it for our administration, the President Obama's administration before this. We have put together, I think, the most extensive and inclusive voter fraud organization in the history of American politics.
We have a whole group of lawyers who are going out to every voter registration physician in the states, the secretaries of state, making sure that they, in fact, have a game plan as to how they're going to allow the voting to take place. Anyway.
We've acted together. We have never been unable to overcome whatever the problem was. That's what I think my plan, I know what my plan does. That's why I've made it a priority my entire career to work closely with you. From the time I got to the Senate 180 years ago, as well as my tenure as vice president. We choose truth over facts. I know you're trying to goad me, but I'm so forward looking to have an opportunity to sit with the president or stand with the president in debate. What's with this guy?
He doesn't want
You're a
to answer the
senator.
question.
I'm not going to answer the question
Why
because
would you answer that
because
question?
the question is what's with this guy? The question
Supreme Court
is
Justice,
the
radical
question-
left.
Will you shut up, man?
Listen,
Well, I'm sick and tired of smart guys.
What kind of country we're going to be? 4 more years of Georgia, is going to find ourselves in a position where, if Trump gets elected, we're going to be in a different world.
Folks, we got a lot of work to do. I don't only need you to get me elected. I need you once I'm elected.
Thank you very much.
ain't that the truth? Peace sells. But who's buying? It is an easy to figure out answer after listening to what we just heard. But if peace through strength is what secures peace, then those who are buying of that peace is also buying our strength. Therefore, the obvious answer is China. And the ones who is selling is the Bidens and many other corrupted traitors of the commie craps and certain corrupt Republicans within our government who need to be removed immediately and dealt with. They're trying to steal our rights and our freedoms and our right to a vote that counts, selling our peace to enemy nations who are buying and already have paid to receive our strength. Wake up! But good evening, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and all you ETs out there in the bite waves of the internet and wherever you're at down through time monitoring this show. I'm Gary Leggiere, the Mars Revealer, known also as the Mad Martian, and I would like to welcome you all to the Martian revelation that is upon you all again now. Welcome to the Bazaar. And today is December 5th of 2020, or the 6th, depending upon your time zone, as this airs through time. And you're listening to this broadcast through Global Enlightenment Radio Network stream, and also to the Martian Revelation Show YouTube stream live at
www.thefacesofmars.com. That's www.thefacesofmars.com.
That's right, which everyone knows is your defense for the war which we all fight against the evil dark mission is. We're all leading you away from the light and the truth and manipulating you all instead to help you open your wallets and your pocketbooks to only join their dark-sided special clubs and their special subscriptions that only allows them more power to continue to mislead you all and to steer you all away from the truth that they themselves not wish to face or even admit to. Hell, let alone even talk about.
Yeah, UFO Diaries. Faces on Mars. Cover up controversy. Down through time.
Huge conspiracy.
It is a conspiracy.
Okay.
That's right, but the Martian Revelation is 100% listener supported with no special clubs or any special subscriptions to join. So if you're a listener, please help support the Martian Revelation Show again, which is your only defense of that war which we all fight against the evil dark mission is. And we're trying to work with the goal each week to bring you the truth, one show at a time. So please share the facesofmars.com link, and I must also ask you, although, that you please donate to the show with anything that you could afford by clicking on the big red, white, and blue American Donate button at the top of the show page to allow it to continue being here for you down through time. As it is because of you, the listener, of which makes the Martian Revelation possible to be brought to you all back through time. So your listenership and your donation support actually counts. It helps us all to not only fight, but to also win against those evil dark missioners, as well as to secure a future which we all could literally make the Martian Revelation our reality. By what? By making our fate.
But you know how else you can help make our fate? Is by advertising or sponsoring this show. You could advertise your business, your products, your books, whatever it is that you would like to advertise. Or even if you have a message that you would like to have advertised on the show, heard all around the world and kept in the archives as well, where it will always be heard. And those archives are hit constantly. But no special clubs or special subscriptions. So if you'd like to advertise on this show and sponsor it, you especially need to jot this down, marsrevealer@gmail.com. marsrevealer@gmail.com. That's my email. And using that email address of marsrevealer@gmail.com, you can send me questions, music, or artwork, or guest requests, or even if you wish to request to be a guest, or anything else that you would like to speak to me about. Especially if it has to do with any old yet new image data showing other faces of Mars, taken by the Viking orbiters from 1976/82. That was seen in a video that's also seen on the facesofmars.com page called UFO Diaries.
Yeah, UFO Diaries.
Cydonia, discover the Earth-Mars connection. It's only a 22-minute long video, and you'll be very surprised to see it was more than two-thirds of it.
My name is Richard C. Hoagland.
There was also the same person who encouraged me years ago to investigate into these images and to that video. And the dude is serious legwork, because I'm just too swamped at present. That was his exact words. Now, down through time, we're more acclimated. We understand what that means. What's Trump trying to drain now in the Patriots? The swamp.
The dark side, the bad guys, the controllers, the ones that want to keep us down on the farm.
So Hoagland was telling us in code back then, he was too swamped at present. He's part of the swamp, which does not want the secrets out. Again, and upon my follow-up investigations and that, getting to the producers.
The fascination of the Faces on Mars for me, in my fascination with Richard Hoagland, who's been the big mover and shaker and all of that.
The investigation led back to him, and then all of a sudden he wanted it stopped, to derail it. Not just derail it, but try to derail me, to destroy my life and this show. To prevent you all from seeing and knowing about the truth, or even just asking questions. No matter what still the truth is, questions need to be asked and answered to get to the truth. Not what you think you know, or what you think you want to know, or what you think the answers are, or to steer people in a certain way to think the way that you do while asking for special clubs and special subscriptions. And not allowing what the people would really want to ask basic questions to get the truth of?
Well, I'm suspicious.
We got him from Hoagland, we got him from NASA, and there you are. I mean, one of them's going to say, yeah, those are ours.
Which are our pictures.
It led back to him.
My name is Richard C. Hoagland.
So when I say NASA, I want to be very clear.
I'm NASA and you're not?
And that's what the acronym stands for.
The great mystery at this point seems to be if the Enterprise mission and its colleagues can find all this and so much more, then why can't NASA? Or is there something more? Is it possible that they have seen what we have seen and also understand what's really there, but have a reason to keep silent?
Says to stop further investigation into mysterious pictures.
Damn it, are you fucking with me?
Mr. Hoagland says they are evidence of intelligent life.
You need to get more down in the weeds and look at some of the weird stuff going on behind the scenes around it.
Those faces of Mars that are seen in that video are not seen in any NASA public archive, especially for Viking, as it literally took me a year and a half to process the Viking orbiter archives, and they're not in there. But the thing is, long story short, the producers, Charles E. Selye of Once Grizzly Adams Productions, God rest his soul, and Leggiere Shackelford had stated that Richard Hoagland provided those images. I mean, Mr. Selye in an email wrote to me too, these files came from Richard Hoagland. Why would he be needing them from us? Especially after all this time I had. Since that video was made, it was released in '93. That means Hoagland provided them with those images before '93, at least.
You know, a lot of people will think that your conspiracy theories make you stark raving mad.
Well, I'm suspicious. I'm NASA and you're not?
So check out that video and check out the faces, images that are in that video that I'm on the hunt for. So if you're someone who works on the inside that knows about these images,
The faces on Mars.
or has access, or knows the information that could guide us to where they are, you can remain anonymous. Your anonymity will be respected and upheld, and we all respect you and commend you nuts for doing so in advance. I could be and will be your public sector. You can remain all of our private sector. Or even if you have any other knowledge of any other, even modern space imagery that shows very implicating things that we the people have a right to see and to know about, and that we should know about. It's really not just on Mars, but anywhere in space. Even if you're for an international space agency, who is this show, which I know they do, especially in Russia and Europe. The commie Chinese, I don't want none of you. But I encourage the rest of you all also to email me at marsrevealer@gmail.com. Again, that's marsrevealer@gmail.com.
Just remember also that if you're listening to this Martian Revelation show, then know this, that you are the resistance down through time. So we got a cool show for you all tonight. We're going to have return guest Colby Branson on with us, as well as Sword, coming out of the shadows. But until then, we must all understand that the days that we're in, not only are we in the space race, okay, to try to secure the higher ground, which will ultimately dominate and control the Earth. The fact of the reality is that we are under such attack right now by enemies of this nation and from within to take not only our freedoms and our rights again away, as well as our right to vote or whatnot, but they're trying to take our Constitution away and control us into a one world order where the commie Chinese are the new superpower, the new number one, and there's no room for number two. Now, there's lots of evidence coming out more and more about this, not only regards their antics within our companies in the United States, but also throughout our government. And that's an existential threat to this nation and to we the people, let alone of a space race to win. Their objective is that if they win, and in their eyes when they win, we will not, as a nation, we will not even be in space, having any place. This nation would be destroyed. They were doing that for previous decades, destroying our space programs, destroying what it means to be an American. And people are surprised that people are in cahoots with these commie Chinese. This wasn't what the plan was supposed to do, especially with the so-called reset. Yeah, reset. Cancel out all history and everything else and make a new history based upon what this New World Order wants us to have with the commie Chinese leading the way. I don't think so. That ain't going to be our reality. We'll fight and die for that, to prevent that from happening. And when they had their way, that's what they would expect us all to do anyhow. And before President Trump was elected the first time, they were trying to control Russia into a war with us. They were the ones surrounding them, drawing them out, pushing the bear, surrounding them with missiles, trying to urge a war so that they could have this great reset. Well, they couldn't have that. President Trump came in, no war. They went their war, and he started dismantling the deep state and their treasonous antics around the world and within this country. So looking at it through those eyes, we can see that because of President Trump, we now have a space force. Something the commie Chinese definitely do not like and would be worried about if we still had our standing. But according to these clowns and those who work with them or for them, if they were to gain power from this election, they're going to try to strip all that. They're panicking. And everyone's putting focus on Russia this, Russia that, though Russia ain't no clan of good guys either. But the real threats, our real existential threat is not Russia. It's commie China. They had just come back from landing on the moon, a probe on the moon, and bringing back samples, leaving a Chinese flag on the moon. They're going to start building their military space station, I believe, next year. Listeners to this show could appreciate. And they have many other plans, and they have succeeded in many of their endeavors in their space missions in a much, much shorter time than we had when we were so-called a number one in space, or a number one period. It was an illusion. They were disillusioning us, disillusioning our nation, and destroying our dreams and our heritage that's rightfully ours. Buying and stealing the secrets and our technologies that would give them an edge in this space race to utterly destroy us so that they can win the race and dominate and control over the earth. But is this far-fetched? No. It's the reality, and they're becoming more and more open about it. And this article from December 4th only goes to show a layer of icing of cake, as it was, as China slams U.S. national security allegations as hodgepodge of lies. But Beijing had lashed out at a claim by the U.S. intelligence chief that China is the greatest threat to democracy and freedom worldwide, calling it a hodgepodge of lies. Now, that's another thing, too. We're not a democracy. We're a constitutional republic. So when you hear the democracy, that's because of the commie-crats, the Democrats, and their democratic system, which is not constitutional Republican for we the people. Now, lo and behold, they're calling it a hodgepodge of lies of what people are stating about them and what's being found out. The war of words comes as relations between the two superpowers have spiraled to their lowest point in decades as Washington unveiled travel restrictions for members of the Chinese Communist Party. Again, this was from December 4th, so this news ain't that old, but again, it's a layer of icing a cake. The U.S. Director of National Intelligence John Ratcliffe said in a Wall Street Journal opinion piece that Chinese spies were using economic pressure to influence or undermine U.S. legislators. And they are. The evidence, again, is overwhelming. But the People's Republic of China poses the greatest threat to America today and the greatest threat to democracy and our constitutional republic and freedom worldwide since World War II, he wrote. Beijing hit back angrily. Ratcliffe only continues to repeat lies and rumors to slander and discredit China and wantonly play up the Chinese threat, said Chinese Foreign Ministry spokeswoman Hua Chunying. See, that's all they got behind them, is to deny, plausible deniability, while we outright concede their antics and what they're doing, especially to steal all our votes from us. You can't put nothing past these clowns. I think this is yet another hodgepodge of lies that the U.S. government has been cooking up lately. Right. This has been going on not lately. This has been going on for decades, enabling them to be able to make that stand with their finger up at us and poking at us and threatening us. But who also accused the U.S. of being engaged in a Cold War mindset. You're damn right. Advocating major power competition and wantonly expanding its nuclear weapons arsenal. Right, and they have not been wantonly expanding their military and nuclear weapons arsenals, right? Who you bullshitting? But the world's two biggest economies have traded blows over the coronavirus, Chinese Kung Flu pandemic, trade and technology competition, espionage, human rights and media freedoms under the U.S. President Donald Trump's tenure. Right, all of that has been under attack from the commie Chinese and also commie Americans and other enemies around the world as well, to influence not just the elections, but the demise of the United States of America, which was their plan. But the United States has repeatedly stressed that China is a grave threat to national security and Western democratic values, while China has accused the U.S. of seeking to contain its rise through unlawful means. Through unlawful means, we're seeking to contain their rise? Again, who you bullshitting? Under the new U.S. travel rules, visas issued to party members and their immediate families will remain valid for just 1 month and for a single entry. That time period's almost up. But previously, some visas were issued that permitted unlimited entries and could remain valid for as long as 10 years. That's crazy. But that's from the commie Americans who are already sold out and bought out by these commie Chinese. But the United States shut down the Chinese consulate in Houston in July, calling it a center of espionage and harassment of Chinese nationals in the U.S. Hey, be lucky we don't string them up and skin them. But in retaliation, Beijing ordered the United States to vacate its consulate in Chengdu. Well, who gives a shit? I mean, really, what's the benefit there? They're not a friendly nation. But Hua also called for the United States to stop damaging U.S.-China relations and U.S.-China mutual trust and cooperation. Boy, this guy's really full of shit. What mutual trust and cooperation? It's only one-sided because they think we're all stupid. Now let's jump to December 18th as massive cyber attack grows beyond U.S., heightening fears. A devastating cyber attack on United States government agencies has also hit targets worldwide, with the list of victims still growing, according to researchers, heightening fears over computer security and espionage. And remember, this is many faculties of government, including NASA and many other businesses and government compartments. Microsoft said that it had notified more than 40 customers hit by the malware, which security experts say came from hackers linked to the Russian government and which could allow attackers unfettered network access. See how they try to kick the ball somewhere else? No, nothing to see here. It ain't the commie Chinese. It ain't those that we've been selling out to and being bribed by and controlled by that we've committed treason for. It's the Russians. Back to the Russians again. Because these deep state fuckers really want their so-called reset on a global scale. Central banks cannot survive without the wars or the things that are being done to make this pretense that the world will simply follow them, and we, the people of all the earth who are free or so-called free, would give up our rights and freedoms and our constitutionality. So look to the Russians, not that they're not involved. Remember, we know that Russia and China have had secret meetings. They've had joint military drills. They are birds of a feather, as well as Iran. And all three seem to be involved in all this. So it's not a surprise or a secret, but someone really wants to help create that war with Russia. It'll be easier for the commie Chinese as this new one world global order superpower to really do what they want to achieve with even Russia out of the way. But again, security experts say that this massive cyber attack came from hackers linked to the Russian government and which could allow attackers unfettered network access. While roughly 80% of these customers are located in the United States, this work so far has also identified victims in 7 additional countries, Microsoft President Brad Smith said in a blog post. Smith said the victims were also found in Belgium, Britain, Canada, Israel, Mexico, Spain, and the United Arab Emirates. It's certain that the number and location of victims will keep growing, Smith said, echoing concerns voiced this week by U.S. officials on the serious threat from the attack. This is not espionage as usual, even in a digital age, Smith said. Instead, it represents an act of recklessness that created a serious technological vulnerability for the United States and the world. John Dixon of the security firm Denham Group said many private sector firms which could be vulnerable are scrambling to shore up security, even to the point of considering rebuilding servers and other equipment. I think that's a no-brainer. But everyone is in damage assessment now because it's so big, Dixon said. It's a severe body blow to confidence, both in government and critical infrastructure. Here's your mutual trust and cooperation, huh? The threat comes from a long-running attack, which is believed to have injected malware into computer networks using enterprise management network software made by the Texas-based IT company SolarWinds with the hallmarks of a nation-state attack. James Lewis, vice president of the Center for Strategic and International Studies, said the attack may end up being the worst to hit the United States, eclipsing the 2014 hack of U.S. government personnel records and a suspected Chinese infiltration. Nothing to see here, though. Easy to cover up by those connected to them being bought and paid to sell us out. But the scandal is daunting. We don't know what has been taken, so that is one of the tasks for forensics, Lewis said. We also don't know what's been left behind. The normal practice is to leave something behind so that they can get back in the future. NSA warning. The National Security Agency called for increased vigilance to prevent unauthorized access to key military and civilian systems. Analysts have said that the attacks pose threats to national security by infiltrating key government systems while also creating risk for controls of key infrastructure systems such as electric power grids and other utilities. Yes, what about also nuclear missiles, weapons, and plants? But the U.S. Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, or CISA, said government agencies, critical infrastructure entities, and private sector organizations has been targeted by what it called an advanced persistent threat actor. CISA did not identify who was behind the malware attack, but private security companies pointed the finger at hackers linked to the Russian government. Of course, bypass the commie Chinese, nothing to see here. Just focus on Russia, which it also may be Russian. Remember, they're in cahoots again with each other. And all of this could have been employed by them in the plot to unleash upon us at a time when they had a time frame of when to destroy this country. U.S. Secretary of State Mike Pompeo also suggested involvement by Moscow this past Monday, saying the Russian government had made repeated attempts to breach U.S. government networks. So-called President-elect Joe Biden expressed great concern over the computer breach, while Republican Senator Mitt Romney blamed Russia and slammed what he called inexcusable silence from the White House. What are they trying to silently claim again more Russian collusion on behalf of Trump? Because Trump ain't saying nothing that he's allowed the Russians to do this? But yet it's these commie American traitors who are covering up for China who are most likely the real culprits, and also their inexcusable silence of the Chinese connection, because it leads back to them. Why? Maybe, in my mind, since many of them already bought and paid off or bribed or even blackmailed into helping them to destroy this nation, gave them access. How do we know these people did not give them access? But Romney likened the cyber attack to a situation in which Russian bombers have been repeatedly flying undetected over our entire country. CISA said the computer intrusions began at least as early as March this year, and the actor behind them had demonstrated patience, operational security, and complex tradecraft. Well, again, yes, it could be Russia, but it also most likely could be in connection and or solely implicating the commie Chinese. But this threat poses a grave risk, CISA said Thursday, adding that it expects that removing this threat actor from compromised environments will be highly complex and challenging for organizations. That's why you got to start weeding out the traitors as well. But hackers reportedly installed malware on software used by the U.S. Treasury Department and the Commerce Department, allowing them to view internal email traffic. The Department of Energy, which manages the government's nuclear arsenal, confirmed it had also been hit by the malware, but that it had disconnected affected systems from its network. Again, who knows how long they were in there and exactly what they got and what they left behind. But at this point, the investigation has found that the malware has been isolated to business networks only and has not impacted the mission-essential national security functions of the department, including the National Nuclear Security Administration, said agency spokeswoman Shaylin Hines. Yeah, we're supposed to just believe that. SolarWinds said up to 18,000 customers, including government agencies and Fortune 500 companies, had downloaded compromised software updates, allowing hackers to spy on email exchanges. Russia, of course, has denied involvement. But notice how no one's pointing the finger again at China. And isn't it ironic, also on the same day, December 18th, Biden team warns of security risk after Pentagon halts briefings.
Well, I'm sick and tired of smart guys.
The incoming administration of the falsely claimed President-elect Joe Biden on Friday that it said after it said the Pentagon suddenly halted briefings for the transition team. Gee, I wonder why. Why are you so surprised? But Yohannes Abraham, executive director for the Biden transition team, said that he was concerned to learn this week about an abrupt halt in the already limited cooperation there. Again, is anyone surprised? And the truly elected President Donald Trump, who is refusing to acknowledge his election loss to Biden, until recently held back from allowing government agencies to cooperate with Biden's team, as is the custom. Again, a no-brainer why he would be doing that if that were so. And maybe it is. He's defending this nation. But yesterday on Friday, Trump's acting defense secretary, Chris Miller, said in a statement that the two sides had a mutually agreed upon holiday pause on briefings with military officials. Haha, why not? Abraham said that this was not true. There was no mutually agreed upon holiday break, he told reporters, warning that a failure to work together could have consequences well beyond Biden's inauguration in January, as if that's already etched in stone, which it's not. It's a false claim. And now they're bitching about working together? Who has been failing to work together all this time? Again, put two and two together. Are you surprised that all of a sudden they're stopping a process that's already been going slow? They're pretty much halting it, considering what we've been going over here. It's all related and relevant to the Martian revelation. But the latest stumble in what is traditionally a carefully choreographed handover of power between outgoing and incoming U.S. administrations comes as Washington reels from a massive, possibly Russian state cyber attack. Again, Russian, point the finger to Russia again, not the commie Chinese, who have had involvement and interaction in our voting process to try to oust Trump in something more that's than a coup, in my opinion. It's a direct attack on we the people and this nation, to destroy this nation. But there's no time to spare, Abraham said. Give me that intelligence information now. No. But Trump has yet to give a direct statement on the hacking breach or to comment on allegations by senior politicians and private cybersecurity companies that it was carried out by Moscow. Abraham said that the attack was of great concern and that under Biden, cyber attacks will meet a response inflicting substantial cost. Oh, you're so full of shit. You're the one enabling them and gave it away and already sold us out of our secrets again, our peace and strength. Remember? But according to Abraham, the Biden team has hope and expectation that the Pentagon briefings will recommence immediately. Yeah, why? Because the information you get, you could be giving the information to the commie Chinese, right? And other enemies to let you guys know, to see if how much we know of your interventions and of your plots and of your acts of war. But Pentagon says it's cooperating with transition, but Biden team disagrees. Acting Secretary Christopher Miller, again, cited that the Pentagon's cooperation and involvement in the White House transition process, pointing to participating in numerous interviews and fulfilling scores of information requests. The Biden team said, however, that it is not getting full cooperation. As of today, we have supported 139 interview sessions of more than 200 DOD personnel, 161 requests for information, and disclosed thousands of pages of non-public and classified documents exceeding prior transitions, Miller's statement says in part. It added, at no time has the department canceled or declined any interview. Our key focus in the next 2 weeks is supporting essential requests for information on Operation Warp Speed, which is the White House anti-Chinese Kung Flu pandemic campaign, and the Chinese Kung Flu information to guarantee a flawless transition. Miller's statement mentioned a mutually agreed to holiday pause, which begins Saturday, but on Friday, Biden spokesperson Johannes Abraham again directly contradicted that claim. I don't know why these are being repetitive in this article. And let me be clear, there was no mutually agreed upon holiday break, Abraham said, that our agency review teams will be able to have access to the sort of information that is invaluable for keeping the homeland safe. See, they want to see what is being seen of their antics and their deeds, and they're not getting to see it. Now, don't you think that's a good thing? But we think it's important that briefings and other engagements continue during this period, as there's no time to spare. And that's particularly true in the aftermath of ascertainment delay, a reference to the delay by the administration of President Donald Trump in officially recognizing Biden as president-elect. Oh, in essence, they're, again, trying to wipe out President Trump's and we the people's rights and constitutional laws that would help him and us to help keep our elections safe, to weed out the weeds, the commie weeds that help sow us out and are exposing those who had done what they've done to us. And now they want the information, potentially also showing of those deeds, and they're not getting to see it. Because we know when they get it, they're going to report it back to the commie Chinese. So, of course, why would President Donald Trump be forced to rush recognizing Biden as the president-elect when he has not been elected as president as of yet? It's not up to the media to decide who the president is. And there's also no such thing as an office of a president-elect. Again, that's made up and controlled by other forces who are not elected leaders. But it also cites the Pentagon's participation with Biden's agency review teams, which are responsible for understanding the operations of each government agency to ensure a smooth transfer of power. So obviously there's not going to be an ensurement of a smooth transfer of power, but a continuance of power for the president-elect, true President Donald Trump. Think about it. And the things that are going on by this nation to still retain its strength and integrity and its sovereignty, which really pisses off the commie Chinese and our other enemies, both foreign and domestic.
But also to make another announcement. As I mentioned, we just returned from the Oval Office, and so it is my honor, on behalf of the President of the United States, to announce that henceforth, the men and women of the United States Space Force will be known as Guardians. Soldiers, sailors, airmen, Marines, and Guardians will be defending our nation for generations to come. So with that announcement, let me just say thank you again. I want to thank the members of Congress who are with us today. Thank you for the honor of your presence, but more importantly, thank you. Thank you for your leadership in bringing us to this moment 1 year ago, and the support that you've continued to provide us to see to the launch of this new branch of our armed forces. But on behalf of your Commander-in-Chief, let me urge each and every one of you Guardians to keep pushing. Keep pushing. Keep pushing the vision and the mission of the United States Space Force, which is to ensure that America remains as dominant in space and from space as we are on land and sea and air. And to each one of you Guardians, let me just say, each and every day from this day forward, I want to assure you that you will serve with the confidence of your Commander-in-Chief. You will serve with the confidence and gratitude of the American people. And I'm also convinced that those of you that will serve in the United States Space Force in this generation and generations to come will also go with the prayers of millions of Americans who will claim that ancient verse that promises that if you rise on the wings of the dawn, if you settle on the far side of the sea, even if you go up to the heavens, that there his hand will guide you and his right hand will hold you fast. That then will be our prayer for our guardians in this generation and for generations to come. So happy birthday to the United States Space Force. God bless our guardians. God bless all the members of our armed forces. And God bless America. Semper Super.
The Space Force, currently under the U.S. Air Force, was established in 2019 as a planned separate branch of the U.S. Military Command. It is expected to grow to about 20,000 members. Currently, about 2,500 personnel, largely transfers from the Air Force, are in the Space Force. The announcement came hours after General John Raymond, Chief of the Space Force, joined the Joint Chiefs of Staff as its 8th member. He had formally joined the group. The elevation of the force to the same status as the Army, Navy, and Marines is an indication of the government's acknowledgement of space as a military domain. We recognize space clearly as a war-fighting domain. General Mark Milley, the Joint Chiefs Chairman, said at a Pentagon ceremony inducting Raymond. Remember, this is the same General Mark Milley who in 2016 stated to a graduating class of officers,
"You'll be dealing with terrorists. You'll be dealing with hybrid armies. You'll be dealing with little green men. You're going to be dealing with tribes. You'll be dealing with national leaders and local leaders. You'll be dealing with politics and economics. And you'll be dealing with direct fire and indirect fire. And you're going to be dealing with it all. And it's all going to be dealt with simultaneously. And for that, you're going to have to be ready. And that's why readiness, in my mind, is number one."
But then he continues, "We also know that we, the United States, we've got to maintain capabilities in that domain if we are going to continue to deter great power war," Milley said. "This is an incredibly important organization for the United States military and for the United States as a country." And he's right. The Space Force Chief joins the Chairman, the Vice Chairman, the Army Chief of Staff, Commandant of the Marine Corps, Chief of Naval Operations, Air Force Chief of Staff, and the Chief of the National Guard Bureau on the body of military leaders and government advisors. By establishing the U.S. Space Force and having the Chief of Space Operations become a member of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, it demonstrates that our nation recognizes the critical role Space Force plays in national security, Raymond said at the ceremony. On Twitter, the Space Force said, "The opportunity to name a force is a momentous responsibility. Guardians is a name with a long history in space operations, tracing back to the original command motto of the Air Force Space Command in 1983, Guardians of the High Frontier. The name Guardians connects our proud heritage and culture to the important mission we execute 24/7, protecting the people and interests of the U.S. and its allies. Guardians, hashtag Semper Supra. The Space Force's Latin motto, adopted in July, means always above." Indeed. Pence's announcement came on the same day Mike Hopkins, a U.S. astronaut aboard the International Space Station, was transferred from the Air Force into the Space Force. General J. Raymond, Chief of Space Operations, said the new force was beyond excited to welcome its first astronaut. Nonetheless, Pence's announcement promptly familiar mirth on social media. As military.com put it, space enthusiasts and military members were quick to point out the name Guardians evokes the Marvel Comics Guardians of the Galaxy film franchise about a motley crew of superheroes in space. Well, what about also Halo? Weren't they called Guardian? But with the Trump administration on its way out of power, don't be too sure of that. The future of the Space Force seems uncertain. On Saturday, the president tweeted that the authorization and startup of the Space Force would be seen as one of the Trump administration's great achievements. But as the Associated Press put it, delicately, President-elect Joe Biden has yet to reveal his plans for the Space Force in the next administration. Bullshit. He already did state some things, stating that he would be mainly detrimental to our race to space missions and endeavors, scaling back the moon missions and focusing on climate change instead. In regards to the Space Force, remember who he is and what he's done and what he's been doing and colluding and aiding and abetting the commie Chinese with. Again, to destroy this nation, let alone to prevent the Space Force from taking hold. Because that's what China is going and trying its damnedest at the moment to race to secure that high ground, to control the earth and definitely destroy this nation. And this next article brings up the other importance of the need for a Space Force, which both Vice President Mike Pence and President Trump had stated the Space Force was needed to be created not just because of the obvious reasons from the threats from Earth and to protect our assets in low Earth orbit and allies and such, which helps our nation and nations run the world, but also to protect us from the threats coming from deep space. Now, with that in mind, on December 7th, the day that will live in infamy, an article comes out, aliens are real. Trump was on the verge of confirming them, an Israeli general says. Now, before I read into this, I'd like to play, which came out, I think, on the 5th, from Stephen Ben-Nun of Israeli News Live, had reported on this. So I want to play it real quick for you all. And just as a side note, I've been trying to contact Mr. Ben-Nun to be a special guest to the show, to speak about this and other subjects. I've been wanting to reach out to him for some time, because he definitely fits in the realms of the Martian revelation on the path of which we walk to make our fate. But let's listen to this.
Thank you for joining. Steve Ben-Nun here with Israeli News Live. As we mentioned to you, those of you here on Patreon, Israeli News Live, former military spacehead Israel is losing its edge. This is an old article from 2011, but we're talking about none other than Professor Chaim Ished. He's newly retired Chief of Defense Ministry of Space Division, says Israel must increase funding for research. Well, he's just come out with a major bombshell of information. And I have a good friend that I have to thank over in Israel, Israeli journalist that shared that information with me. Can't mention his name here, but I'd love to. And I want to read to you what he sent to me. And actually, I'll share it with you so you can see for yourself what was actually said. And he said, Professor Chaim Ished, who headed the Israeli space program, and he also was the father of the Ophik satellite, confirms with complete confidence the existence of aliens and cooperation with them. And these are his statements on the subject. Now, I have no idea when the statements were made. I'll try to get some clarification on this. He said the UFOs have asked not to publish that they are here. Humanity is not ready yet. Trump was on the verge of exposing them, but the aliens and the Galactic Federation said, wait, let the winds calm down first. They do not want to cause us mass hysteria. They want to make us sane and understanding first. They have waited until today for humanity to evolve and to reach a stage where we will generally understand what space and spaceships are. You know, sitting here and I think about this as I'm reading this, about how I already know that the United States also has our own space program. We have a base on Mars, as I've been told from inside intel sources in the U.S. government. But let me just continue on. There is an agreement between the U.S. government and the aliens. They also signed a contract with us for conducting experiments here. They, too, are researching and trying to understand the whole fabric of the universe, and they want us as helpers. Maybe this is the reason why they want to put this little nanotechnology inside of your brain. And believe me, you don't need that little vacuum cleaner injection in your arm to get that. They can do the little swab back there on the inside of your little brain when they stick that swab way up there. They got those little nanoparticles on that little Q-tip they stick in there and puts those little aluminum particles, little nanoparticles right into your brain. Maybe that's experiments they wanted to conduct, right? There is an underground base in the depths of Mars, he says, and there are their representatives and also our American astronauts. I didn't even read that part yet. I told you guys that. If I had come up with what I say today 5 years ago, I would have been hospitalized, he goes on to say. In every academy that I published information about it in the past, they said, this guy went crazy. Today I hear people speak differently. I have nothing to lose. I've received my degrees and awards, and I'm respected in universities abroad, and the attitude towards the subject also changes there. Well, Professor Chaim Eshed, I have to agree with you. A lot of people think I'm nuts for saying anything about these things as well, but so I'm so glad to see that you said there is an underground base in the depths of Mars. That's interesting. In the depths of Mars, there are their representatives and also our American astronauts. So that's why we're at Mars. Well, what do you know? I think it's very interesting. I hope it's a blessing to many of you listening tonight. I'm Stephen Ben-Nun with Israeli News Live.
It's further reported that the claims by Eshed come a few months after the Pentagon had confirmed leaked video footage of unexplainable UFO sightings, or the new term UAPs, with some speculating that the UFOs belong to aliens. The objects appear to violate the laws of aerodynamics and accelerate at speeds which are not known to be possible with current human technology. In some of the video footage released, military personnel can be heard reacting in awe at the UAP sightings. One U.S. Navy pilot who witnessed the UAP sighting, David Fravor, said of the sighting, it rapidly accelerated to the south and disappeared in less than 2 seconds. This was extremely abrupt, like a ping pong ball bouncing off a wall. It would hit and go the other way. Now, what would do that, people, huh? Now, that brings us to our last article, I hope. Aliens exist. From December 8th. Aliens exist and have a deal with Donald Trump, claims ex-Israeli space official. Now, Eshed holds a bachelor's degree in electronics engineering from Technion, a master's degree in performance research, and a doctorate in aeronautical engineering. He retired from the Defense Ministry of October 2011, having commanded the launching of 20 Israeli satellites, reported the Jewish press. His claims were disputed in local media, reporting saying that he has lost his mind, but Eshed said he is quite aware of his claims, how his claims sound out of this world. If I had come up with that, what I'm saying today or 5 years ago, I would have been hospitalized. Wherever I've gone with this in academia, they've said the man has lost his mind. Today, they're already talking differently. I have nothing to lose. I've received my degrees and awards. I am respected in universities abroad, where the trend is also changing. Despite the bizarre interview, Professor Eshed is not the first person of authority to claim that aliens could be living among us. Dr. Helen Sharman, the first British astronaut to be launched into space, told the Observer magazine's aliens exist. There's no two ways about it. There are so many billions of stars out there in the universe that there must be all sorts of different forms of life, she had added in the January interview. She said, although they may not be made up of carbon and nitrogen like humans, it's possible they're here right now and we simply cannot see them. And that's very thought-perplexing and what that represents. And again, that would be fitting for a great discussion with Stephen Ben-Nun. So that being said, everyone, that's enough for the news. But I think that painted a pretty good picture of what the times are, of what we are actually looking and living through. And the choices that we have made have been stolen from us, guided by someone, again, like he himself said.
Well, I'm sick and tired of smart guys.
He wants us all dumbed down as they all do, of those who he works for and is controlled by. If he was given this illegal and wrongful election result, which the media had called that he was the president-elect. Again, it's not the media's job. But if he does succeed in gaining the White House, there'll be no 2024 election. They already sold us out to the commie Chinese. Remember, not too long ago, the past year and even the past couple months, the commie Chinese have been saying what? Prepare for war, prepare for war. They're thinking Hong Kong, Taiwan, or whatever. No, they were telling their armies and citizens to prepare for war against us. So with this being the knowledge of what's going on, aliens exist. Now, do they have a deal with Donald Trump? I don't know. That'd be interesting to know more about. Or maybe our guest tonight, Sword, can allude into some of those aspects of what we're facing, pun intended, especially on Mars, and obviously under it. Subsurface illegals, here we come.
And here from this bridge to space, our nation will return to the moon, and we will put American boots on the face of Mars.
That's right. So with that being said, I think it's time to go to a break. But everyone, I would like you all to please
go to www.thefacesofmars.com.
And that's right, and scroll on down the page, see the information about tonight's guests, Colby Branson and Sword. And under their information, check out my buddy Larry Bowen's recipe for mango fish and chicken salsa for packing and smoking them on this show. You can be prepared each week or whenever available. The videos that'll put forth to tempt your tongue with those tasty sweets on the Martian Revelation. And you can scroll down the page and see all the other things he has to offer and look at during and after the show. But our fate is being made, and we must take our nation back from those who have tried stealing it from us. So it should be a good conversation tonight because, again, alluding to Sword, you know, he was a military secret space programmer. So with that being said, listeners to this show can appreciate we got a motto here. Pack them and smoke them because you're definitely going to need them when we come back on the Martian Revelation.
I'll be back.
Don't run. We are your friends.
Imagine that everything the U.S. government has told you about UFOs since Roswell has been a lie. Imagine that in a decade after Roswell, the government attempted communication with the aliens and succeeded. And after that, in absolute secrecy, things had gone far beyond this. Now imagine that tomorrow, the whole secret program is going to fall apart, and every terrible thing is going to come out. All we have left now is a prayer. Morning Star Pass, the collapse of the UFO cover-up, a fictional but unflinching and terrifying look inside the UFO cover-up, the secret government that supports it, and the world of the aliens themselves, and then how the whole secret kingdom ends. Morning Star Pass, a book that pulls no punches and does not sheath the sword unblooded. Morning Star Pass, plunging boldly where no other book has ventured, captures the whole wondrous nightmare that the UFO experience has become, from bizarre experiments performed on helpless abductees, to horrifying mutilations, to beyond, to the world of secret government supported by its own secret police, to the aliens in their secret bases, and finally to the beckoning stars themselves. The book does this by placing the cover-up, humanity, and the Earth in a real cosmos, where humanity and its passions are a part of the universe, not an aberration on it. Then comes the fall of the cover-up, and a climax of violence and desperation to leave the human race facing the multi-hued stars with eyes open and seeking its place in them. The sands of time have run out for the cover-up, for against it, leading an army of investigators and warriors, comes Cassandra Chen, beautiful, driven, and doomed. Who can save her and us? You'll have to read it to find out. Morning Star Pass, The Collapse of the UFO Cover-Up by Victor Norgard. Get yours today. You can find this at www.firstbooks.com.
Welcome back, everyone. I'm Gary Leggiere, your host of the Martian Revelation. Very interesting. We are all vagabonds now, especially as we fight for time to time to secure our future. The war of which being waged, we are all included in, one way or another. And so are our guests. Whether they know it or not, I know one of them for sure, I believe, knows it. Because he's been trying to tell us for quite some time. He's been previous guest on this show. But first, let's introduce his compadre, Colby Branson. And Colby Branson is a graduate of media arts and a conspiracy media consultant. Colby Branson holds an associate degree in media arts as well. And he has been recently raised to the sublime degree of Master Mason. Yes, indeed. The Masons have a very big part to play in all this madness all over the world. You know? Well, but it's our words with set Jason all in black. Currently, he'll entertainment business. His wife on the post. The image on the homepage of facesofmars.com and take it to his website and check out some of the news. Help support. And under that, introduce now, what, out of the dark, out of the face. waves that, well, sway down through time. But Sword is back, and Sword is a Mason as well. He's a former U.S. Army captain and former U.S. Army astronaut, a.k.a. the Secret Space Program. And he has served at Guantanamo Naval Base, which has been built up pretty good. I hear they got a lot of beds waiting for some, but attached to the Psychological Warfare Division. And finally, to finish up his military career, his last command as an Arctic paratrooper, he is a commander of the Department of the Interior's regional USA KPAC Security Force, M33. And Sword went on to work for Arizona State University's multiple space programs, which I still find really interesting, such as Themis, OSIRIS-REx, the Lunar Reconnaissance, and the Mars Reconnaissance Orbiters. And I wonder if he's familiar with that antics way back then, the early 2000s, regards to BAMF. I forgot to ask him that on previous shows, and what the issue that went on with regards to the IR, Odyssey Themis imagery that Hoagland and Laney, they got all pulled up in. But anyway, it was during this time that Sword emerged onto the face of the internet as the blog author known as The Sword, and is one of the internet's leading edge of new and provable information for over a decade. Guardian of the Northern Star Conspiracy Meter blogger for 2001. Notice that keyword, Guardian. Sword, could it be? Are you affiliated with these Guardians that is just being publicly brought out on the stage now, but it's really part of an older blood?
There's holes. I can't do this. I can't do this.
Somebody coming in 5x5.
I don't think so. I think I hear a whisper. He can't hear that. He can't hear that.
Hello? Can you hear me?
5x5.
Hello?
I'm hearing.
Hello?
Oh. Can you hear me?
I can hear him. I can hear ground control. Colby, can you hear me, ground control?
2-4. I can hear you.
Roger
Hello?
that. Gary, can you hear me, ground control?
Yes, I can, sir. Now, you didn't hear anything I said?
I want you guys to know, just prior to this, all I heard into the run-up was as if you guys are trying to talk to me with the windows down.
Well, you
and
sound
we're going
clear.
Mach 5.
10-4.
So whatever questions you posed up to the break is do it again, because I didn't hear them.
Oh, only on this show listeners can appreciate. Like I said, you got to pack them and smoke them. It just goes with the flow with this stuff. All right, let's put it this way. I read your bio. I don't know if you've seen the show page or not. All right, but that's what I just read. And what I was particularly pointed out, for which I forgot to ask you on previous shows, was this sentence where it says, Sword went on to work for Arizona State University's multiple space programs such as Themis, OSIRIS-REx, well, that's cool, the Lunar Reconnaissance and the Mars Reconnaissance Orbiters. And I was wondering, would you be familiar or have any knowledgeable of the BAMF, B-A-M-F incidents back in the early 2000s there with Keith Laney and Richard Hoagland with regards to that infrared? If you were familiar with that, whatever that was, that went on back then by that individual.
Well, I'm not familiar with what you're talking about, but I do know that the Themis and the Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter has infrared. They have infrared down to what we would call the smaller than meter range, which means that there is a thermal object of less than a meter, which would be 3 feet, that we would be able to pick it out.
So if a cow was there and he let out a big fart, it'll pick it up.
Well, yes, technically, if you were able to catch that in the millimeter in which the photograph was taken, yes, you could.
Amazing. Think about what planetary feature.
Right. The whole process of that is we're looking for something that is much older and much more long going than just something walking around and taking a fart.
Right. Understood. And that's where we are now in these madness of times. Now, it's interesting how the fact, I don't know if you caught any of the news or not there, of where we're at now in regards to Guardian, because in the last sentence, it was just this time, back then, Mars reconnaissance orbiters, Themis, and all that shit. It was during that time that Sword emerged onto the face of the internet as the blog author known as The Sword, and is one of the internet's leading edge of new and provable information for over a decade. Guardian of the
years, yeah.
Guardian of the Northern Star Conspiracy Meter blogger from 2001. Now, Guardian, it just so happens, is now being put forth to the military branch of the Space Force, calling them. Now, what I asked you, regards to that, it's kind of funny, and I don't think a coincidence that Guardian in your bio there, could that allude to maybe an old blood order that's being pronounced as something new? Are you a Guardian?
You got me there. It's very possible, but however, I would state, and then we need to let it be, that anything that Mike Pence, the outgoing vice president, saying anything about the space program should be taken for naught. We should be taken with a grain of salt, if you understand me, and just let it go and let it be. They're trying to prop up something that was already in process. They're trying to take credit for things that are already going on. And quite honestly, in this administration, there has been no legitimate progress to be able to crow home about. So I would say whatever Mike Pence said is whatever Mike Pence said, and we're just going to let it be.
But it's a all right, and I hear the passion and sincerity in what you're saying there, but to us peasants, it's a remarkable thing of a Space Force, something totally new, aside from the things I'm sure you're going to be getting into tonight and stuff with Colby. I know he's got various questions.
The Space Force is not new. If you don't mind me interjecting there, Gary, the Space Force is not new. This is something that has been going on since long before NASA has gone on, and me and Colby will talk about that when we talk about NACA, which is NACA.
Which
NACA. We're gonna give you a little bit of history tonight.
All right. What does NACA stand for, though? Before we continue on, NACA. What is that abbreviation of?
National Aeronautics.
National Advisory Commission for Aeronautics.
Okay.
And that was the precursor to NASA.
Yeah, the Wright brothers. That stuff.
All right. So would you and the other, what you're going to talk about tonight, would you guys consider yourselves or are even called guardians? So it's basically, in what you're saying, maybe could be plagiarism on the part of Pence.
Well, I'm a guardian of my family, first and foremost. Family comes first as a Mason.
Right, but I mean, as the Masonic soldiers out there, again, I don't want to of his experience, because I just found that, I don't know, it's enlightening, it's inspirational, in my opinion, but like you're saying here, the truth is what needs to be, what you're speaking needs to be revealed unto us beyond what is being said publicly even at this moment. Now, I know, so hi, Colby, how you doing, bro?
I'm doing good. I'm glad to be here.
All right, awesome. I'm glad you guys were able to join us. It's been a while. Sword, I've been wondering about you.
It was easier to get Van Halen back together than to get this band back together. It's been tough.
Yeah. Well, hey, but it's here. And as long as it's here, that shows me as an evidence that we're on the right path, no matter what, down through time to make our fate. It's for a reason. And it's to get to the truth and the acknowledgement for us all to adapt to what needs to be adapted to. Because obviously, Sword, I'm sure you'll get into this throughout the various questions and issues of where you guys want to take us tonight, but well, at least for most of the night. And how I kind of brain farted that, but it's important because where your place is in the space and with this military and everything that what we're seeing now and what you're speaking of, it's been around for a long time. It's something that's not new. I mean, people are going to want to know numbers. I mean, there's so many various, as you know, both of you. I mean, we've discussed it on this show. Other people with claims of secret space programmers and stuff. And I know, Sword, you definitely were claiming some plagiarism on their parts to things that you were trying to bring out, which again is truth and why you're here. I think I'm getting back to my brain fart that I missed, is what you're trying to reveal now. Even that's not easy. We're all going to make our fate, brother. And I've been thinking about you without talking shit. And, you know, it's a fascinating thing from all regards. And you know what I'm talking about there. But also from the other regards, to the realities of what you know and we're a part of, it's drawing. It's drawing and inspirational as well. Now, therefore, to help us adapt, it's already been adapted to, according to you, and where you're going to go in the various subjects, because it brings up the technologies and the questions that you guys are going to get into regards to past events of, you know, regards to UFOs or even extraterrestrial life and other aspects that plague us today, or that so-called being disclosed us now. So I like to thank you for coming back out, bro. I know shit's not easy, but you know what? I still believe, man. You're here